Forsaken Prince. Kilenya Chronicles Book 1. Written by Andrea Pearson. Narrated by Stu Koba. Copyright 2017. Dedication. To Josh. This story was, is, and always will be for you.
Chapter 1. The bell on the store's front door rang just as Jacob Clark finished stacking bags of mulch in the corner of the greenhouse. He stepped back, wiping sweat off his forehead, before surveying his work and giving a nod. Even Mr. Fulcher wouldn't disapprove. Jacob removed his work gloves, shoving them in the pocket of his Fulcher Mulches and Plants apron, then turned to help up front. Most days during the summer were pretty frantic, but they were finally coming out of the busy season, and the customer who just made the bell ring was their first of the afternoon. Jacob relished the hard labor without interruption, but today he was in the mood to help someone. He hoped this one would have a lot for him to do. He rounded a corner of pillars and hanging vines, and his eyes landed on the teenage girl who'd entered the store. He hesitated. Most of their shoppers were older people, and only occasionally did someone around his age shop there. This girl had long, dark hair, slightly tanned skin, and sparkly brown eyes. She smiled, and a dimple appeared in her cheek. Jacob wiped his hands on his apron before coming to a stop near her. "Can I help you?" The girl motioned to the counter, where she had placed a small potted plant. "Yes, I'd like to buy this." Jacob stepped behind the counter and woke up the register, then scanned the plant's barcode and accepted her cash. "Are you new here?" he asked. Minden was small and well off the beaten path. Unfamiliar faces were even more rare than teenage customers. She nodded. "Yes, well, sort of. I'm just passing through. I'm actually looking for someone. Maybe you can help me find him." Jacob handed her the receipt. "I'll do my best. What's the name?" "I'm Lyrone." He held back a smile. "I meant the name of the person you're looking for." Lyrone flushed slightly. "Jacob. He's about your age and works at a greenhouse in Minden." "I'm Jacob. What can I do for you?" "I was hired to bring you to the Makalos so you could help them bring back the key of Kilenya." He raised an eyebrow. "Excuse me? Was that even English? Key of colon? Who hired you?"
"The Makalos. Kinji, Ebony, Patriarch Brosian."
She hesitated. "They said you'd be familiar with them." "You're not, though, are you?" It was more of a statement than a question. He shook his head. "You've got the wrong guy. There aren't many Jacobs in town, but I can help you find the one you need." "A Jacob who worked in a greenhouse?" Lyrone folded her arms. "No, it's you. Dark hair, light blue eyes, works here." She jabbed the countertop. Jacob nodded, wondering where Mr. Fulcher had gone. The man usually kept on the move, wandering the establishment, doing odd jobs. It would be nice to have some backup here. "Yes, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Makos? I don't even know the word you said." "Your parents are Dimitri and Aryan, right?" Relief flowed over him. "No, they're not." Thank goodness, she did have the wrong guy. Lyrone flushed. "Sorry, I forgot they go by other names here. Lee and Jana." Jacob blinked. Where was she getting her information? Mr. Fulcher came to the front of the store just then. He looked at Lyrone before sending a questioning glance to Jacob. Jacob just shrugged. "Yes, that's them." Lyrone ignored Jacob's boss. "And you've got an older brother and a little sister, right?" Jacob didn't respond, but she folded her arms in satisfaction when she evidently saw the answer on his face. How did this girl know so much about some things and be completely off on others? Was someone really looking for him? "Jacob, they're in danger. You're all in danger. The Lorcon have been trying to find you for years. The Makalos were hoping they'd reach you first, but your parents wanted to keep you in the dark as long as possible so you could have a normal childhood. Well, the McCulloughs got attacked by the Lorcon and they're desperate. They hired me to make contact with you, but I think it might be too late. The Lorcon are powerful and intelligent. They know what we're doing. I saw little signs on the way here that they've been watching you as well." Seriously? She had to be joking. Jacob opened his mouth, about to ask what signs she'd seen, then realized he shouldn't encourage her. Insanity wasn't something to laugh about, and he didn't want to upset her. Instead, he walked to the door and opened it for her, making sure she had her potted plant. "I'll think it over. Thanks for the warning. I need to get back to work now." Lorcon followed reluctantly, a frown on her face. "They told me you would be easy to convince, that you should know everything by now. Your parents are very busy people. Thank you again for the warning. I hope you have an excellent day. Good luck with those Lycons." Lorcon's mouth opened and closed several times before a frustrated expression crossed her face. "Fine," she spat. She turned, and with a huff, she stormed off down the street. Jacob shut the door, then leaned against it. "Whoa, she's crazy." Mr. Fulcher chuckled. "I was going to ask." He bent over the register, checking the tape. "I saw that you finished the mulch. Would you help me move the ceramic pots inside? It looks like it's going to rain. I don't want them getting stained." Jacob agreed, and the two of them got busy. He'd been working for Mr. Fulcher for over a year now. It was a great job, good hours, decent pay, and gave him something to do during the summer. His junior year of high school would be starting in a few days, and he'd saved up plenty for homecoming, prom, and all the clothes he'd need for the year. Regardless how much he told himself that Lorcon was crazy, he couldn't help but feel nervous the rest of his shift. A sense of foreboding wouldn't leave. That stupid girl, getting him on edge. At the end of his shift at 7, he grabbed his phone from underneath the office table, surprised to see he had several missed calls. One from Dad, and at least 15 from Mom. Why hadn't they called his work phone directly? On the way to his car, he dialed his mom's number. She didn't pick up. He called his dad. No answer there either. So he tried Matt, his older brother. Matt answered, thank goodness. "Hey, have Mom or Dad called?" Jacob asked. "No. What's up?" "Nothing. I don't know. Some crazy chick came in today saying we were all in danger and a whole bunch of gibberish about all sorts of seriously insane stuff. I told her to go away, but, well, Mom called me 15 times and Dad once while I've been at work. They didn't leave messages and neither of them are answering their phones now." "Wow. I get off in half an hour. I'll meet you at home as soon as I can." Jacob ended the call knowing it would be at least 45 minutes before Matt got home, unless he left early. He worked for a grocery store in Logan, the nearest big city, and it was a 15-minute drive. Good commute under normal circumstances, but it seemed like forever today. Jacob pulled up in front of his house and his palms started sweating. Something felt off. Dad's car was there and so was Mom's. Why hadn't they answered their phones? He parked and jumped out, jogging to the front door. It was cracked open, and he pushed it the rest of the way, his heart pounding. The lights inside were off. That wasn't normal. The Clark residence was an old country home built back when indoor heating and air conditioning hadn't been invented yet. As a result, the windows were small to help keep the house warm during the winter and cool during the summer. Mom always kept lights on. She would rather pay an elevated electric bill than live in a dark house. Jacob flipped the switch. Nothing happened. He stepped inside and something crunched underfoot. He looked down. He'd stepped on broken glass. Jacob glanced around the room. All the bulbs had been shattered. The lamp near the front door, the overhead light, and the lamps on the shelves near the piano. Nothing else was broken. His heart did a little flip, and foreboding settled over him again. What had happened? "Mom? Dad?" No answer. He stepped into the kitchen. Everything there was broken. Not even the battery-operated clock on the wall was still ticking. Jacob's breath caught when he spotted blood all along the edge of the counter. "Dad! Mom! Amberly! In a rush, he searched the rest of the first floor, then bounded up the stairs. He didn't get far before stumbling to a halt. A huge body was sprawled across the top of the staircase. Jacob gasped, stepping back involuntarily, and nearly fell down the stairs before catching himself. It wasn't human. It couldn't be. No human looked like that. Jacob clung to the railing, staring at the dead beast. What the crap was it? The thing was huge. Humanoid with stubby, muscular legs, massive arms, and 4 fingers on each hand. The wall all around it was splattered with blood and marred with spray from a shotgun. The creature wore dark leather pants. It wasn't wearing a shirt, and Jacob nearly retched as he stepped up the stairs and saw a huge gaping hole in the thing's chest. More blood slicked down the stairs and pooled beneath the beast. The entire thing was covered everywhere with very short hair. Spikes jutted out from the lower jaw, coming to sharp points about 2 inches from the chin. The eyes had rolled back in the head, the lids open. Jacob stumbled up the stairs, trying not to touch the creature or its blood. Were there more of those things in the house? Was he in danger? And where were his parents?
Chapter 2. Jacob's breathing came in pants and gasps. His dad's shotgun lay in the hall near the top of the stairs. Shells, some empty, were scattered across the floor. Jacob grabbed the gun and several of the shells, fumbling to load the weapon in case he needed to defend himself. Someone whimpered, and Jacob rushed down the hallway. He passed another one of those beasts, this one missing a head. His stomach flipped. He refused to look at the gaping neck. "Hello?" he called out, clenching the shotgun. "Mom?" His parents' room was empty. He barely glanced into his and Matt's separate rooms before pausing in the doorway to Amberly's. A familiar figure huddled on the other side of her princess bed, and he gasped, "Mom!" Jacob rushed to her side, dropping to his knees. He set down the gun and placed a hand on her shoulder. She jumped, shrinking against the wall, her hair falling over her face. "It's me! It's Jacob! Are you okay? What happened? What's going on?" Mom slumped in relief and sobbed. "I'm so sorry." He gently pushed her hair away from her face, then startled. She was covered in blood. Bruises were blossoming across her cheeks and neck. "What's going on?" he repeated. "We tried to protect you. Where are Amberly and Dad?" "They took them." "They who?" Jacob asked. He pulled out his phone to call 911. "The Lorcon." Her eyes cleared as she concentrated on her son's face. "They sent their servants. Your father and sister have been taken. You have to get them." Jacob couldn't move. Lorcon. He knew that word. Had a Lyrone been right about everything? "Who are the Lorcon? Is that what's in the hall?" "No. Mog. In hall. I need Kaede ASAP." Jacob blinked. What? "No, you need the ER." She only protested a little as he helped get her better situated. Propping her up with pillows and wrapping a blanket around her, he dialed 911 after making sure that the upstairs really was empty. How was he going to explain those bodies to the paramedics? Jacob quickly told the dispatcher there was blood all over the place and he'd come home to find that his mom had been attacked and needed an ambulance. He didn't mention the bodies. The dispatcher wanted him to stay on the line, but he told her he needed to call his brother. After making sure help was on the way, he hung up and called Matt. His sentences came out in quick bursts. Get home now. Dad and Amberly are gone. Mom says kidnapped. She's hurt really badly. An ambulance is on the way. Please be okay, Dad and Amberly. Holy cow. Okay, I'm coming. Jacob hung up and knelt on the floor next to his mom again. Help is coming. What do I do about the bodies? She took a breath, obviously struggling to maintain focus. Your brother will take care of them. She gripped his shirt, her expression very intense. Jacob, you have to understand. First, we should have told you years ago. Your dad was in line to become king of Gevkin when the Lorcon attacked. There were only 3 of them. We still don't know how it happened, but they killed millions. They were slaughtering our people, searching for us. With help from the Makalos, your father and I went into hiding here on Earth when you were a baby. Jacob froze, staring at her. You know the Makalos? Mom nodded. Yes, many of them are our friends. Her grip tightened. You have to go to them. You have to find your dad and sister. The Makalos will help. Don't worry about school or work. I'll tell Mr. Fulcher. Jacob took a breath. He'd forgotten about both. Just then, a loud pop sounded through the air, and Jacob jumped to his feet, staring at a huge black beetle that was floating in the middle of the room. Jacob Clark. The voice was deep and grating. He stared at the thing. How was it not falling? Yes. Your sister is a poor substitute. Jacob circled the beetle. Where was the voice coming from? The mouth wasn't moving. And what was he saying? His sister was a poor substitute? Come to the Myavril Castle in Gevkin and she'll live. Your life for hers, a simple exchange. If you get here fast enough, we won't torture King Dmitri before we kill him. Myavril Castle, Gevkin? You have 2 days. The beetle burst into flames and burned up, ashes falling to the floor. Mom started to sob, her shoulders shaking. Putting her face in her hands, she wailed, her voice almost too weak to hear. What am I going to do? Jacob asked. He wanted to comfort her, but wasn't sure how. She was so broken. His heart clenched, thinking of the pain she was in, emotionally and physically. Steps fell in the hall behind him. There was no way Matt had gotten there yet, and that couldn't be the paramedics. They'd announced their arrival with sirens and shouts. He whirled and lashed out. All he saw was a blur of brown before he'd been grabbed on the arm, twisted, yanked around, then pinned on the floor. Jacob blinked, recognizing his attacker. Lauren? She glared at him. Don't try to attack me again. She glanced at his mom. Kenji and Ebony hired me to bring your son to them. They need his help to get the key. Key? Jacob asked at the same time that Mom said, What happened to the key? It's been stolen. The Lorcon are doing everything they can to get Jacob in their control. They plan to use it as bait. Judging by how this place looks, they took things a step further. She frowned at Jacob. I told you your family was in danger. Why didn't you listen? Jacob scowled, shifting. Get off me. Lauren glared again, her eyes flashing. Not until you swear you'll come with me. I have a job to do, and I'm going to do it. Mom moaned. Please tell Kenji and Ebony we're so sorry. We should have told him earlier. A faint wailing of sirens filtered into the house, and Lauren scrambled up. You're coming with me, she said, grabbing Jacob's arm and yanking him to his feet and toward the door. I have to get to Myavril City. Mom reached for Jacob, and Lauren released him. He stepped to her, taking her hand, feeling his heart and insides twist at what had happened. Was happening.
"Go, son,"
she said.
"Find Dmitri and your sister. Bring them back."
She looked at Aloran.
"Do you know who my son is? Who he really is?"
Aloran nodded.
"Yes, I do."
"Then take care of him. Your future lies in his hands." Chapter 3. The front door opened and slammed shut. "Hello?" Matt called out. "We're up here," Jacob yelled. He heard Matt dashing through the living room and heading up the stairs. Matt yelled as he passed the first dead body, then shrieked again as he passed the second one. "What on earth is going on?" he asked, coming to a halt in the doorway to Amberly's room. "Are you okay, Mom? What happened? Where are Dad and Amberly? And what the freak are those things?" Jacob grabbed his brother, trying to get his attention. "I have to go with Aloran to get Dad and Amberly back. Mom can explain everything. Pretend you're the one who called 911. He turned to Mom, taking her hand. "I'll do my best. Take care of yourself." She held on tightly.
"Be careful, son. The Lorcon are dangerous and will stop at nothing to get what they want."
The sirens got louder outside and flashing lights bounced through Amberly's room. "Come on, Jacob, let's go," Aloran said. Jacob said goodbye to Matt and Mom, wondering what they'd say to the paramedics about those bodies, then followed Aloran downstairs. She led them out back just as the paramedics came through the front door. "The Makalos will be waiting for us," she said, running into the forest that bordered Jacob's backyard and heading to the small canyon behind the house. "They've been very anxious since the Lorcon stole the key." Jacob grabbed her. "Hold on, stop." She pulled away. "We don't have time." "Wait, where are we going?" "I've been all over this canyon and forest. We're not going to find anything up here." Aloran scowled at him, turning to run again. "Obviously, you don't know everything." Jacob kept pace with her. "Please, at least tell me what's going on." Aloran flipped her hair over her shoulder, sending him an irritated glance. "I've already told you everything I know." "Then tell me again. I wasn't paying attention." "That's evident." Aloran sighed in exasperation, slowing down. "Okay, so you're a prince. We call you the Forsaken Prince. Your parents are royalty. They've been in hiding, protecting you and themselves from the Lorcon since you were a baby." Jacob was a prince? Why didn't my parents tell me anything? "Look, I don't know. I wasn't part of the decision-making process. I wasn't even alive when everything went down." "Why are you so mad at me? Obviously, I wasn't part of that decision either." "Because I don't have time to deal with this. I was hired to bring you to the Makalos and to help you get the key, not coddle you and make sure you're comfortable with the information no one knew you hadn't been given. Okay?" Jacob's mouth opened and closed. He had no response for that. Just then, a flash of light filled the forest, and a miniature woman about 2 inches tall, with dark hair and wearing a white dress, appeared, floating in the air. She didn't have wings. Jacob's jaw went slack. What the crap?
"Are you coming, Aloran?"
the woman said.
"Kinji says you must come faster."
"Yes, early. I'm on my way. Tell them plans have changed. The Lorcon got there before I did. They kidnapped King Dmitri and his daughter. Also, if the Makalos want to send someone with us, they're going to have to be ready the minute we arrive." The little person nodded and disappeared in a flash of light, reappearing only seconds later.
"They say okay. The way to Eclaron is open."
"Thank you." The little person disappeared, and Jacob followed as Aloran took off at a jog. "Eclaron?"
It's a sister planet of Earth,
Aloran said. We don't have a sister planet. Aloran sent him a glance that told him just what she thought about that. The path became springy under Jacob's feet, the bushes on either side of him thickening. The rich smell of old wood assailed him, and he looked up in surprise. The aspens and evergreens had given way to maples and magnificent oaks, trees he'd never seen in this forest. Had he gone farther now than he'd ever been before? How was that possible? He and Matt had thoroughly explored these forests on numerous occasions. For a moment, hysteria nearly overcame him. He started to look for markers, familiar trees, other paths, anything so he could find his way back in case Aloran lost him. She didn't lose him, though. She led him through the ancient forest and into a meadow. The sun was close to setting, its rays lighting the weirdest tree Jacob had ever seen. Its branches were old and twisted, circling each other in a haphazard race toward the sky. The trunk of the tree was massive, nearly as big around as Jacob's house. His attention wasn't on the tree for long before he noticed it had a gaping hole in it near the ground. Short people were pouring in and out of that hole, and he realized with a start that it was a door. Then he noticed that the people weren't human. There was something off about them that he couldn't figure out. He and Aloran were surrounded by chaos as the creatures noticed them and began clamoring around them.
Aloran, did you see them?
Mogs, tons of them. They attacked without warning. Couldn't have predicted it. Oh, you brought Jacob! Jacob, help us, help us. We need you.
Stop it!
Aloran shouted.
Where's Brosian? Where are Kinji and Ebony?
Here, Aloran, a woman with blonde hair said, striding through the group. Patriarch Brosian was injured. Like the rest of the wounded, he's sleeping it off. She motioned to the sides of the meadow, where Jacob noticed for the first time that there were tons of the shorter people sleeping, bandaged up. Ebony, we've got to go, Aloran said. Now, the Mogs took King Dimitri and the princess. Every minute we spend here is a minute they get closer to the Lorcon castle. Jacob, glad to meet you, a man said, joining Ebony. He interlaced his fingers through Ebony's. Wish it could have been under different circumstances. Your father and I are close friends. Good to meet you, too. I wish I'd known about you earlier. Yes, so do we. But your parents chose not to explain anything to you, and now we must live with the consequences. Jacob raised an eyebrow. That was harsh. How did him not knowing lead to people being attacked? He seriously doubted he had anything to do with it. My name is Kinji. I'm a Makalo. We're a magical species that once ruled Ecloron. When the Lorcon attacked the first time 17 years ago, they reduced our numbers drastically, and now we hide here in Taga village. He motioned to the canyon walls around them. Jacob glanced up, seeing a tall crevice in the stone walls on either side. More Makalos were in the crevices near squat buildings. The canyon reminded him of Mesa Verde in Colorado. He'd gone there a couple of times on vacations with his family. Kinji turned to Aloran. Satan will go with you. Like you, he has a particular motivation for getting to Mayavril City. Jacob glanced at Aloran. Particular motivation? She ignored him. Good. Anyone else? My son, Akano. Aloran nodded. Are they ready? Nearly. Kinji turned to Jacob. We've packed everything we thought you might need. Food, water, bedding. You can take early to facilitate communication with us. Please keep us posted on your travels. He motioned to Aloran. Make sure you and Satan warn him about everything. Answer all his questions. Kinji rubbed the back of his neck. Well, whatever you have the answers to. We'll do our best, she said. Chapter 4. Aloran folded her arms. With the increased danger and the Forsaken Prince's obvious lack of knowledge, which puts him in even more danger, my rate has doubled. Kenji sighed. I understand. We'll meet whatever extra demands you may have. Thank you. Jacob stared at Lyrone. What a mercenary. For the first time, he noticed what she was wearing. Tight brown leather pants that laced up the legs, a leather top, and very durable shoes. A short sword was slung over her back, a knapsack hung over her neck and one arm, and she'd pulled her hair into a ponytail. Not a speck of makeup was on her face. Not that she needed it. This girl was intense. He decided then and there not to cross her again if he could help it. If you see the witch, run, Kenji said. Lyrone half smiled. Of course. Kenji ran off to get Seidan, and Lyrone glanced at Jacob. Everyone says that. It's a stupid myth, not something we need to worry about. She doesn't actually exist. Jacob folded his arms across his chest. He didn't know if there was a witch or not, but Lyrone's know-it-all attitude was getting on his nerves. You don't know everything. Lyrone rolled her eyes. Whatever. I know more than you do. Right. About this world. He couldn't help but wonder what her story was, though. What had the Makalos required of and promised her? And why was she so angry and intense? A huge man with bronzed skin and dark hair and eyes strode up to them.
Lyrone, Jacob, are you ready?
His voice was deep, booming. Yes, Seidan, Lyrone said. Jacob noticed a Makalo with black hair and bright blue eyes hovering behind Seidan. He glanced at Jacob, then quickly away. Seidan ignored the Makalo, but Lyrone motioned to him. Are you a Kano? She asked. He nodded. Good. We're all ready then. Seidan, lead the way. Seidan sent her an irritated expression. He obviously liked being bossed around as much as Jacob did, then strode across the meadow and into the forest on the opposite side from where Jacob and Lyrone had come. Not waiting for the others to catch up, Seidan started up the trail. Jacob followed him, not wanting to walk near Lyrone. When he noticed that Jacob was just behind him, Seidan said,
A witch lives in the forest just outside the entrance to Taga village. If you see anything, run.
Lyrone chuckled, making pace with Jacob. There was just enough room on the path for them to walk side by side with a Kano trailing behind. It's all myths, you know. The man shrugged.
Maybe so, but I don't live my life according to solid facts. There's a bit of truth in everything, and that belief has kept me alive for a long time.
He glanced at Jacob.
I've been informed that you don't know much about this world.
Jacob nodded, half expecting Seidan to chastise him. The man didn't, though, thank goodness.
I'll do my best to fill you in on what I know. Have you heard about the war already?
A bit. I know the Lorcon came and killed a lot of people.
Yes, it happened about 16 years ago, right before you were born.
Tell me more about them, Jacob said.
They're disgusting and very dangerous. We'll have plenty of time to discuss them later. For now, though, we need to get through the basics.
Seidan proceeded to tell Jacob about that war. The Lorcon had kidnapped Princess Arian, Jacob's mom. Jacob's dad had gathered a group of followers to go after the Lorcon, fighting through many traps the Lorcon had set. In the end, almost everyone had died, including Dad's best friend and half of his group. Kenji had been part of that group.
One of the Lorcon traps has been neutralized, but the others have not. We'll need you, Jacob, to get us through them so we can rescue your family.
Jacob shook his head, stepping over a log that had fallen across the trail. Are you serious? I've never been here. That I remember, anyway. What could I possibly do?
Your father led his group through those traps, and no one has been able to follow since. Because of that, people have great expectations of the Forsaken Prince. You can thank your father for that.
Great. Just great. Jacob shifted the heavy knapsack Kenji had given him. And why does everyone call me the Forsaken Prince?
Many reasons. The Lorcon had you in their possession and let you go. Now they seek you diligently, though we don't know why. Your parents took you to a strange land to hide you, practically giving up your rights. You've been forsaken, forgotten, and left alone for years by your own people. And now, when the Lorcon rule has gotten increasingly horrible, they are finally remembering you. They place a great deal of hope in you, hope that you'll dethrone the Lorcon and return your father to his rightful place, that you'll cleanse the land of the effect the Lorcon have had, and that you'll make their ways of life happy once more.
Wow. Talk about pressure. Satan sent him a smile.
Don't worry about it. Your father is the one who should be feeling it. As king, he's technically in charge, and it was his choice to take you away from your subjects.
Jacob's thoughts went to his dad. How long had he and Amberly been gone? Were they hurt? And if so, how badly? Jacob fisted his hands. Those Lorcon would regret every injury they gave his family. The group fell silent as the trail took a sharp turn upward. Jacob watched the sun finish setting, casting a rosy glow through the trees and canyon. Eventually, Satan stopped hiking and motioned to a relatively level section of canyon off the trail.
We'll camp here. Akano, would you set up some huts?
Jacob had almost forgotten the Makalo was there. He was so quiet. He looked back and nearly jumped out of his skin. Akano's left ring finger glowed a brilliant blue. The light from his finger increased exponentially as Akano stepped off the path, holding up his hand. "Whoa," Jacob whispered. "That's freakishly cool." Akano sent him a smile.
Thanks, I think.
As Jacob watched, the Makalo put his left hand on a tree and closed his eyes. The branches of the tree and bushes started to move, encircling Akano. Jacob stared, hardly believing his eyes, then jumped out of the way as a squirrel darted across the ground, followed closely by intertwining branches. "What's going on?" Jacob asked. "Makalos control living things," Aloran said, arms folded, watching as the branches started forming huts. Moments later, 2 rounded little forts had been created. There were small openings in the roofs, and the walls were made of tightly woven branches. Jacob stepped inside the first one, joining Akano and Satan. The floor of the hut was matted and springy, perfect for sleeping. "This is amazing." Akano gave him a sheepish smile.
I don't technically control things. I ask favors of them, and they agree. I've only been around Makalos for a few days, but I've never seen a living thing say no to one, Aloran muttered behind Jacob. That's control, if you ask me. Jacob resisted the urge to shake his head at her. That girl had issues. Satan told everyone to eat up and go to sleep. They wouldn't be starting a fire. He didn't want to wait for it to die out before they hit the sack. They didn't have enough water on hand to douse it. Jacob found beef jerky, cheese, bread, and nuts in his bag and ate, listening as the others discussed plans for the next day. Apparently, they'd be going through an infected forest, stopping at the cabin of an old friend of the Makalos, and then encountering one of the traps the Lorcon set up for Dimitri several years ago. There were a lot more details, but Jacob's head began to whirl. He was too tired to take in much more. Instead, out of habit, he powered up his phone and tried to check his texts. He didn't have service. That wasn't surprising. It was 10, and Satan wanted to get an early start the next morning. Jacob turned off his phone, pulled a blanket from his knapsack, and fell asleep. Chapter 5. After what felt like only a few minutes, Satan was waking everyone.
"We've got a lot of ground to cover today,"
he said.
"We'll eat as we travel."
The trail got steep again, and everyone had to use their hands to hike, pulling themselves up using roots, rocks, and vines. Finally, about an hour later, they reached the entrance to Taga village. It was a tunnel about 10 feet long, cut through the stone face of the canyon wall. Bits and pieces of board were strewn all around it. Akano surprised Jacob by talking. He said the boards used to seal the entrance shut. The Lorcon blasted their way through, he said. Aloran raised her eyebrow. The Lorcon themselves? I was under the impression that they sent servants. Akano flushed, and Jacob felt like yelling at Aloran for being so critical when the Makalo obviously had a hard time talking in front of strangers. Same difference, Jacob said. They're behind it either way. Akano sent him a grateful expression while Aloran turned her back. Jacob snorted inwardly. Whatever. Before going through the tunnel, Satan gave them another warning about the witch.
"Snakes serve her. If you see anything off or weird, get out of there."
Aloran didn't scoff this time. Jacob almost commented on the fact that he'd seen lots of things that were off or weird, but held back. The trees on the other side of the tunnel were dead, misshapen and shriveled. They were almost painful to look at. The land around the trees also appeared to be dead, and there were animal carcasses all over the ground. The stench was so strong that Jacob's stomach lurched, and a sharp feeling of nausea hit him. All of this, however, was not what caught him off guard the most. Everything, including the sky and his companions, was completely devoid of color. No one moved for a moment as they stared at the forest. Why is everything black and white? Jacob asked.
"We don't know,"
Satan said. He glanced at Aloran.
"Most say it's the witch's control over the landscape."
Aloran rolled her eyes, but didn't respond. Jacob turned to her. What's your explanation for it? I don't have one, she mumbled. Satan grinned victoriously. While he was taking everything in, Jacob had the slight sensation of being on a boat, rocking side to side. It took a moment to put his finger on why. He studied the forest around them, finally noticing that the trees were moving, shifting away from them. Then he noticed something else. There wasn't a trail on this side of the tunnel. When Jacob commented on it, Akano surprised him by being the one who answered. As Satan said, the forest is infected by the witch. She tries to trap people, and the forest helps. Not only that, but it does its best to remove any evidence that people have ever traveled here. Well, I don't know about you guys, Jacob said, but I'm convinced that there's an actual witch here. No one responded, not even Aloran, and Satan led the way into the forest. Jacob was grateful the trees weren't so thick that walking without a trail was impossible. Still, he wasn't comfortable with his surroundings. He felt watched, and that made the hairs on the back of his neck raise. The farther into the forest they went, the more the trees moved. Satan eventually pulled out his sword and hacked at branches that crisscrossed in front of them. That's only going to make them mad, Aloran said, stepping across a huge log.
So, be it,
Satan responded in between whacks of his sword.
We have to get through, somehow.
Aloran was right, though. The trees began whipping around in a frenzy, almost as if they were freaking out. Dodging branches, dead animals, and stumps, Jacob stumbled through the forest, doing his best to ignore the angry trees. He kept his eyes on Satan and Aloran, but it was difficult to keep up. The air tasted stale and dirty, and each breath he took was agonizing. He tried to limit the amount of air that entered his lungs, but the stench of death was overwhelming. The forest was growing thicker. Jacob's palms began sweating and his heartbeat hitched up even faster when he noticed that the distance between himself and the two ahead of him was growing. Were the trees letting them through while trying to stop him? "Guys, can you slow down?" They didn't look back. Had they heard him over the sound of the thrashing trees? "Stop!" Jacob yelled. They still didn't hear him, and he froze, blinking in shock when the trees shifted and moved, putting them completely out of view. Akano gave a little shriek.
"We can't lose them!"
He started running, easily passing Jacob. "You've got to be kidding me," Jacob said, jogging again, grabbing trunks and branches to catapult himself past the trees. The forest grew even thicker, making it nearly impossible to see, and what little light there was danced around as the branches thrashed. After only a few minutes, Jacob could no longer see Akano, and very soon he couldn't hear him either. He stopped running, not sure where to go since they hadn't exactly been following a straight line. "Hello? Akano? Lyrone? Anyone?" No one answered, and he wasn't surprised. He barely heard himself. The stupid trees were too loud. Something cold and smooth brushed against Jacob's cheek. He frantically wiped it off his face, spinning to see what had touched him. Nothing was there but the moving branches. He started forward again, cautiously peering ahead. He gasped as another cold, smooth thing ran through his hair. He shook his head, trying to rid himself of the animal, or whatever it was. Seconds later, an extra weight slid across his shoulders and over them, circling his neck. He reached up to grab it, recognizing the feel of the creature. It was a snake about 2 feet long. He yanked, flinging it off. Jacob stumbled backwards, nearly falling, as the pale-colored snake flattened and floated swiftly to a nearby tree. The trees stopped moving.
Chapter 6. With the stillness, the light no longer danced, and Jacob could see better. Nearly every surface was covered with snakes. The ground seemed to have come alive. Several of them floated through the air. Jacob looked around, half expecting to see a witch. He didn't want to call out for his group. He didn't want to draw any more attention to himself. Jacob peered through the darkness, gingerly treading forward. He tried not to step on any of the snakes and grimaced when he did. But they weren't reacting to him now that the trees were still. As he walked cautiously, something large brushed against his leg. He looked down and made out the shape of a snake 2 feet in diameter as it slithered slowly past him, then stopped. Jacob felt his heart do a double beat as his mind raced. What kind of snake was that? Was it poisonous? He couldn't remember ever having seen one on TV. He scrambled away, but with a quick jerk he almost didn't see. The snake recoiled itself around his feet. In a split second, several loops of it encircled him, pinning his arms to his sides, and he couldn't move any more. The snake hissed, eye to eye with Jacob, its intelligent gaze piercing into him. Its tongue flicked out, barely touching Jacob's skin and hair, testing the air around him. Then its body tightened so much that it squeezed the breath out of him. The snake lifted him completely off the ground and started carrying him through the forest. Jacob gasped for air, his vision going red, and was finally able to pull in a breath. After a few minutes, the forest ended as the snake reached the edge of a clearing. Toward the center was a hill with a very large manor sitting atop its crest. There was no sign of Akano or the other two. The manor must have been impressive in its day. Large granite columns graced the front of the building, and the windows, most of which had either been boarded over or smashed open, were massive and elegant. The wide concrete porch that circled the house was now cracked and disheveled, with vines growing through the cracks and up many of the columns. One corner of the foundation had begun to sink. In front of the house to the right was a large pit. Jacob thought he could hear Akano's voice coming from it, and he struggled to break free of the snake's tight grip. But the snake ignored his attempts and continued slithering across the ground, up the stairs, and through the open front door of the house. It was musty and dirty inside. Dim light shone through several of the smashed windows. The front entryway was spacious, at least 2 stories high, maybe 3. The floor was marble, and there were marble pillars lining the edges of the room. Stained glass windows between the pillars let in muted light. Jacob caught a glimpse of a side room with sheet-covered furniture before the snake carried him up the staircase. There was a hallway at the top of the stairs, the first half overlooking the front entry and the second half lined with doors. All the doors were shut, and many had a slight greenish glow coming through the cracks. The snake stopped abruptly at the end of the hall. In place of the door was a silvery, translucent sheen that filled the entire doorway. The snake paused before entering. The moment its head passed the frame, there was a loud clap, and the sheen disappeared. The snake wriggled forward a few feet, then released its hold on Jacob. He stumbled and whirled, ready to defend himself, but the snake had already slithered back into the hallway and was biting the top, bottom, and sides of the doorframe. The translucent veil materialized again, sealing the room, and the snake slithered down the hall and stairs. Jacob rushed to the nearest window, barely noticing junk and oddly placed rolls of thick cloth on the floor, and watched as the snake disappeared into the forest. He waited a few moments, but the snake didn't return. The pit was beneath the window. It wasn't very deep, maybe 2 or 3 feet, and Akano was there, thrashing around in the remains of charred furniture and other debris. Jacob pounded on the window, trying to get Akano's attention, but the Makalo didn't seem to notice. A cold wind blew on the back of Jacob's neck, making his hair rise. He turned and nearly yelled. About a foot or so away was a partially decomposed body sitting in a chair, on the verge of tumbling over. Afraid it would fall at any moment, Jacob kept his hands up as he stepped to the side, barely missing another body that lay across the floor with arms stretched toward the door. He jumped away from it, realizing that what he'd assumed to be rolls of cloth were really bodies sprawled on the ground, reaching for the exit. He made his way to a clear spot and looked around. The room was very large. There was a massive bed against one wall, a fireplace on another, and several chairs placed in random positions around bookcases, tables, and the fireplace. Nearly every chair held human remains, ranging from full skeletons to decomposing corpses that had been dead for only a few weeks at most. In one corner of the room was a table. On top were 2 stone jugs and bits of both fresh and moldy food. The smell of death and decay became so overpowering, Jacob felt as though his lungs would burst. Desperate for fresh air, he steeled himself, then rushed past the dead bodies back to the window. He grunted, pushing on the lever, trying to open the window, but it wouldn't budge. Jacob's gaze landed on the jugs, and he grabbed one. It was heavy with water. He smashed it against the window as hard as he could. The result was water splashing all over himself and the nearest body, the jug shattering and the window remaining undamaged. He grimaced. Then he looked down and noticed several broken objects on the floor below the windows, byproducts of others' attempts to break the glass. Jacob groaned. "You've got to be kidding me." The sound of his own voice startled him, and he looked over his shoulder at the bodies. He felt stupid when he realized he was checking to see if they'd moved. He forced himself to take a breath to calm himself and studied them. What if, like them, his only way out was through the doorway? But why hadn't they gone through? They weren't tied up or anything. They weren't even near the door. None of them were closer than 5 or 6 feet. Resolving to get out, Jacob crossed the room toward the shimmering doorway. He stopped about 3 feet away, peering at it. There was a slight movement, a few swirls in the silver. Light pink and blue mists emanated from it, and Jacob was distracted by the color for a moment. It was the first he'd seen since he got there. As he reached toward the portal, something passed over his skin as his hand went through the mist. It was cold, very cold, and a sharp pin-pricking sensation started at his fingertips, moving up his wrist to where the mist stopped. Alarmed, Jacob pulled back his arm and examined his hand. No blood, no mark, nothing. He looked up, took a step closer, and put his hand out again, this time determined to touch the shimmering barrier. The same cold, prickly feeling started at his fingertips and reached his elbow. He held his breath and plunged his arm forward. Nothing happened. But then he saw the sheen separate when he touched it. Jacob stepped forward, pushing himself into the veil. The cold mist encompassed him, and the pinpricks covered him from head to foot. An enormous pressure enveloped his entire body, making movement difficult, and the air started to swirl around him. As the wind gained speed, his shirt got pulled up and his hair ruffled. An intense pain hit him, starting in his chest and moving to his extremities. He felt electrocuted. He couldn't move, and his body shook. He couldn't even breathe. His fingers felt pulled from their joints, and there was no sensation in his feet. He tried to back out of the doorway, but it was as if some invisible force was holding him in one spot. After what seemed like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds, the feeling left him and he doubled over, gasping for breath. The pain in his muscles was replaced with numbness, and he lost his balance, falling back into the room. Chapter 7. Jacob lay awkwardly on his side, no feeling in his body whatsoever. Had he been hit by lightning? Zapped with a taser? Even his brain seemed paralyzed. Sensation slowly returned to his limbs, and he rolled onto his back, staring up at the ceiling. What on earth had happened? Or, more precisely, what on Lyrone had happened? Had he been electrocuted? And why hadn't it killed him? Did the people in the room try the same thing with similar results? He flipped onto his stomach and gradually got to his knees, ignoring the dead body 2 feet away. He stood and turned to face the barrier. It was the only way out of the room. He was sure of that. Did he dare try walking through again? He scowled at the thought, looking at the dead bodies. There was no way he was going to stay here and die like they did. He had to find Dad and Amberly. Mom was relying on him. With new resolve, Jacob held up his hand and took a step, frowning as the tingly sensation moved from his fingers and up his arm. This time, however, he steeled himself against the pressure of the swirling air and pushed as hard as he could. The same intense pain began, stopping his breathing once again, but he was already moving forward and continued pushing. A loud pop made him jump, and the pressure, the mist, the pain, and the wind were gone. There was only the simple doorframe. Relief coursed through his body, and he breathed deeply. Why had it worked this time and not the first? Deciding to think on it later, he took one last look into the room, then sprinted down the hallway and the stairs. He crossed the front entryway and exited the house, expecting something to jump out at him any moment, relieved when nothing did. Where was that witch, if she really did exist? And where had the huge snake gone?
Something odd about the trees caught his attention. They all appeared to be pulsing toward a point in the forest some distance away, and that spot seemed to be moving. A sick feeling came over him as he realized that whatever was moving through the forest was coming toward him, and that the trees wanted to be close to it, trees that had been trying to attack him earlier. The witch, or something equally evil, was on the way. Jacob ran to the edge of the pit and saw a Kano randomly digging through the junk. The furniture had been burned a while ago. How long? He couldn't tell. He headed down the 3-foot slope toward a Kano. "Come on, let's go." A Kano ignored him. Jacob looked back at the forest. "We don't have a lot of time." Again, a Kano didn't respond. So, not asking for permission, Jacob pinned the Makalo's hands to his sides and swung the small creature over his shoulder. Then he practically flew out of the pit, ignoring a Kano's yelling. Jacob sprinted through the forest, praying he wouldn't run into the snake. It was difficult to keep a Kano on his shoulder. He was kicking and flailing with all his might and almost got away several times. What was his deal? The trees weren't thrashing. Jacob figured they were distracted by whatever lay just ahead of them. He was running almost straight toward their focus point, but there wasn't anything else he could do. He had a rough idea of where he needed to go, and that was back the way he'd come. Hopefully he'd find Lyrone and Satan. Hopefully the witch wouldn't find them first. Jacob kept Akano's wrists pinned together with one hand. He used the other to push branches out of the way. Veering right, he widened the space between the oncoming danger and themselves. As he tore through the forest, a snake flew out of the air in front of them, and he almost lost Akano. Something caught his attention, and he stole a sidelong glance. Completely unprepared for what he saw, Jacob lost his balance and tumbled headlong into the brush. The dark, piercing eyes of a beautiful woman had locked with his. He rose to his knees, still holding Akano. She was about 100 feet away, the trees leaning over, almost touching the ground as they bowed to her. She was clad in flowing white robes that billowed in the breeze. Her long, dark hair mingled with the robes drifting around her. She smiled mockingly at him, and it appeared as if she found his situation humorous. Her walk was graceful, and though she moved toward the house, when their eyes met, she stopped to face him. "Danilo," she said in a whisper. Her voice was haunting, carrying across the distance with ease. Akano whimpered, and Jacob, distracted by the woman's beauty, realized he was probably squishing his prisoner. Tearing his eyes away from her gaze, Jacob saw fear written all over the poor Makalo's face. He looked at the woman again and saw that she was still watching him, though now she reached toward him, beckoning him to come. Feeling an odd yearning to do so, Jacob got to his feet, hefting Akano and brushing himself off with the hand that wasn't holding the Makalo. What was a beautiful woman like that doing alone in the forest? There were dangerous things here, and she obviously needed him. He could take care of her. He'd clean and fix up the manor. Everyone was probably just being pessimistic about the Lorcon. He took a step in her direction, but Akano struggled on his shoulder, seemingly aware of what Jacob was doing. Jacob scowled, then glanced at the lady, and she again beckoned. He smiled at her. The picture she created was one of serenity and elegance. He wanted to look into her eyes and say something intelligent to make her like him. He took a step forward, but jumped when Akano bit him and tried to escape. "Stupid Makalo," Jacob said, scrambling to cover Akano's mouth and hold him in place. The pain made him hesitate, however, and he frowned, struggling with himself internally. Something made him long to be near the woman, but then again, What had Satan and Lyrone been talking about earlier? He couldn't quite remember. A gross feeling started in the pit of his stomach and spread to his heart. He blinked, his mind clearing, somewhat confused by the feeling. Something so beautiful and perfect couldn't be bad, could it? But there was that feeling again. Take a step back, it warned him. He grunted, frustrated with the persistence of the ridiculous thought that was ruining his peaceful moment. Finally recognizing that he couldn't ignore the warning, he closed his eyes, willing his intuition to tell him why he shouldn't go to her. Logic briefly touched his mind. Satan had warned them about a witch here. The trees wanted to be near her, and they had been attacking him earlier. He scowled and opened his eyes. She was still there, patiently waiting. He glanced down at his arms, mildly surprised to see that the skin was still scratched and scraped from being attacked by limbs. Jacob looked at her again, noticing for the first time the hundreds of snakes swirling around her ankles. Yeah, snakes had taken him to a room full of dead people. This woman was evil. He took a step back, trying to gauge how she'd handle rejection. A look of anger crossed the woman's face. Again she beckoned, imploring him to come. Shaking his head, unable to speak, he took another step back. This time, an unmistakable expression of anger marred her exotic features. With a quick movement, she spread her arms, raised her face to the sky, and emitted a shrill, piercing scream. A thick black cloud of air poured out of her mouth, made up of thousands of flying bugs and beetles that congregated around her. Dropping her head, she directed her scream toward Jacob, and the cloud came shooting across the distance between them. Chapter 8. No longer hesitating, Jacob took off in the opposite direction, running as fast as his legs would go.
Faster!
Akano yelled, still slung over Jacob's shoulder. Jacob couldn't go faster. The trees were fighting again, snagging him and the Makalo. He jumped over logs, animal carcasses, and rocks, trying to get away from the woman and those black bugs. The trees kept fighting him, but with less intensity. They were now bending towards something almost directly behind them. Akano yelled in fright, and Jacob, who thought he was already running as fast as he could, put on even more speed, nearly losing his balance in the process. He heard shouting ahead, and when he rounded a large tree, he nearly slammed into Satan and Lyrone. The man took one look behind Jacob and shrieked. He and Lyrone turned and ran alongside Jacob. The smell of dead animals was overwhelming, and Jacob's head spun from the stench. He looked up and could see the end of the forest fast approaching. Relief coursed through him. Only that much farther to go. He could make it. He had to make it. With one final push, he sailed through the last bit of forest at what felt like breakneck speed. A few strides past the forest edge, the buzzing sound dissipated, and he looked backward. The cloud of black had stopped exactly where the forest ended. There was no sign of the woman. Jacob and the others ran another 10 seconds before they couldn't go any farther. He released his hold on Akano, who tumbled out of sight, and Jacob collapsed on his back in the tall grass alongside a trail. After catching his breath, Jacob realized the scent of decay was fading, and he could see color again. He breathed deeply the warm fragrance of sun-baked grass and wildflowers. Rolling to his side, he reached over and grabbed a handful of the nearest flowers, pulling them out of the roots. He shoved them up against his nose, hoping the sweet aroma would remove the smell of rot that seemed to be forever imprinted on his brain. A few minutes later, when his breathing had returned to normal, when his heart had slowed, and when he could no longer taste or smell death, he set the flowers aside and sprawled out on his back again. He gazed at the deep blue sky, unable to remember a time when he was more grateful to see color. They'd only been resting for a couple of minutes when Satan ordered them onward. Jacob moaned inside, but Satan was right. They didn't have much time to get to the Lorcon castle. He got to his feet, ignoring his exhausted limbs. Good thing he played basketball and was used to physical exertion. Jacob admired the view in front of them, a little orchard in the shadow of a large and beautiful mountain. As he wondered what was going on back at home. How was Mom? Was she okay? Was she healing? Had she explained everything to Matt yet? And how were Amberly and Dad? Jacob clenched his fists. Oh, if the Lorcon hurt his baby sister, he'd destroy them. He'd destroy them anyway for what they'd already done.
"This should take us to Aldo's cabin,"
Satan said, stepping onto the trail. Should? Lorcon asked. Satan nodded.
"I've seen the cabin from on top of the mountain, and haven't ever been there. And apparently, no one has been able to reach Aldo in years, since the Makalos sealed themselves off from the rest of Lyrone."
Jacob frowned. Okay, back up. You didn't finish telling me everything yesterday. The Makalos sealed themselves off to protect themselves from the Lorcon?
"Yes, in part,"
Satan said.
"but mostly to guard the way to Earth, where you would be raised."
He shaded his eyes, looking ahead, possibly trying to spot the cabin.
"There it is. Let's pick up our speed."
The others didn't complain, and Jacob wasn't about to be bested by a girl and a Makalo. Go on, he said. Keep talking.
"The Makalos haven't had communication with anyone outside their village in years, since sealing themselves off. As a result, all their allies eventually faded away. Well, almost all of them. I only recently learned about Aldo, but I've known Gallus nearly my entire life."
He looked at Jacob.
"I'm from Makaria, the city where Gallus keeps his store."
Jacob nodded, acting like he knew what Gallus was. Why did the Makalos open themselves up to the rest of Lyrone again?
"They didn't. The Lorcon attacked, demolishing their barrier. Everyone knew the Lorcon were still searching for you and King Dimitri. If we'd known where the Makalos had gone, and that they hadn't been completely destroyed, as we'd assumed, you can bet we'd have done a better job acting as distractions."
Jacob wasn't sure how to respond. Half of him wished none of this had happened, that he could have gone on with his life without ever knowing about this other world. But the other half wished he'd known his whole life who he really was, that he didn't even come from Earth. He still couldn't believe it. It was so ridiculous that his parents hadn't told him. I don't get it, he said, trying to control his frustration. What were my parents trying to protect me from? Satan sighed as they approached the cabin.
"I wish I had the answer to that. I suspect they worried about the intentions of the Lorcon. From what was happening recently, I think they may have been right. Though, if I'd been involved, you would have known about your heritage by now."
He turned to Jacob.
"Hopefully, when we leave Aldo's cabin, we'll have more information. Either way, I'll fill you in on the Lorcon. What to expect, how they act, all of that."
Jacob thanked him, then noticed smoke coming from the cabin's chimney. Someone's home, he said. What's our goal here? Why are we stopping by?
"To learn as much about the key of Kilenya as possible,"
Satan said.
"Our mission is to get it.
He held up his hands.
We'll rescue your father and sister too, but that has to happen after we find the key. We'll use it to get them out."
Why is this key so important? Jacob asked.
"Because it gives the user the power to open any door anywhere. Not only that, but it creates links between locations and worlds."
And the Lorcon have it now? That's bad. Satan nodded.
"Yes, it is. Several years ago, spells were placed on it. The hope is that the Lorcon won't be able to use it. In order to understand how to strengthen those spells, we need to understand more about them, and since Aldo helped put the spells on the key, He should be able to tell us more.
He motioned to the cabin.
Let's go see what he has to say.
Chapter 9. Akano tapped Satan on the arm. I'm here for a reason. Let me check the surrounding area. We don't want to get trapped in the cabin if something comes to attack. Satan raised his eyebrows in surprise.
You? Check the area?
I'm a Makalo, Akano said, as if that would explain everything. When he was met with blank stares, he said, Makalos have a connection to living things. I can ask the trees if there are any dangerous creatures nearby. Satan blinked.
Oh, okay. Good idea. Go ahead.
Akano stepped to one of the fruit trees that surrounded the cabin. He reached his left hand to the tree, touching the bark with his ring finger, then visibly relaxed. No danger here. Satan thanked him and knocked on the door. After a moment, it opened. An old man with a large nose, a sparse, scraggly beard, and frizzy gray hair poked his head out.
Squirrel said the clock was today.
Satan cleared his throat.
We're looking for Aldo. Is that you?
The man straightened and put his hand on his chest.
Aldo is me? Of course it is. The smile was pretty today.
He glanced at Jacob.
Why didn't you take it?
Take what? Jacob exchanged a glance with the others. I don't get it.
Sometimes when purple raspberries come, they win plates. And you're happy to be yesterday.
The old man's lips lifted in a huge grin, revealing crooked, dirty teeth.
Children, children, children. Why even try? Squirrels are so much more effective.
Everyone looked at each other again, and Jacob raised his eyebrow. This was weird. Aldo beckoned them into the cabin, ushering them to chairs next to a table. The front room, which doubled as a dining room, was small and dingy. Sitting down, the old man picked up a teapot and motioned towards some cups on the table.
Stop here with bottles? I wouldn't have gone to the store for a pixie if I were you.
No thanks, Jacob said, wondering how long ago the man had lost his senses. No wonder everyone had forgotten about him. He really was crazy.
Oh, I forgot. Ladies, it means that they themselves once walked. Or maybe it was magic. Or perhaps it was that they couldn't leave home if they wanted it.
Sure, Lyrone said. Jacob looked around the room, noticing that the walls were covered with knickknacks, pots, and a few old photographs. Photographs? Jacob wished he was sitting closer so he could inspect them. Trying to remain focused on the here and now, he turned his attention back to their host, but caught himself staring at the man's extremely large nose. He quickly looked away, realizing too late that he should have been more discreet. Aldo nodded.
The same place I'd be without my dazzling smile.
Jacob noticed that Aldo was staring at him as well, but with an almost knowing expression, he avoided the old man's gaze and instead glanced at Akano, who had a big grin on his face. Jacob bumped Akano's leg under the table, hoping to discourage him from saying or doing anything to tease the old man. The expression on the Makalo's face looked like he was contemplating it. Satan cleared his throat.
This is probably futile, but we were wondering what you can tell us about the key of Kilenya.
The sunset is really cool, but if the dispenser's broken, now that's irreplaceable.
Jacob sighed. They were wasting their time. The old man stood, knocking his chair over in the process, and left the room through a door in the back wall. Jacob heard him moving things around. Everyone jumped at the sound of a loud crash, followed by a yell and a stream of angry words. Jacob snickered. I understand that, he whispered. When Aldo returned, he was carrying a bucket of nuts. He grabbed one of them, showed it to Jacob, and laughed, saying,
Squirrels don't come here. I'll show you why.
Then he threw the nut at Jacob. Jacob jumped out of his chair. Hey, that hurt.
You too?
Aldo turned to Akeno, but Akeno was too fast for him and jumped out of the way. Jacob couldn't help but laugh at the devastated look on the old man's face when he realized he hadn't hit his target. Aldo's expression turned to one of anger. He put the bucket down, grabbed a handful of nuts, and chucked them at top speed, hitting everyone. Then he laughed gleefully and jumped up and down, clapping his hands. "Let's get out of here," Jacob said. "He's insane."
Chapter 10. Jacob and the others ran outside, doing their best to dodge the nuts that were being flung at them. It only took a couple of seconds to reach the main trail. Looking over his shoulder, Jacob saw the old man continued throwing nuts, even though the group had already gone a fair distance. "I think it's safe to say the rumors about him are accurate," Jacob said as they headed toward switchbacks that led up the side of the mountain.
"Sadly, it would seem so,"
Satan said.
"We should let Kinji and the other Makalos know."
He glanced at Akeno. Akeno nodded. While walking, he removed a metal container from his knapsack, opening it. Early, the miniature person Jacob had seen the day before, stepped out and smiled at Akeno.
"Yes?"
she asked.
"Would you take a message back to my father, letting him know that we found Aldo, but couldn't talk to him? He acted crazy. He's definitely not the same person my parents knew."
Early frowned.
"Poor man. I'll be back."
With a bright flash of light, she disappeared. "What is she?" Jacob asked Akeno, stepping over a large branch that had fallen across the path. "And why are you keeping her locked up in that thing?" "She's a Minya," Lyrone said, not waiting for Akeno to get over his bashfulness. "They're piggy little creatures here who act as messengers. Not terribly reliable, very ditzy. Not all are like that, but the vast majority are." Akeno frowned.
"Early has been helping my family for a very long time. She's a wonderful Minya."
He glanced at Jacob, his face red.
"I keep her in the container so I don't have to search for her all the time. Minyas get very distracted when they smell honey and berries, etc. Calling them back takes time, so it's easier to keep her in her container. Don't worry, she's basically a pet. Not intelligent like a human or Makalo, so it doesn't make her feel imprisoned."
That made sense. Jacob was thinking of her like a real person, just smaller. "How does she fly without wings?" "They use their magic as a way to maneuver," Lyrone said, walking alongside Jacob and Akeno, "and choose what does and doesn't affect them. Gravity, resistance, laws of physics, things like that." Satan glanced back at them.
"They don't choose. Rather, the laws of physics don't apply to them. Their magic makes them invincible to anything that might cause a resistance. There are drawbacks to using their magic, though. In order to travel quickly, a Minya must have been to, or seen, the place where he or she is headed. The magic draws on their memories and propels them forward, taking them to their destination. If they don't know where the place is located, it can be very dangerous, since the magic will then take the shortest route, which is sometimes through solid objects."
Early returned with another flash of light.
"They're saddened and upset to hear about Aldo, and they want an update on what has happened since you left."
Akeno gave her one, including the manor he and Jacob had encountered, the woman, and the snakes. Early thanked him and disappeared. Jacob frowned. "Okay, so her magic helps her come and go, and if she hasn't been somewhere, she can't go to it? How does that work? It sounds like Minyas wouldn't ever go anywhere if that was the case."
"Only when traveling by magic. If she's flying without the aid of her powers, she can go wherever she wants. It just takes more time."
Early returned and looked at Jacob expectantly.
"Ebony wants to know what the woman said to you."
Jacob thought back, almost stopping as the trail continued going upward. He could picture that woman, could see her mouthing the word, but nothing came to mind. Everything had happened so quickly. He frowned. "I can't remember."
Early relayed the message to the Makalos.
They said to let them know if and when you do remember,
she said.
It could be very important.
Jacob agreed to do so, and Nakano helped Early back into her container, which he shut and put inside his knapsack. He saw Jacob watching him and gave a shy smile.
Minya containers are lined with kaide sap, keeping the Minyas healthy and comfortable. She's not miserable in hers.
Kaide sap, Jacob said. My mom said she needed some yesterday. What does it do?
It has healing properties,
Satan said, leading the way up the first set of switchbacks.
A Makalo hundreds of years ago discovered it, and they've harvested it since. It comes from a type of maple tree. In fact, the first time you're around it, you'll notice a syrup smell. The taste is awful, so beware if you ever have to drink any. It has been hugely beneficial, and I'm glad the Makalos have allowed us to bring some.
Akano sent an apologetic expression to Satan.
There aren't a lot of kaide trees around Taga village, and it takes a long time to harvest the sap. I'm sorry we weren't able to bring more.
Oh, you don't need to apologize,
Satan said.
I'm just grateful we have access to it.
The group fell silent for a few steps as they hiked. The trail wasn't too difficult. The mountainside sloped gently upward, and the path followed naturally. Satan glanced back at Jacob.
I don't know what I've explained well enough. Do you have any questions?
Tell me about the Lorcon, Jacob said immediately. Chapter 11.
They're horrible and very powerful,
Satan said.
They're taller than humans, nearing 9 feet. Their teeth are stained black and yellow. They run fast and are extraordinarily strong, both physically and mentally. So strong, they don't have need for weapons.
He shook his head slowly.
This is bad, but the most disturbing feature of the Lorcon is their skin. It's blood red and is constantly chafing and peeling. They infect whatever they touch with horrendous diseases, and the blood that oozes from the cracks in their skin burns like acid.
Satan shuddered, rubbing his shoulder. That's awful, Jacob said. And they have my dad and little sister? His heart pounded, thinking about the nightmares Amberly was being put through. She was only 9. He resolved again to stop the Lorcon, regardless of how powerful they were. He would put a stop to their tyranny.
Yes, and you have to get the key from them. Without the key, the chances of you escaping are nearly 0. Remember, we can't attack them. We'll lose if we do. The Lorcon are immortal and invincible. We discovered this during the last war.
Great, Jacob said. He refused to be discouraged by the information, though, and instead of dwelling more on the Lorcon, decided to change the subject. What role did you play in that war?
I was an officer. All my men were destroyed. I was lucky. I got injured before the Lorcon attacked my unit.
The sarcasm was heavy in his voice, and Jacob wondered just how lucky Satan really felt. Do you have a family? Satan took a breath and let it out slowly.
I did. Before the Lorcon. You'll find that's common. Millions were killed. Most who survived lost everyone dear to them.
Jacob concentrated on hiking for a moment, trying to figure out how to word his next question. He finally decided just to ask it. Kenji mentioned you all had a motivation for taking me. What was yours? Satan didn't respond for a while, and Jacob worried he'd gone too far. Before he had a chance to take back his question, the man finally responded.
There's some backstory to understand before I get to the motivation part. I hope you'll forgive me for sharing it.
Go ahead. I need the info.
As I said, the Makalos sealed themselves off for many years. They didn't even attempt to contact anyone outside their village for fear word would spread and the Lorcon would find them. When their spies realized the Lorcon were getting closer and closer to discovering their location, they sent a Minya to Gallus. First, to find out if their former ally was still alive, and second, to send word that they were looking to hire someone who was skilled enough to find you and bring you to them. It was a delicate balance they were hoping to strike. King Dmitri had refused to educate you, and the Makalos knew his decision was putting everyone in danger. They risked their king's ire by seeking to bring you to their village.
Satan hesitated.
I'm getting off track for motivations.
I really don't mind, Jacob said. It's all good stuff to know. He wished the Makalos had tried to find him earlier.
When the Makalos sent notice that they were wanting to hire someone, the Lorcon caught wind, figured out where the Makalos had hidden, and broke into the village to steal the key. The moment the Makalos found that the key was missing, they acted quickly and changed their original search for help. They knew they'd need a guide.
Or two, Lyrone said.
Or two,
Satan repeated.
Who had strong motivations to get to Myrvril City, beyond just money. The Lorcon are persuasive, and the Makalos didn't want to risk their guides being swayed or chickening out. A wise decision.
Satan fell silent for a moment, then said,
Without the key, we can't defend the Lorcon, and the Makalos didn't want the Lorcon to figure that out. Or the fact that they can't use the key because things would get violent, which they have.
He paused, looking back at Jacob.
No one but you can use the key.
Jacob felt the blood drain from his face. Why only me?
There are rumors that the spells placed on the key revolve around you, making it impossible for the key to function for anyone but you.
Why would Aldo and the Makalos do that? Do they want me to die? Satan shook his head.
A lot of hope has been placed in you, our forsaken prince. King Dmitri wanted to raise you to be a warrior strong enough to destroy the Lorcon, and having you be the only one who could use the key helped protect it and helped your position of power. The people will be more willing to follow you if you have the key. I think Dmitri lost track of that goal, though. No offense to you, of course.
None taken, Jacob grumbled. He remembered Dad trying to teach him to sword fight when he was younger, but Dad had gotten busy with work, and with all the frequent trips he and Mom went on, there were other things to stress about. Jacob wished that hadn't ended up being the case. He definitely wished he'd known why Dad had wanted him to learn the sword. He would have taken it much more seriously. Possibly sensing Jacob's frustration, Satan asked,
Should we take a break?
No one objected, and they sat and pulled out food. Jacob pushed aside his thoughts and tried to admire the view. Smoke rose from Aldo's chimney below. The sun was bright ahead, making the waving grasses extra green, and with the forests and gently rolling hills, he found himself wanting to take a picture. He powered up his phone and snapped a couple before shutting his phone down and putting it away. If anyone thought the device was weird, they didn't say anything. And actually, why do you guys talk so much like people from Earth? He asked. Sister planet, Lyrone said in a sing-song voice, probably meant to annoy Jacob. It did, so Jacob refused to acknowledge her. Akano surprised him by speaking. Yes, Ekloron is a sister planet to Earth. English is the predominant language of Gevkan, and we've had connections to Earth for hundreds of years. As you know, there's a link near Taga Village, so Makalos have gone there several times. We're not the only ones, though. I've been told that Aldo used to visit regularly. He'd bring back all sorts of gadgets, and Makalos would power those gadgets with the resin. Resin? Jacob asked. The Makalo magic, Akano said, glancing at Satan and Lyrone. He flushed when he saw they were paying attention. Jacob realized for the first time that the Makalo wasn't familiar with either of them. He wasn't shy just because of Jacob, but because of all of them. So, Jacob said to Satan, trying to take the focus off Akano. The Makalo probably wasn't going to say anything more. He'd have to ask him about his magic when there wasn't as much of an audience. Motivation?
Oh, right,
Satan responded.
My father's things are in Mayavril City. Everything he taught and learned and experimented with is there. He was an inventor. I've been trying to get back for nearly 18 years. I know it sounds shallow, but I'm positive some of his inventions would be worth something now. Money aside, I simply want to have the items in my possession again because they belong to him. I miss my father. He died when the Lorcon first attacked, before you were born.
Okay, makes sense. Jacob glanced at Lyrone. He was curious. He wanted to know what made his companions tick. Am I allowed to ask what your motivation is? She rolled her eyes. You can ask, but that doesn't mean I'll answer. She stood, putting her food away. It's none of your business, okay? She started up the trail without a backward glance. Satan sighed.
She'll come around eventually.
One can only hope. Jacob muttered loud enough for Satan and Akano to hear, but not Lyrone. They got to their feet and followed Lyrone. Jacob munched on beef jerky as he went, wishing they'd had more of a break and vowing never to ask Lyrone anything personal again. Chapter 12. They hadn't been hiking for long when the path began rising sharply, and the switchbacks cut deeply into the side of the mountain, causing a sheer drop on one side. In several sections, parts of the path had crumbled away, leaving only a few inches to stand on. In many places, Jacob and the others had to grab branches and bushes to pull themselves up, hugging the side of the cliff. Eventually, they reached the top where the path crested over the foothills and turned left, veering to the east.
We'll be coming to the mud bubbles soon,
Satan said. He glanced back at Jacob.
It'll take about a half an hour to cross them. It can be dangerous, but I've traveled across them several times. As long as we're careful, we should be fine.
The trail curved a couple of times around huge rocks. There weren't many trees here, and the view was amazing. Jacob could even see the manor. Strange-looking wildflowers grew in patches on both sides of the trail, and he picked one to examine it while walking. It was a type he'd never seen before, with bright blue petals and soft thistles on the stems and leaves. He noticed something odd and frowned at it. That's weird. Are the petals moving?
Yes, they are,
Satan said.
That's how they attract bees. The petals are edible, with a spicy sweet flavor. They're a favorite in Makaria. It does take a bit to get over the feel of them wiggling in your mouth, though.
Jacob grimaced. That's really gross.
It's disconcerting, yes,
Satan said, adjusting the strap on his knapsack.
Of course, if you're out on the road and don't have anything else to eat, you'll take what you can get, right?
I guess so, Jacob said. He paused, staring at the trail ahead of them. The flowers and trees abruptly ended, and the ground was shiny and bubbly looking. It was a brown-gray color, with no inclines of any sort. As he continued walking closer, he noticed it looked as though someone had poured a layer of smooth cake mix over everything. He took a step onto it. The path was barely visible, and his foot crunched through an inch or so of dried mud. It felt like stepping on dead leaves.
I present you with the mud bubbles,
Satan said.
It's the last of the 4 elemental traps that Dmitri went through, placed by the Lorcon to stop him. The castle the Lorcon now reside in was once the king's castle. The Lorcon stole the princess from that castle, then ran away, placing traps as they went. We're following their steps, but in reverse.
What were the traps? Jacob asked.
One was a great waterfall. The second was scented air that people got stuck in forever. And the third was a fire pulsar, a creature that, well, pulses fire. This is the last one. When Dimitri encountered it, it was boiling mud.
He shifted his knapsack.
Be cautious. I'll do my best to guide everyone across, but there's no guarantee that we won't be injured.
He glanced at Lyrone.
Have you come this way before?
She shook her head. I took the long way from Makaria to the Makalo village. Didn't want to deal with the Lorcon traps.
Probably a good idea.
Following Satan and walking carefully, Jacob soon got accustomed to the crunching sounds under his feet. The farther they walked, the bigger the bubbles got, and the path became impossible to distinguish. Eventually, Satan began kicking or pushing through the sides of the bigger bubbles, making way for the rest to follow. The going wasn't very difficult, and they made good progress for a while. After 10 minutes, the sides of the bubbles became more and more difficult to break through, and they took turns leading. Jacob's arms and legs soon tired from the exertion, and eventually they reached a bubble no one could break. It was about 4 feet tall and 5 or 6 feet high.
Each time I come, the groups I'm with are able to break through a little farther,
Satan said.
We'll need to climb up and walk on the tops of them now.
You're kidding, Lyrone said. Satan shook his head.
Akano, as the lightest one here, you'll lead the way. Lyrone next, then Jacob. I'll take up the rear and guide as best as I can from there.
He put a hand on the Makalo's shoulder.
The most important thing to watch out for is holes. If a bubble has a hole or crack anywhere in it, avoid it. Choose a different one to walk on.
Akano's face paled.
What happens if someone breaks through?
Satan's mouth set in a thin line.
We pray for survival. The bubbles will get bigger and bigger, which means a longer fall if the shell breaks. They're not the only thing to fear here, though.
It looked like he wanted to say more, but he didn't. Jacob almost asked him to spill what he knew, but the expression on Satan's face stopped him. Maybe just knowing there were other dangers would be enough. After hesitating a moment longer, Akano turned to face the hardened mud, and with a boost from Satan, got on top. He started forward, moving out of the way, and Lyrone hoisted herself up, followed by Jacob and Satan. Lyrone stayed a full bubble behind Akano, and Jacob gave her a good lead before also beginning to cross the stuff. The sun was in the afternoon position, warming the breeze uncomfortably, and Jacob was glad his skin wasn't the kind that burned easily. Things would have been so miserable if it was. Akano stopped, holding up a hand.
There's a hole. No one move. I'm going to find another way around.
He inched past the hole, peered down, and then stiffened.
Guys?
He looked back.
The bubble we're standing on is at least 30 feet deep.
Chapter 13. Jacob straightened, his heart clenching. It is? Even with the warmth from the sun, his hands turned to ice, and a cold sweat sent shivers down his back. He tried not to picture falling those 30 feet. Akano led them around, and Jacob was relieved when he saw there weren't any holes in the next bubble. He looked out over the shells in front of them, discouraged at just how much they still had to cover. We're barely halfway.
Yes,
Satan said.
And it will probably take another hour to cross.
Resolving not to focus on how far they had to go, Jacob concentrated on maintaining a safe distance between himself and Lyrone. The larger the bubbles got, the bigger that distance became, though, and he didn't like how spread apart their group was getting. He was making his way over a very large bubble when a cracking sound came from under him. He stopped and watched in dismay as a line shot across the surface, starting at his foot. Jacob didn't have time to react before the crust below him gave way. He gasped, eyes widening as he clutched at the air, trying to find something, anything to hold on to. He tipped backward and fell, the shell breaking as his body hit it. He was aware of Lyrone's scream, the bright sun in his eyes, and the scent of mud. Cold, damp air rushed past him, making a roar in his ears as he gained speed in his descent. With a thud, he landed on solid ground, and the wind whooshed out of his lungs. Everything threatened to go black. He forced his eyes open, and a dull ache built in his chest.
Jacob!
Someone screamed. He tried to pull in the air he needed to breathe. It wouldn't come, and panic washed over him. How far had he fallen? Everything was dark except for a small shaft of light that came in through the hole above him. His chest was on fire. The pressure built and built until finally, with a gasp, he drew in a ragged, painful breath.
I'm okay,
he called out weakly. Was he? Jacob tested all of his limbs. They each responded, and without pain. But when he tried to sit up, fire raced across his chest again. He must have broken a rib, or several, judging by how painful it was to move. With difficulty, he rolled over and sat up, gasping for breath, working through the pain. His eyes widened when he saw a crumpled body near him. Lyrone had fallen too. Had her bubble broken when Jacob's did? The hole above didn't look that big. Her eyes were shut, her body unmoving. Jacob crawled to her, doing his best to ignore the agony ripping across his torso. Dark liquid dripped from a wound on her forehead, and judging by the awkward position of her body, she'd broken several bones. Was she even alive? Panic made Jacob's hand shake as he checked for a pulse. He'd never been around a dead person before, and though he didn't really like Lyrone, he definitely didn't want her dead. Please, please be alive, he whispered. It took a moment to find the right spot in her neck, but he breathed a sigh of relief when he felt a faint heartbeat. Shuffling and grunting sounds reached Jacob's ears. He looked around and felt his insides twist into knots. Several huge forms moved in the shadows, circling them just outside the ring of light.
Hello?
He yelled toward the hole above.
Is anyone there? We're not alone down here.
What did Satan know about these creatures? Why hadn't he warned them better? The grunting grew louder, and Jacob stumbled to his feet, curling an arm around his side. He refused to face whatever was coming sitting down. He kept his eye on the closest form and blinked when a man's hand became visible. What the? The body it came from was definitely not human. The creature stepped forward, and Jacob gasped. It was a bear, or something very similar to one, with human hands and feet. Thick brown fur covered its snout to ankles, and the eyes, ears, and nose definitely belonged to a bear. It roared, and all similarities to a bear disappeared. The roar was like fingernails on a chalkboard times 1,000. The tongue was forked, and the teeth were green and long, like a saber-toothed tiger. The bear-like beast pounced, its movement eerily similar to a cat's, and before Jacob could react, it had knocked him to the ground. He gasped through the pain, doing everything he could to keep those teeth away from his face. Adrenaline shot through his system. Pushing the pain away, and giving him more strength than he could have found without it. With a grunt, he rolled out from under the bear thing, flinging it to the side away from Lyrone. It was much lighter than a bear should have been, and he couldn't help but wonder why. He growled when more of the creatures rushed him. He didn't have time to concentrate, to think, to wonder how best to defend himself and the unconscious girl. Jacob practically danced around her, keeping the beasts back, throwing stones and pieces of broken bubble at them and tossing them away when they got close. They formed a tight circle around him, coming closer and closer. Sweat trickled down his face and into his eyes, blurring his vision. A bear grabbed Jacob's arm, yanking him away from Lyrone just as one of them jumped on top of her, teeth flashing. A loud crack, like a rifle going off, echoed through the bubble, and all the monsters around Jacob crumpled. Ears ringing, he looked up, shielding his eyes from the bright light that hadn't been there before.
"Give me a minute, and I'll get you out of there,"
Akano called down. Jacob frowned. How was the little Makalo going to do anything from up there? Rope wouldn't attach to the bubble, and he wasn't nearly strong enough to pull without help. Where was Satan? Jacob jumped back when Lyrone disappeared. What the crap?
"Sorry,"
Akano said.
"I'll explain when we get you somewhere safe."
Something from the shadows grabbed at Jacob's back, clinging to his shirt and yanking him off his feet. He slammed against the ground and yelled out at the daggers of pain stabbing into his chest. He twisted to grapple with the bear that held him. Not all of them had fallen unconscious, apparently. Jacob struggled against the grip, struggled against the pain. The edges of his vision started turning black. It took him a moment to notice he was being dragged across the unmoving creatures. Where was the thing taking him? A new level of pain washed over him when he was lifted from the ground. The bear made a confused sound, and Jacob forced his eyes open. They both were moving upward at an incredibly rapid pace. The sunlight rushed nearer, and once again Jacob was above the bubbles, the heat of the sun bearing down on him. He shut his eyes against the glare. Akano's voice was loud, and it surrounded him, hurting his ears.
"Okay, I'm going to make you big again."
Jacob blinked. Make me big again? He had a split second to notice his surroundings. He and the bear were in Akano's hand. Chapter 14. With another rush of wind and light, Jacob was on solid ground again. He stumbled backward, falling to his butt just as Satan jumped forward, knives in hand. Satan and the bear grappled for a minute, then the bear dropped to the ground.
"It's dead,"
Satan said, panting over the creature, his knives covered in blood.
"That was much easier than it should have been. Surprise was definitely on my side."
He glanced at Jacob.
"Are you okay?"
I think I've got some broken ribs. Can barely breathe. The adrenaline was still pumping through his system, and he hoped it would stick around for a while. The pain was there, but nowhere near as strong as it had been earlier.
"Let's get some kaide sap on you,"
Satan said, offering his hand to Jacob.
"You're going to be very miserable soon."
Jacob accepted the older man's hand, letting him pull him up. He looked back across the bubbles, watching as Akano gingerly made his way toward them. What happened? Jacob circled the bear, inspecting it. By all accounts, it was a bear, apart from the mouth, hands, and feet.
"You fell in first, followed by Lyrone and me. Our bubbles were weakened when yours collapsed. Akano helped me first, then shrank Lyrone and put her in Early's Minya container to heal before shrinking you and the Rog."
Jacob's head started spinning. He shrank us? He didn't need to ask what a Rog was. He'd had first-hand experience with one now.
"Yes, all part of being a Makalo.
Their magic doesn't just allow them control over living things. It also includes the power to make things smaller and bigger. That ability is exceptionally rare in Makalos now, though it was quite common a couple hundred years ago. From what I've heard, Akeno is something of a legend amongst the Makalos. It's why they sent him. He's much, much more powerful than the others.
Jacob looked at Akeno in this new light. "You're pretty cool, you know that?" he said when Akeno joined them. Akeno flushed. "Thanks." He smiled. "Should we continue?" Satan pointed at Jacob.
He needs Kaide sap.
Akeno's blush deepened. "Oh, sorry. I should have asked. Where were you injured?" "I think I broke a couple of ribs." The Rogs awakened below, and Jacob breathed a sigh of relief when it became apparent that they couldn't reach him or the others. Now that he was out of danger, though, the pain was coming back in huge waves that made him feel like throwing up. With some difficulty, he removed his shirt, grateful he was wearing a button-up one. Pulling a t-shirt over his head would have been agony. Satan tisked when he saw Jacob's side.
Bruising already. Too bad Minya containers can only hold one person at a time. You could definitely use some healing too.
He glanced at Akeno.
Should we get off the bubbles first, or take care of him now?
Akeno bit his lip. It would be safer to do it where we aren't running the risk of falling. Jacob was afraid he'd say that. Let's go then. The faster we get off this stuff, the quicker we can get to my dad. Chapter 15. It took another 20 minutes for them to reach the end of the bubbles. Jacob was grateful that nothing happened during that time, especially with his awful balance. Akeno taught Jacob and Satan how to mix the Kaide sap in case either of them ever needed to know how. The syrup-smelling stuff was dried down to a powder that was reconstituted with water when needed. Apparently, if not dried, it went bad fairly quickly. After water was added, strips of cloth were saturated in the liquid and then wrapped around the injury. While wrapping himself, Jacob asked where Early had gone, since Lyrone was using her container. "She's hanging out in my knapsack," Akeno said. "I have to be extra careful with it until Lyrone is healed and Early can get back in her container." Almost immediately after they'd applied the cloths to Jacob, a wave of exhaustion rolled over him. It was so severe, he could barely keep his eyes open. Akeno noticed. "Kaide sap works best when the person is sleeping, so it makes him or her tired. It'll heal you while you're awake, just not as quickly." "We don't have time for me to sleep." Jacob's words slurred from the tiredness.
Nope,
Satan said.
"You're going to have to push through it and aim to sleep it off tonight."
The man started walking, and Akeno followed, Jacob stumbling after, clutching his chest when the familiar pain raced over him. "I'm still hurting." Akeno glanced back at him apologetically. "And you will until you're healed. Kaide sap doesn't numb pain." "Great," Jacob said. Not only was the pain nearly overwhelming, but he was practically drugged on top of it. How was he going to get to that stupid castle on time? Apparently, not easily. After 10 minutes of Jacob trying to walk without tripping, Satan ended up next to him with Akeno leading the way.
"I should have helped you walk from the start,"
the man said.
"Sorry about that."
"Would it be faster if we stopped and slept and then caught up later?" Jacob asked. Satan shook his head.
"We don't know how many ribs you broke. The length of time you need to sleep in order to heal depends on the severity of your injury."
He glanced at Akeno.
"How long do you think he'd need?"
"One broken bone usually requires several hours," Akeno said. "Even if he only has the one, by the time he wakes up, it would be too dark to travel. Better to push through it."
"How long does it take to get to the Lorcon castle?" Jacob asked.
"About 2 days, if we don't take any breaks,"
Satan said.
The Lorcon knew what they were doing when they gave you that deadline.
Jacob grimaced. We're not going to make it. Oh, his poor dad. He couldn't even think about what would happen if they didn't get there fast enough. And there aren't any shortcuts? Nothing else we can do? Borrow horses, find a hippogriff, and fly? Akeno snorted.
Hippogriffs don't really exist.
I know, but is there anything else we can do?
Satan?
Akeno asked the man. Satan frowned, concentrating on where his feet fell. He didn't respond for a moment.
Yes, there's a faster way. But it's dangerous under ideal circumstances and deadly otherwise.
Jacob stopped and turned to him. Have you gone that way? Satan nodded.
Twice. We lost members of our party each time.
How big were the parties?
20 men.
And how many people died?
2. Both times.
Jacob frowned, thinking. Could the 3 of us, and Lyrone when she wakes up, make it? An uneasy expression crossed Satan's face. Please, Satan, the Lorcon have my dad and baby sister. I've got to get to them. Jacob couldn't even think of his sister being there. Would the Lorcon make her watch their dad get tortured? Nausea rolled up the back of his throat. Satan took a deep breath.
Yes, we could make it.
He shook his head.
You have to understand, though, Jacob. It is exceptionally dangerous. It's a tunnel through Sonda Lake. Sonda Lake houses hundreds of deadly species, several of which have never been bested by a human. If we get through, it will be a sheer miracle.
He closed his eyes.
I won't make this decision. As prince, it is yours.
He opened his eyes, gazing at Jacob.
My judgment insists we take the safer, slower path, even with your father at risk. But we will do what you choose.
Jacob rubbed the back of his neck. No pressure, huh? Satan half smiled, but didn't respond. If things start looking ugly, would we be able to turn around and go the long way? Satan shrugged.
That puts more time on our traveling.
Jacob nodded. I think it's worth the risk. With the decision made, the 3 of them continued down the trail. The pain in Jacob's chest made his eyes smart, especially when he stumbled from exhaustion. He couldn't help but wonder why they'd given him kaide sap, why they couldn't have waited until it was nighttime. When he asked, Satan said,
You wouldn't have had enough time to heal. It's best to give the process a head start.
Akeno agreed.
Waking someone who is sleeping with the help of kaide sap is really difficult. If we did it before you were fully healed, you'd be in pain and much groggier than you are now. So giving it to you ahead of time helps. It really does.
Realizing he was in the best situation he could be, given the circumstances, Jacob resolved not to complain or show his companions the pain he was in. No use making things worse for all of them. As they neared a turn in the path, though, he was startled when a negative feeling passed over him. Chapter 16. A few steps later, Jacob felt it again. He looked around, sure it hadn't come from inside him. What was bothering him? Was it the valley they'd entered after leaving the mud bubbles? Akeno and Satan seemed unaffected, but the feeling got stronger until Jacob paused, not sure if it was a warning to leave or a warning to get off the path. Akeno, who was walking behind them now, ran into Jacob, apparently caught off guard by the sudden stop. Sorry, I need to figure something out, Jacob said. Do you guys feel that?
Feel what?
Satan asked. The negative stuff.
No, I don't. You, Akeno?
Akeno shook his head. Nothing has changed. After standing still for a moment or two longer, the discomfort increased. A gross feeling now came with it, making Jacob want to wash his hands, and all he could think about was getting out of the valley. He started walking again, almost grateful for the distraction, but wanting to move on anyway. The path entered a narrow little canyon, and Jacob felt the negativity leave him. He breathed a sigh of relief, then focused all his attention on making his way down the canyon without further injury.
Everything better now?
Satan asked. Yes, Jacob said. That was weird. It reminded him of the way he felt whenever he did something wrong. Guilt, almost, as though he'd just finished swearing up a storm at his mom. Once they got out of the canyon, it was too dark to travel anymore, so they decided to set up camp. That was when Jacob finally realized that he'd lost his knapsack when he fell. He'd been so tired and in so much pain, he hadn't thought about it.
That's bad,
Satan said.
We need the food your bag held.
Sorry. Satan hushed Jacob with a hand motion.
It's not your fault. We'll have to stop by Makaria and get more food, especially with Aloran's bag shrunk with her. It adds more time to our journey, but since the tunnels in Sonda Lake start in Makaria, not much.
Does Gallus live in Makaria? Akano asked. My parents wanted us to see him anyway, if possible.
So, it's decided,
Satan said. Once Akano had the hut set up, just one this time, they all went to bed. Jacob woke exhausted and groggy, but completely out of pain. He stretched, wondering at the fact that there wasn't even residual pain. Kaide sap is pretty amazing, he said.
Glad you think so,
Satan said. He glanced at Jacob.
I wasn't sure you were finished sleeping it off, and let you go 2 hours longer than I should have. We're going to need to make up as much of the lost time as possible.
And with that, they headed down the trail. The farther they went, the more the view opened up, revealing a huge valley almost completely framed by large mountains. Near the middle was a lake with dark green water. The mountains on its left rose sharply with no gradual incline, making the scenery even more dramatic. Jacob remembered seeing pictures of the fjords in Norway, but they didn't compare to this. It was beautiful. There were 3 cities visible, one on this end of the lake, one to the right of the lake, and one, difficult to see, on the far side. Jacob studied that far city, noticing it had a weird look to it. It was dirty and smudged, as though there was a cloud hanging over it, even though the sky was cloudless. The outline of a large, dark castle was visible. A nervous feeling hit him in the pit of the stomach, and he realized he was probably looking at the castle where the Lorcon lived. His palms started sweating when he thought about his dad and sister trapped there. Was he going to get there on time? And if he did, what happened next? He was supposed to be exchanged for Amberly. No one had even brought that up, and it made Jacob a bit nervous. What are we going to do when the Lorcon give my sister over, but expect me to stick around?
That's why we have to get the key first,
Satan said.
As long as it's in your possession, we'll all be able to get out.
Jacob hoped the man was right. He looked back at the city closest to them. It also had a castle, but it seemed desolate and war-ravaged. So did the whole city, actually. He frowned as he started walking again, wondering what it had been like in its prime. After a few minutes, they reached the road that led into town and turned to follow it. A faded wooden sign with Makaria etched in it showed an arrow pointing ahead. The city was small, and at one point might have been considered quaint. Everything was white. The buildings, the walks, even the dirt was white. It looked as though the whole town had been bleached by the sun, and it made the city beautiful, even with the war-ravaged look. The road was dusty, and each step they took caused a little cloud to billow up around their feet. The street was deserted, and the sun was bright as they walked down the center of the road, almost as if they were about to have a face-off with someone at the opposite end of the street. Jacob smiled, feeling like he was in his favorite James Garner Western. He watched for something he'd recognize as Gallus's store. Nearly every place had its windows boarded up. The buildings ranged in size from 1 story to 2 and sometimes 3 stories high, with the remains of the castle being the tallest. The road led toward the castle, which seemed to be situated on the shores of the lake.
"That's Gallus's place,"
Sadin said, pointing at a building that had a few people going in and out of it. They continued following the road, which eventually widened and split, encircling the building. It was only a short distance from the castle, and its placement had Jacob wondering if it was the city center. When he asked, Sadin nodded.
"Gallus is a sort of mayor."
"Are they humans?" Jacob whispered, motioning to the people.
"Most likely,"
Sadin said.
"We don't have many non-human visitors. The Lorcon haven't made things exactly easy for anyone, especially those they feel are beneath them."
"Like Makalos?" Akeno said quietly.
"Like Makalos," Sadin repeated. "Their loss."
Chapter 17. Sadin led the way into the store. Only a couple of people turned at the sound of the door opening. Jacob saw shock register in their eyes as they looked at him and Akeno, and he wondered if they'd ever seen a Makalo before. A black man wearing an oily leather apron worked behind the counter. There was an array of odd-looking equipment Jacob assumed was for farming. There were also saddles, bridles, and other things for horse riding. Even though he knew they wouldn't have been able to use horses on the mud bubbles, he still wished they could have had some. They'd probably be at the castle by now if they had. The man behind the counter looked up.
"Back already, Sadin?"
he asked. Sadin nodded.
"I have some people for you to meet."
He motioned to Jacob and Akeno.
"Your Highness?"
Gallus asked, looking at Jacob. His eyes flitted to Sadin, who nodded.
"It's an honor, truly."
Gallus came up from behind the counter and dropped to a knee in front of Jacob.
"Anything in my store is yours."
Jacob's mouth opened and closed several times. "Please stand," he said, not sure what else to say. "And thank you." Obviously embarrassed, though Jacob didn't know why, Gallus fumbled with a jar on the counter full of little brown squares that looked like caramel.
"Would you like to try some Canish?"
No thanks."
"Are you sure? They are quite excellent."
He popped one into his mouth, closing his eyes and grinning. Jacob looked at Akeno. "We have them too," Akeno said. "Try one. They're good." "What exactly are they?" The man flashed a smile, his teeth white in contrast to his dark skin.
"A popular sweet here. It's made from the roots of the Canish tree."
Jacob looked into the jar. Not too scary, but he hated trying new foods. He hesitated a moment longer, then put one in his mouth, biting down on the corner. He was surprised when the entire thing dissolved as soon as he bit. A cool, sweet juice gushed over his tongue. He almost choked on the unexpected liquid, but it didn't disagree with his taste buds, and he felt the corners of his mouth lifting. "That's really good," he said. Gallus smiled in response.
"Your eyes haven't darkened a bit since you were a baby,"
he said.
"That shade of blue is so unique."
Jacob wasn't sure how to respond. Girls were always complimenting him on his light blue eyes. It wasn't something he could control, so he had a hard time accepting the compliment. Gallus turned to Sadin.
"I didn't think the job would involve traveling with royalty." "Me neither." But if it helps us get back to where we were before, I'm willing to do it. And so far, it hasn't been any more dangerous than traveling with regular teenagers would be.
Gallus nodded, then looked at Jacob.
It's been a long time since we experienced true peace here. Dmitri would have been our king if the Lorcon hadn't taken over.
He rubbed his forehead.
Hopefully, you, Forsaken Prince, will fix that for us.
Jacob did his best to keep a blank expression on his face, resting his hand casually on the top of the counter. Maybe his demeanor wouldn't show just how anxious the thought of fixing things made him.
The only thing he wanted was to save his dad and sister, and to get back home before the first day of school and upcoming basketball tryouts. He didn't need any additional pressure right now. Thank you very much. Jacob absent-mindedly traced the grains of wood in the countertop, listening as Sadin and Gallus started discussing the weather. Something that seemed trivial to Jacob, but the two men were so intense about it, he didn't dare interrupt them. For all he knew, the weather here was insane. He doubted it, though. Everything he'd seen so far had been mild. He felt warmth in a few places on the countertop and stopped tracing, putting his whole hand over one of the spots. The heat increased considerably where his palm touched it, and he recoiled, looking at his skin. What the? Had there been a reaction between his skin and the wood of the counter? It hadn't hurt, so he ran his hand along the wood again. After a moment, he noticed that the longer he held his hand in one spot, the warmer that place became. Holding still for several seconds, he closed his eyes, enjoying the heat. The conversation around him stopped, and Jacob jumped, opening his eyes when someone chuckled.
It looks like you decided to leave your mark here,
Gallus said, with a slight smile.
Jacob looked down and felt himself blush when he saw there was a now deep handprint in the counter. He lowered his arm. Oh, crap. I'm so sorry. How embarrassing. I was just feeling the warmth. How do you heat your counters here without electricity? Gallus gave him a thoughtful expression.
What warmth?
Right here. The man felt the spot where Jacob's hand had been.
I can't feel anything. Has this happened before?
No, never. Jacob frowned, trying to think of something he could do to remove the print. I'm really sorry.
Don't worry about it. It's a nice addition to the decor of the room.
Interest flitted across his eyes.
See if you can figure out why you felt heat. That is definitely fascinating.
He and Sadin exchanged knowing glances. What? What do you know that I don't? Jacob demanded.
There are rumors that the Forsaken Prince has magical abilities.
Jacob shook his head. Impossible. I'm human. Humans don't have magic. Gallus snorted.
Whatever. Regardless, focus on it. See if it happens again. If it does, pay attention.
He scrutinized Akano.
So, apparently Makalos really aren't extinct. The last time we had one here was when Dmitri himself came by nearly 17 years ago.
Gallus, this is Akano, Kenji and Ebony's oldest,
Sadin said.
Kenji and Ebony? That's wonderful!
Gallus swooped forward and picked up Akano in a huge bear hug, a big smile on his face. Akano let out several small, fearful squeaks, his eyes wide. Jacob had to cough several times to control the urge to laugh at the Makalos expression. Gallus chuckled, putting Akano down.
Oh, I'm sorry,
he said.
Kenji was just as shy around strangers until he warmed up to me. Ebony never was a cautious one, though, was she?
He smiled at Akano, waiting for a reaction. Akano gave a small shake of his head, terror still in his eyes. Jacob didn't hold back the laugh this time, and Gallus and Satan joined him. It felt good to laugh, but poor Akano. Jacob resolved to get to know him better. He hadn't put much effort into it. There'd been way too much to learn. But he would now.
"We need supplies,"
Satan said.
"and recent information."
Gallus started walking around the store, gathering up food, a blanket, and a new knapsack as he answered Satan's questions.
"When were the Lorcon last sighted?"
One of them came through just yesterday. He didn't stop long, though. Just demanded his taxes and left."
"And the other two?"
Satan asked. Gallus shrugged, picking up a bag of crackers.
"The king never comes around. I can't keep tabs on him when he's in his city."
"Fair enough."
As to the third Lorcon, I heard rumors that someone spotted him in Ridgewood, but that can't be trusted."
Satan nodded. He motioned for Akano and Jacob to come closer, stopping Gallus in a more secluded corner of the store. He glanced around to be sure that they were out of earshot of other customers, then quickly explained the situation where Dimitri and Amberly were concerned. Gallus's expression was solemn. He shook his head when Satan finished.
"This is bad news indeed. You won't make it in time."
"How was the Makaria tunnel? When was the last time you went down there?"
Gallus's eyes narrowed.
"You can't possibly be thinking of trying it."
Jacob felt his cheeks redden. He expected Satan to throw him under the bus, but the man didn't.
"It's the most direct route. Our king's life is at stake."
"The future of our country lies in the Forsaken Prince, not King Dimitri. You can't put his life at stake."
He motioned to Jacob.
"King Dimitri is young. He has years of service ahead of him."
"It's not worth it, Satan. Not worth it at all."
"Nevertheless, we need to know the current state of the tunnel."
Gallus sighed.
"Nearly the same. Dark, dank. Never knowing who the water belongs to."
He put a hand on Satan's shoulder.
"Take care. Lyrone has rumbled a lot lately, and I worry about the magic holding those tunnels in place. God be with you, brother."
Jacob's hands became clammy as Gallus said the same thing to him and then Akano. The man truly didn't believe they were making the right decision. Were they? Jacob closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, searching how he felt. When the answer didn't come immediately, he shook himself. He'd made the choice, and he was going to stick to it. Thank goodness he was a basketball player. It forced him to be nimble and quick on his feet. It sounded like they needed. Chapter 18.
"Did Lorcon get hired as well?"
Gallus asked.
"Where is she?"
Satan pointed at Akano's knapsack.
"She was injured and is currently healing."
If that surprised Gallus, he didn't let on.
"And her role in your group?"
"Guide. She retrieved Jacob from his town and brought him to the Makalo village."
Jacob snorted inwardly. Lorcon didn't retrieve him. She hadn't done anything to convince him to go with her. That had all been the Lorcon. He held back his thoughts, though, not wanting to correct Satan. Satan continued.
"I don't know if we'll need her any further, though."
Gallus raised an eyebrow.
"You'd be a fool to leave her behind, Satan, and you know it. She's been with you on many of your treks. She's traveled everywhere in this part of the kingdom, except past Ridgewood. It would be good to have someone else who knows the land."
Satan chuckled quietly.
Ha! I think having the girl and her mother live in your store has addled your opinion of her. She's good, yes, but she's still a child.
Gallus bristled.
She did more than just live here. She worked, and very hard. That girl has done everything Beza and I have needed, and then some. House cleaning, managing the store, laundry, cooking, stable cleaning, you name it. And she'll only be a child for another year.
Lyrone was Jacob's age? He blinked. She looked younger.
She's practically my daughter, you know,
Gallus said.
but she knows her stuff. I couldn't recommend her higher.
Satan put his hands up.
All right. We'll take her with. You won't regret it. Just take care of her, okay? You know how much she's been through. We will.
After making sure they had everything they needed, Jacob's group left the store and started down the path toward the castle. The road they followed turned a few times, leading them far away from the store. It was lined with old, intricately designed flagpoles. A few of the flags remained, and they must have been magnificent once. They were royal blue with gold and silver designs. As they walked, an impressive wall came into sight. Jacob whistled. Although the top of the wall was crumbled and breaking, the thing as a whole was awe-inspiring, obviously designed more for show than anything. They walked over a crumbling bridge and past the wall. The castle courtyard was filled with flowering trees and overgrown ivy and bushes. Daisies pushed through in clumps. Most of the castle walls had also crumbled except for the one farthest from them. It was the tallest, with a turret and tower still attached, and was closest to the lake. Even though the front wall was non-existent, the huge wooden doors stood intact. Jacob walked up to the door, pushing it open. Looks like the castle is still trying to keep people out.
Wait,
Akeno said.
let me see what's around us.
Satan nodded his approval, and Akeno walked to a tree, putting his left hand on it. He closed his eyes for a moment, a look of concentration on his face.
There's nothing here. We should be safe to go in.
He glanced at Satan.
If this is the way we go for the tunnel.
It is. Nearly all the tunnels start in the castle. Not a very smart move, strategically speaking. That's what you get when you have centuries of royalty trying to escape their own lives.
The front room of the castle was huge. It must have been for receiving guests. It was very wide and tall, and the remains of second and third floor balconies were visible on a few of the walls. The ceiling was gone, except near the back. "Where do we go?" Jacob asked Satan.
Toward the back and down. Follow me.
He led them through a set of doors into a massive hallway with many doors leading off it. The walls went up 6 feet on either side and extended away from the hallway, forming a large shelf, one on each side, running the length of the corridor. On top of the high shelves stood life-sized statues of humans, Makalos, and many creatures Jacob hadn't yet encountered. "Why haven't we run into any of these?" he asked, looking at them as he walked.
Some are extinct,
Satan said.
The rest are still in hiding. The Lorcon don't appreciate diversity.
Jacob found 2 statues next to each other that were identical right down to their extremely large, knobby hands. "Why are there 2 of these?" he asked, motioning to them as he passed.
One is a dust, and the other is a warby,
Satan said.
They're very much alike, except warbies are good, and dusts are evil. The magic they possess is in their hands, literally. Their hands change into whatever their magic perceives they need at the time. Because they're so unintelligent,
They don't recognize the benefit their magic is presenting them. It can be quite entertaining to watch them try to figure something out. The only way you can tell the difference between them, besides how they treat you, is the color of their eyes. Warbies have light eyes, and Dusts have dark eyes.
So, dark eyes represent evil? Jacob snickered. My dad's eyes are brown. He immediately felt horrible for making a joke about his dad under the circumstances. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. Satan put a hand on his shoulder.
I don't think it would have offended your father. In either case, levity is good during times of stress.
Appreciating the calm way Satan handled his embarrassment, Jacob said, When we get back, I want to learn more about the other races and species that lived in this world. He saw the statue of a beautiful woman and paused, staring at it. He couldn't help it, even though they were in a hurry. She looked too angular to be human. Although she had all the features of one, her eyes had crumbled away, but the rest was in perfect condition. Robes draped her slender form, and she held one hand up, as if instructing someone.
That's a shingle,
Satan said.
There used to be diamonds in her eyes. Someone stole them years ago.
Why did they put diamonds there?
The eyes of a shingle are the most beautiful part of him or her, and the thing least understood by anyone else. Diamonds were used to represent both the color of their eyes and the power that originated there.
Power? As in magic? Like resin?
Kind of, but not in the way you're thinking. They had amazing eyesight, and in ways you'd never imagine.
How so?
All I know is that a shingle could see more colors than we can, and in 3 dimensions. They could see all the senses, including sound waves, and they could even see and smell molecules. Other things about them were different too.
Satan continued.
They're extinct now, unfortunately.
Akano startled next to Jacob. I hadn't heard that. Satan glanced back at him.
I'm not surprised. Word doesn't travel to Taga Village much, I assume.
Jacob found himself transfixed by the statue of the shingle. There was something powerful about her, even in this form. She was commanding, intelligent. It made him want to meet one, but he knew that was no longer a possibility. Too bad. Akano jerked. Oh! He took the Minya container from his knapsack, pulling off the lid. A very annoyed and very tiny Aloran stood there, a deep scowl on her face and her hands on her hips. What happened?
We'll explain,
Akano said.
Give me a minute to get you to the right size.
He reached his hand out, holding her between 2 fingers, then dropped her. She disappeared in midair, landing 30 or so feet down the long hallway, back to her usual size. Akano helped Early get back in her container, then put it away. Aloran joined them quickly, still scowling. When she again demanded to know what happened, Satan explained, with Jacob and Akano filling in here and there.
And where are we going now?
She asked.
Why are we in the Makaria castle?
Satan's face went blank, and Jacob wondered if it was because the man knew Aloran would ridicule their decision to take the tunnel to Myvril City. The man had taken too much heat for Jacob's decision. Before Satan could say anything, he interjected. We're taking the Makaria Myvril tunnel. And yes, we know it's a horrible idea, and no, we don't have any other choice. He stared at her, holding her gaze. Unless you think my dad getting tortured to death is a great idea. Aloran didn't respond for a minute. I see. Her jaw clenched, but miraculously, she didn't argue or complain. Instead, she motioned at Jacob. After you. Satan was still in the lead,
And with a sigh of relief, Jacob followed him, passing Lyrone. He couldn't wait for all of this to be over. Not only would it mean he was back with his family again, but then he'd also be away from this insane chick. Chapter 19. Satan led them down a side hallway, taking a couple of turns until they reached a heavy door. He pulled it open, revealing a descending staircase. Once everyone had gone down, Satan shut the door behind them, plunging them into darkness. It was quiet for several moments except for the echo of their feet on the stone. The staircase ended after about 30 steps, and Jacob stumbled onto a solid surface, either stone or hard-packed dirt. He couldn't tell which.
"I'd let a Kano turn on a light,"
Satan whispered to them.
"But there are far too many things living down here. Don't want to alert them to our presence. Keep a hand on the wall to your left and follow my instructions. Let's go."
Jacob stepped forward into pitch-black darkness, trusting that Satan knew the way. He widened his eyes as much as he could, trying to see anything other than the faint blue glow around Akano's left ring finger. The ground beneath them was smoothed from years of travel, and his sneakers didn't snag. The tunnel seemed to go on forever.
"I'm stopping now,"
Satan whispered. Jacob paused, and the others did too. The sound of their footsteps echoed away into nothing.
"We'll be taking a sharp turn to the right,"
Satan whispered.
"Akano, go ahead and give us a tiny bit of light."
Akano's ring finger began glowing even more, revealing a 3-way fork in their tunnel. The one to the right descended a few steps, then turned sharply. The other two extended for a long while, their ends not visible in the meager light. Satan led the way down the stairs, stepping carefully.
"Be as quiet as you can,"
he whispered, looking back at the others. Jacob noticed Lyrone's face for the first time. She was pale, her lips in a tight line, a worried expression on her face. Had he made the right decision? Nothing had happened so far, thank goodness, and hopefully it would stay that way. They continued down the new tunnel for several feet. Satan paused when the floor beneath them rumbled.
"Earthquake,"
he whispered once all was quiet again. He glanced back at the others.
"We're about to enter a very large room. We'll go through it as quickly as we can. The tunnel we need is on the other side, but we can't walk straight across. There's a lot of water in the middle. Do not touch or go near it. Stay as close to the wall as you can and follow me."
The entrance to the room soon came into view. Akano's light wasn't bright enough to show all of the space, but in the middle was a huge black puddle or lake or something. Jacob couldn't see the other side to know exactly how big it was. He stared at it, unable to resist doing so. The surface was bumpy, like gently rolling hills. As he watched, taking care not to stumble, those hills gradually shifted and moved. "What is it?" he whispered to Lyrone, who was closest at that point. "Living things. Ignore them, and they should ignore us." Her voice cracked on the should, and Jacob realized she didn't believe it. His heart pounded in his ribs, making him glad he wasn't injured anymore. He hoped those living things couldn't sense his fear. Satan led them to the next corner of the room, following the wall to the right, giving more shape to the room. For the first time, Jacob was able to see the other side of the water. It was a puddle. The next section was longer than the first, and it took more time for them to reach the third corner where the tunnel started. Just as Satan stepped inside, the ground trembled. Jacob and the others supported themselves against the tunnel wall, Jacob's hands nearly slipping from too much sweat. The trembling only lasted 5 seconds, and they were able to continue onward. Jacob breathed a sigh of relief when the room and the puddle disappeared from view. They'd only been in the second tunnel for maybe a minute when another earthquake struck,
This one was much more violent, and rocks fell from above, striking Jacob and his party.
"Hold your bags above your heads!"
Satan yelled over the din, coming to stand next to Jacob. The quake finally stopped, but instead of moving forward, Satan froze in place.
"Can you hear that?"
he whispered. Jacob tilted his head, trying to hear what Satan did. Akano's fingers started glowing much more brightly, giving them a better view, but still, nothing appeared out of the ordinary, other than several rocks that now littered the ground. And then, a faint rushing sound reached Jacob, like water in a river. Water? Water! The tunnel caved in! Jacob shouted at the same time as Satan yelled,
"The tunnel has been breached! Back the way we came!"
Satan turned, shoving Jacob into Lyrone, pushing them to run. They burst out of the tunnel and into the room, barely missing falling into the puddle. The rushing water got louder behind them, and spurred onward by his fear, Jacob sprang to the wall, keeping a hand on it, running as fast as he could, staying up with a surprisingly fast Akano, who was in the lead now. They reached and passed one corner. The rushing water got louder. It began spraying into the room from the tunnel mouth. Right before they reached the entrance to the first tunnel, another earthquake struck. This one was very powerful, and Jacob was knocked to the ground, hitting his head against the hard stone wall. Akano grabbed him, helping him up. "Come on!" Jacob shook himself, trying to force his brain to function and his feet to move. He'd barely reached the tunnel entrance when Lyrone shrieked. "Satan!" she screamed. Jacob spun. The man had fallen into the water. He was splashing, sputtering, trying to get out as fast as he could. Jacob rushed to help him, but Lyrone grabbed him from behind by both arms, yanking him back. "What are you thinking?" she screamed. "Are you insane?"
"Go, Jacob!"
Satan yelled.
"Run!"
The gently rolling hills erupted in a frenzy of commotion. Loud roars echoed. Waves splashed everywhere. Hundreds of things moved in the water, roiling and spinning around Satan, who shrieked and screamed. Chapter 20. "We have to help him!" Jacob yelled. "We can't," Lyrone said, dragging him backward. "Help me, Akano!" The Makalo grabbed Jacob's other arm, yanking him into the tunnel entrance, pulling him to where he couldn't see the puddle and Satan anymore. He stumbled, trying to stay on his feet as they yanked him down the long corridor. Jacob blinked away his tears as he heard the man screaming. He fought against Lyrone and Akano, trying to get them off him, trying to go back to Satan. "Stop fighting me, Jacob!" Lyrone screamed. She grabbed him, forcing him to face her. Her eyes were wild, her hair a complete mess. "Do you want to die? If you touch that water, you will die. None of us can save Satan now. He's touched the water. He's covered in it. Think about your father, your little sister. They'll be tortured to death if you don't make it to them. You can't save Satan. You can only save your family now." Jacob shook his head, his breath coming rapidly. The roaring behind them stopped, the shouting dying, echoing through the tunnel. Tears welled up in Jacob's eyes as he realized what it meant. Satan was dead. He looked away from Lyrone, blinking. An eerie silence fell over everyone. Lyrone put a finger to her lips, then indicated for Akano to shut off his light. Jacob felt her take his hand. He assumed she grabbed Akano's as well. She tugged, and he followed as she led him down the tunnel, her steps urgent and quiet. His heart raced, and his pulse beat loudly in his ears as he did his best to match her pace. "Satan, Satan, Satan." The word echoed with each step he took. His mind was numb, his heart frozen. He couldn't believe, couldn't think, couldn't feel. Jacob trailed his free hand against the tunnel wall. Lorcon paused, and so did he. "Stairs," she breathed, releasing his hand. Jacob started up, grateful the steps were evenly cut. Once Lorcon reached the top, she pushed the door open. Murky light filtered down below, and she motioned for Jacob to follow her. Akano had his hand on her, where Jacob assumed Lorcon had placed it so she could have a free hand while still leading him. Lorcon peered down the stairs, then quietly pushed the door shut. She leaned against it, her eyes wild, breathing heavily, waiting for who knew what. After several moments, she released all her air in a huge sigh of relief. "Did any of the water get on either of you?" Lorcon asked. Jacob inspected what he could see while Lorcon circled him, also looking for wet spots. Neither he nor Akano were wet, and they verified that Lorcon was clear too. Lorcon put her hand to her heart. "Oh, thank goodness." She looked at Jacob, her eyes filling with tears. "Satan was a good man. I'm sorry we couldn't help him." Jacob clenched his fists. "Why didn't you let me go to him?" he shouted. "I could have gotten him out of there." Lorcon shook her head slowly. "Would have been devoured if you'd tried. It would have been impossible." She bit her lip, watching him with a concerned expression. "Jacob, I can explain everything later, but now that we don't have the tunnel option, we have a ton of ground to cover in a very short time. There isn't a fast way to Myvril City anymore. Every inch of that room will have been covered in water now, and that, along with the earthquakes, there's no way we can take that route anymore." Jacob swallowed several times, trying to get past the lump in his throat. "I understand," he said finally. He blinked, looking up, trying to clear his eyes from the tears that were filling them again. "Let's go." Lorcon put her hand on his arm. "There's something else. Don't think that just because the other way is longer that it's safer. This entire valley is dangerous. The Lorcon have done everything in their power to make sure of that." Jacob led the way, refusing to look back at either of his companions. His heart ached, and his head hurt as he struggled not to break down crying. He would miss the Lorcon deadline. His dad would get tortured to death. Amberly would be alone and would possibly witness their father's death. And just as bad, Satan was dead. Gone, destroyed by whatever had been in that tunnel. It all was too much for Jacob. He had to get away, had to leave. Couldn't be around anyone anymore. The others, Jacob started running as fast as he could. He dashed down the hall, sprinted across the huge front entry, and burst from the castle ruins. He ignored his screaming muscles that had been way overused the past day and a half. He tried to ignore the pain in his heart, but was unable to. Tears leaked from his eyes, streaming into his hair. He wiped at them angrily, not slowing down even for the blurred vision. Jacob heard as Lorcon and Akano came after him, but to his relief, they kept their distance and didn't ask him to slow down or stop. The white buildings of Makaria were a blur. People stared. Some tried to ask what was wrong, but he ignored them all. He couldn't believe he was the cause of Satan's death. His desire to save his father from torture wasn't stupid. Not believing Lorcon had been stupid. His parents lying to him about who he was and where he came from was stupid. To save someone he loved, and as a result being the cause of another person's death, wasn't stupid. The justification didn't do anything for the guilt he felt. If only he'd listened to Satan, to Gallus, even to Lorcon, though she hadn't said anything. All of them had known going through those tunnels was a bad idea. Adding even more guilt to everything, Jacob realized that he'd ignored the advice of the man hired to guide him. A new wave of tears started as his thought hit Jacob. He was stupid. He was arrogant and reckless and ignorant. Eventually, when he reached the original trail and turned to follow it west, Jacob tired of running. No amount of self-deprecation could undo what had happened. He could either live with his choices, be a man, or he could wallow in self-pity. He took several deep breaths as he slowed down and eventually slumped in the tall grass on the side of the trail, unable to run or move any longer. His heart still ached, and now he had a stitch in his side. Akano and Lyrone caught up with him. Neither of them addressed him, though, as they began clearing a place to start a fire and preparing something to eat. Jacob caught a whiff of the food Akano cooked. It smelled fantastic, and Jacob's stomach growled. He was tempted to punish himself by refusing to eat, but pushed that thought aside. Not giving himself fuel would only cause pain to those waiting for him. Besides, that sort of punishment wouldn't teach him anything. Not really. They ate their meal in silence. Akano sent a message to the Makalos about Satan. Early reported that Kenji and Ebony were saddened by his death, but grateful the entire group hadn't been destroyed. They didn't mention the fact that Jacob would miss his deadline. Jacob was grateful for that. When Akano finished, Lyrone borrowed early to deliver a message to Gallus. Once they had eaten their meal, they headed out again, this time with Lyrone acting as the guide. After at least a half hour of no one saying anything, Jacob finally spoke. He needed more information. Needed to know what exactly had happened to Satan. Lyrone, he said, hating that his voice cracked from disuse. Stupid, traitorous voice. What was that? What killed Satan? Chapter 21. Lyrone sighed. Itu fish live in that water. They live in almost all water that is dark and far from the surface of the lake. They killed him. He could have felt better that her voice cracked on the word killed, but he didn't. Satan shouldn't have died. They should have prevented his death. Tell me more about them, he said quietly. Everything you know. Lyrone agreed to do so, and her voice became formal, almost like a nature show narrator. The castle is built over Sonda Lake, one of the most dangerous parts of Gefkin. The water is really deep, but no one knows for sure how far down it goes because of the Itu fish. They live only where the water is darkest. They can't stand the sun, and so they only come to the surface after it's set. That's why we had to be quiet until we got out of the tunnels and shut the door. They might have followed us. As you obviously know, Itu fish are really dangerous. Their fins can act like feet, giving them the ability to move quickly, whether they're on land or in water. They get to be huge, sometimes up to 10 feet long. They have 3 rows of razor-sharp teeth and can make a full-grown man disappear in a matter of seconds. Jacob raised his eyebrows. These fish sounded like piranhas on steroids. Lyrone looked at Jacob. This isn't the only reason why they're so dangerous, though, and it's why I panicked and... Her voice cracked again, and she started blinking quickly. And it's why I didn't let you go back to help him. She didn't say anything for a moment, and Jacob let her take all the time she needed to compose herself. If a drop of water from their territory hits you, they will hunt you down until they've eaten and destroyed you. They're able to sense where that water went,
whether it has evaporated or not. They know when someone has come in contact with it, even just one drop. Your only defense when you get wet is to hope you're able to outrun them. They only last above water for an hour or so, but most people make the mistake of thinking they'll die or retreat after that. This isn't true. An E2 fish can replenish itself with any water source big enough to cover its gills. Once it's replenished, it continues the hunt. On average, it takes the E2 fish around 24 hours to lose the scent of that bit of water.
What about the water the E2 fish uses to replenish itself while on the chase? Jacob asked. Does it become the fish's territory?
No. E2s have to live in the water for at least a full day to claim it as their own. Also, Sonda Lake is the only place where it's deep or dark enough for them. They don't survive very long in shallow water.
Jacob looked out to the left at the lake as they followed the path that ran parallel to it. So, touching the water right now would be a bad idea.
Not necessarily. The only water the E2s claim as their own is what's immediately around them.
Lyrone pushed her hair out of her face, then started combing through it with her fingers when she obviously sensed it was a mess.
There's a crack somewhere in that room, letting them inside, and hundreds of E2s live there.
Yeah, I saw, Jacob said. It looked like the whole thing was moving. How do they live so closely? Wouldn't they constantly be killing one another for invading their water?
No. E2 fish live in relative peace with their own species. Is it possible to kill one?
Akeno asked.
Yes, but it's difficult. No average man or woman has been able to defeat them, mostly because E2s are fast and intelligent. The only safe bet is to outrun them, if that'll even work.
I wish I had a rifle, Jacob said, clenching his fists. I'm sure a gun would stop one. He knew he wouldn't have been able to save Satan on his own, but killing even one would have at least made him feel he'd done something for the man. Instead, he'd been forced to run away like a coward. Jacob dug his fingernails into his palms, vowing never, ever to run again when he saw a person who needed saving. What happens if someone takes E2 water without touching it? If they dip a container into the water and then seal it? Would they be able to use it as a weapon? You know, throw it on someone and have the fish chase that person down. It's possible, I guess, but it has never happened. Why not?
Because no one has been down that far into the lake without getting killed in the process,
Lyrone said.
And no one knows about the water in the tunnel except for a few people who live in Makaria, including myself, Gallus, and Satan.
How do you know the castle so well? Jacob asked.
I live there.
That's cool. Jacob didn't say anything else for a moment. He was glad to find that the pain in his heart had faded a bit. Discussing what had killed Satan helped. Are you from Makaria then? He asked, keeping an eye on the water. Even though Lyrone said the E2 never came to the surface while the sun was out, he was still anxious.
Yes.
Do you have any relatives here?
No, none.
Where are they? Jacob glanced at her. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear.
I don't have any, except my brother and my father, if they're still alive.
What do you mean? Lyrone bit her lip, a troubled expression crossing her face. Jacob glanced at Akeno, who shrugged.
My mother has been dead for a couple of months,
Lyrone said.
She and my father were separated years ago by the war, and my older brother went with my father. I don't remember either of them.
I'm sorry, Jacob said. A couple of months wasn't a lot of time to get over the death of a loved one. How horrible.
It's fine.
She took a deep breath.
Naturally, my mother wanted to be reunited with them. It just never happened. She was always in poor health and unable to travel. For the past few years, I've tried to find them by searching this and other valleys. The only place I've never been to is Myavril City. The groups I've gone with always run into trouble before getting there, and each time, we've had to abandon our quest.
How many times have you tried to get there? Jacob asked.
6 times to Ridgewood, but never to Myavril City. No one ever makes it to Myavril City.
Why not?
We don't really know. They never come back.
She took a deep breath.
I know Gallus wants me to settle down, to work for him full time, but I can't. I just can't. I get this insane urge to search a different part of the kingdom regularly, and it's impossible to ignore for long. I miss my mom. I miss her so much. But it was even harder while she was alive. She was so sick. I couldn't leave her side the last year, and it made me feel like I was going insane. I was trapped, and then felt horrible for thinking of my mom as a captor. It was awful.
Lorcon stopped fidgeting with her hair.
My mom is in a better place now, somewhere free of pain, and I vowed I'd find my dad and brother for her. And that, Jacob, is my right motivation.
Her eyes flashed.
Nothing will stop me from doing it.
Jacob didn't doubt her. He'd seen enough of her stubborn side to know nothing could stop her when she wanted something.
Chapter 22.
Should we go faster? Jacob asked. I know we just ran, but walking, it's way too slow.
Lorcon shook her head. We would only be able to maintain a run or jog for a short while. Walking will get us there faster.
Like the tortoise and the hare.
Sure.
Jacob smiled. He didn't feel like expounding on what was probably a cryptic response to her. Maybe later, when his head wasn't pounding so much. The group fell into silence for a moment, and remembering his earlier vow to get to know Akano better, Jacob began asking the Makalo questions. His first was about the loud gun-like noise he'd heard when the Rogs had been converging on him and Lyrone. What exactly was that?
I used resin to make a loud noise.
Jacob laughed quietly, grateful for the attempt at humor. It felt good to have a different emotion rushing through him. I would have never have guessed, he smiled. Seriously, how did it knock the Rogs out?
Well, I concentrated on them while creating a sort of shock wave that targets ears. The shock wave was powerful enough to knock almost any living creature out. If used too frequently, it isn't as effective.
Jacob took a drink of water out of his canteen, then stared at it, really noticing it for the first time. Even though Gallus had given it to him, it seriously looked like something from Walmart. He smiled to himself. This planet was weird. No electricity, that he'd seen, no cars, technology, nothing like that, and yet they had stuff from Walmart. What other things can you do with your resin? He asked. Akano's face turned thoughtful, and he took a moment to answer.
You've seen that I can use it as a light. Resin is centered in my left ring finger, which is why it's where the light comes from. My magic can also control electricity and particles to an extent. Water, too. Plumbing, lighting, etc.
Is there anything you can't do? Akano chuckled shyly.
I can't fly. I can't turn invisible. There are a lot of rules to remember, like it's dangerous to shrink people more than once or twice, but Makalo magic gives us control of things at the level of the atom.
What happens when you touch the trees? How does it tell you when there's danger around?
When a Makalo comes in contact with something that's alive, we're given a sense of what's near us. Basically, we see what they see, but not in a visual way.
Interesting. Why do you read trees? Why not me or Early? We're living things.
Theoretically, you're similar, but not similar enough.
Akano paused, a slight frown on his face.
There's a lot of history behind it. I'll give you all of it someday, but for now, what you need to know is that hundreds of years ago, Makalos were completely tied to trees. We lived in them, and through them, they fed our resin. A good Makalo leader took us from them, but then our magic started to wane with each generation. By doing that, the leader saved us, but he also doomed us so our children would be born with less magic than us. We still maintain a connection with the trees, but it's not the same.
Akeno sighed.
The Makalos were the most powerful people in this world, and their magic was not outdone by any, including shingles. I can't even imagine that the stories I've heard of the shingles. They're so powerful, but we're weaker than almost anyone now.
You mean Makalos in general are weaker? I've been told you're more powerful than most.
Akeno flushed, but he didn't respond to Jacob's comment. The greatest Makalo city was located not far from here. The kaide trees, from what we know, are still standing. Seeing that city in its prime must have been amazing. He turned to Jacob. You've probably noticed that my finger is blue even when I'm not using my magic. The resin, which flows through my body, creates a brilliant silver-blue glow, and a Makalo's body shines when at his or her fullest magical ability. The resin flows through their veins, filling their blood. It's pretty cool.
A little weird, Jacob said. Akeno frowned and took a moment to answer.
I guess I can see why you would feel that way. I've known about it my whole life, so it's normal to me.
It wouldn't be weird to you to walk up to someone who was blue all over?
It's not a berry blue. You would barely notice the shade until you got close to the individual. It was more like a silvery blue glow around them.
They fell silent for a moment, and Jacob felt his heart warm at how much Akeno had opened up to him. The warmth felt good. It broke through some of the fog surrounding him. If a Lyrone or Akeno missed Satan, and he suspected they didn't let on. He knew they wanted to protect or prevent him from feeling guilty. Too late. Satan's death was his fault, and he'd never forgive himself for causing it and whatever torture his father would experience. Jacob shuddered, forcing himself to put his dad from his mind. Thinking about it wouldn't help him get there any faster. Akeno broke the silence by asking Jacob questions about his family. He was curious about their relationships, and it was a good distraction. After several minutes of discussion, Jacob realized that Lyrone was paying close attention to what he was saying. He looked at her, uncomfortable when he noticed that there were tears in her eyes. She glanced at him, then away, but not before Jacob saw the tears spill over. Jacob fidgeted with his hands, racking his brain trying to figure out what his mom would do if she were here. Probably make Lyrone a cup of hot chocolate. That wasn't possible, but there was food in the knapsack Gallus had given him. He swung it off his shoulder and pulled out some apples. He tossed one to Akeno, kept one for himself, and gave another to Lyrone. She accepted and took a big bite, not meeting his eyes. Jacob replaced his knapsack and ate his apple, looking at the countryside, surprised to see how far they had walked since leaving the city. The sun was getting very hot as it started heading west. Clouds were building in the sky to the south.
It looks like a storm's coming,
Akeno said.
Storm?
Lyrone glanced up with a dismayed expression.
Yeah, see it?
Yes, she said.
Storms aren't good here. Lyrone lives in them, and Lyrone is dangerous. He's a sky-dwelling monster.
She looked relieved after inspecting the clouds.
Doesn't look like it'll come for a couple of hours. Let's keep going.
She glanced at Jacob.
Before you ask tons more questions, the myth surrounding Lyrone say that when he's near, he can sense if people are thinking about him. I'm always skeptical about myths, but the witch one turned out to be correct, and I'd rather not push our luck.
Jacob nodded, definitely agreed, but he hated not knowing what could be coming.
Speaking of the witch, Akeno said.
She was really pretty.
Jacob couldn't help it. He laughed out loud at that. Got a crush on her? Akeno blushed.
No, definitely not. But I remembered something my parents mentioned a long time ago. They said the Lorcon are almost always male, and that it's very rare to come across a female. Apparently, there are huge differences between the two genders. Like what?
Lorcon asked, obviously as intrigued as Jacob.
You both already know this, but the males are disfigured and hideous. But we never really talk about, because they're so rare, are the females. They're beautiful. They have talents and abilities that come with that beauty. They are captivating.
You're saying the woman in the forest was a Lorcon? Jacob asked. Akeno paused and looked at him.
I believe so.
It makes sense. She was all of those things. Jacob picked up a fist-sized rock and started tossing it in the air as he walked. His feet were seriously aching after the day and a half of constant motion, and he needed a distraction. Something grew hot in his palm, and he stumbled, nearly falling. Chapter 23. Jacob looked at his hand. Whoa!
What's wrong?
Akeno asked. Jacob held out the rock, staring at it in wonder. It got warm, like at Gallus' place. An expression of excitement spread across Akeno's face. Really? Can you mold it? Isn't that what happened last time? I don't know. He held the large stone between his thumb and forefinger and watched it. Nothing happened. It didn't change shape. Maybe it needed a little help. Jacob began rolling it between his palms. After only a couple of passes, it increased in heat dramatically. Again, he nearly dropped the rock in surprise. It was so weird. Instead, he raised and inspected it. It's changing shape. He held it to Akeno. Check it out. Akeno did so, then shrugged, handing it back.
I wouldn't notice a difference anyway.
His eyes lit up.
Do something cool with it, if it lets you.
Jacob grinned and rolled the rock into a perfectly shaped ball. Then, with some work, he flattened it until it was nearly translucent and floppy. Finally, he tried to shape it into a box. But the stone began cooling, and nothing he did got it to warm up again. He shook his head. I can't believe it. How is it possible that I've got magical abilities?
Easy. Magic might not exist on Earth, but it does here, and you're from here.
Lorcon took the rock from him, examining it.
Practice with it. See if you can figure out why and how it does that.
Good idea. Jacob picked up more rocks, filling his pockets with them, then worked on them one at a time as they walked. Some of them molded and some didn't. There didn't seem to be rhyme or reason to it. He tossed them aside as they continued.
I think we need another cooked meal for dinner,
Lorcon said. It's been a rough day. Her voice hitched on the word rough, and Jacob wished there was something he could do to help them all feel better. Half of him wanted to rest for several hours, but the other half, the side that he wanted to win, urged him not to stop, not to walk, but to run. He had to get to his dad and sister. He pushed that aside for the time being, though, knowing that what Lorcon had said earlier was correct. If they pushed themselves too hard, they'd never make it. And getting there at all, getting Amberly out of the castle, was more important than pushing themselves to death.
Good idea,
Akeno said.
Any requests? I enjoy cooking, and will take care of it.
Steak and eggs, Jacob said promptly. Akeno laughed.
Any requests for food we actually have?
Jacob frowned. What do we have? The Makalo started pulling food from his pack as he walked, handing it to the others to hold.
Eggs, potatoes, bacon, salted and cured,
doesn't need cooking, carrots, and, hey, even some dried beef. He grinned up at Jacob. You might get what you want after all. Jacob rubbed the back of his neck. Man, if we'd know you still had that much food, we could have skipped going to Makaria. Akano shook his head. This is all I have. It will last us maybe 2 meals, unless we want to go on severe rations, which I don't recommend. Everyone handed the food back, and Akano packed it up, putting his knapsack over his shoulders again. Jacob found himself wishing they'd taken advantage of Akano's cooking talent a lot earlier. He also wished they'd been given more time by the Lorcon. Speaking of the Lorcon, would they let him know through one of those beetle things when he missed the deadline? Jacob had a few more hours to go. The Lorcon castle was still a long way away. He couldn't even see it anymore, due to the thick trees around them. He sighed. Their detour into Makaria had cost so much precious time. Jacob finished with the rocks and shoved his hands in his pockets, keeping pace with the other two. He wanted to ask Lyrone about her parents, especially now that he knew what her right motivation was, but he didn't want to pry. How would she respond to personal questions? Probably not well, given how she'd reacted earlier. Jacob rolled his eyes at himself, pushing aside his hesitations. Who cared if she snapped at him? Lyrone, how did your parents get separated? He asked. I don't really know. My mom had some memory problems that she got from an injury. I've always had the feeling it was a very traumatic experience for her. What were your parents like? My father wasn't anyone really important socially. I think he was one of many who worked in the stables at the castle, and I think my mother was a lady-in-waiting for a rich family in Myvril City. She spoke frequently about the women she worked for, but was never clear about the details. What about your brother? Jacob asked. What do you know about him? Only a few things my mother told me. He was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy with dimples. He was a tease, even though he was only 2 or 3. Lyrone had been so annoying from the beginning, but at least now he understood why. She was a girl on a mission, hiding a broken heart. Why do you believe he's in Myvril City? Because it's the only place I haven't looked for him. No one has left or entered the city for so many years. It would make sense if he was there. If no one has been able to leave it, how do you know for sure that people are still there? They were when my mother left. But how do you know any of them are still alive? Akano shot a warning glance at Jacob, probably wanting him to back off with the questions. I guess I don't know, she said. I just feel the need to go and search the city. Please, Jacob, try to understand. If you were in my place and your only sibling was lost, wouldn't you do everything in your power to find them? She growled in exasperation. I already know the answer to that, and so do you. You would do anything to protect someone you care about. Her comment wasn't accusatory, but Jacob couldn't help but feel guilty anyway. He pushed aside the urge to defend himself, picking at some dirt stuck to his palm. Sorry, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I totally understand what's driving you. I know, I probably seem crazy to have been obsessed with this for so long. No, just lonely. It's completely rational. She didn't respond for a minute, and Jacob wondered if he'd said something wrong. I just wish my mother hadn't gotten sick, Lyrone finally said. She remembered a lot when I was little, and told me stories about my father and brother, but as she got sicker, she forgot almost everything. I only vaguely remember the stories now. It's so frustrating. Jacob felt a sudden need to comfort her, though he wasn't sure why or how. He hoped she wouldn't start to cry again, and he wished his mom was there. It really does suck, he said. She smiled at him, her dimple showing. It's fine, Jacob. I've had a lot of time to deal with things. Jacob was aware of how dirty his hair and clothes were. Feeling embarrassed, he looked away. His dad used to say something about society needing good women to keep men civilized. Now he understood what that meant. It began drizzling, and Aloran looked up in dismay. The sun wasn't even covered with clouds yet. "We have to hurry," she said. "Akeno, your huts won't protect us from Lyrone. We need to make sure it really is him, and then get to the caves in Dunsany Mountain as quickly as we can."
Chapter 24. Dunsany Mountain? Jacob asked, hoping it wasn't far.
"Yes, it's that one."
She pointed at the mountain they'd hiked around.
"The caves will provide us with protection. They're dangerous themselves. If you're not careful and go too deep into them, you'll never find your way out. But they're the only place where we might find safety from Lyrone." "How do you people survive here?"
Akeno asked.
"He very rarely goes anywhere but north and south. He's been near my city a couple of times, and I've only heard of him going west once. The Lorcon got upset with him for doing that, and it hasn't happened since." "How could a Lorcon possibly stand against Lyrone?"
Akeno asked.
"You'd be surprised, actually. The rumor is that the Lorcon brought him to guard their city." Aloran turned. "You guys keep following the trail. I'm going to climb a little higher through the trees. Maybe I'll be able to see better from up there."
Jacob and Akeno continued as if nothing was going on as Aloran dashed through the trees. Jacob did his best not to think about the threat that might be coming their way. He knew he'd have plenty of time to ask questions later. As they walked, he couldn't help but notice that weird pock marks dotted the mountain. It was almost as if a war had occurred there, and he wondered if the holes were from the war with the Lorcon. Hadn't that happened years ago, though? Shouldn't the marks have leveled by now from rain and the passage of time? Or maybe there was some weird animal that roamed the countryside, digging random holes everywhere. Aloran emerged from the trees high above him, and he waved at her. She was staring up at the clouds, though, and didn't see him. The tension in the air rose considerably. Jacob caught a slight movement from the corner of his eye and turned to face south. The waves on the lake were much bigger than they'd been earlier, as if there was a huge windstorm. No wind was blowing past him, though. The clouds rolled grotesquely, forming weird, twisted shapes, and were a brown, almost gray-green color. Jacob shrieked when bright red lightning shot across the sky, but no sound came out. Surprised, he clamped his jaw shut and then opened it again, trying to talk. He could feel his lips forming words, but he couldn't hear anything. Someone grabbed him by the arm and jerked him toward the trees. He ripped his hand out of the person's grasp before realizing it was Akeno. Akeno said something to him, but Jacob shrugged, motioning to his ears. Akeno shook his head, apparently exasperated, and grabbed Jacob's arm. Pulling Jacob with one hand, he motioned to the sky with the other. Jacob looked up again. His jaw dropped, and he stumbled backward. Holy crap! A large section of clouds had rolled into the shape of a face. As it became closer, its eyes opened, glanced around for a moment, then focused on Jacob and Akeno. The cloud was also forming massive hands and arms that appeared to be gathering something, but Jacob couldn't look away from its angry gaze. "Jacob, run!" Aloran screamed. He ripped his eyes from the monster in the sky, surprised he was able to hear her. He hesitated for a split second before the adrenaline kicked in. Then he tore up the hill toward Aloran's voice, Akeno running beside him. His feet flew out from under him, and he was soaring through the air, landing hard on his butt 10 feet from where he'd been running. Dazed, Jacob scrambled up and spotted Akeno about a yard away. He appeared to have been knocked unconscious. Jacob looked down the hill to see what had thrown them forward and was surprised that a hole now smoldered 3 feet in diameter where he and Akeno had just been. Aloran stood at the edge of the trees, screaming. No sound carried to Jacob.
though he wasn't more than 40 feet away. She motioned for them to run. Jacob picked up Akeno and both of their bags and made a beeline for the trees. Another shockwave blew through the air, nearly knocking him over, but this time he didn't turn around. He reached Lyrone, tossed her the bags, and kept running. They raced up the hill through the trees. Continual shockwaves hit them on all sides with explosions and blasts of fire. Trusting that Lyrone knew where they were going, he stayed as close to her as possible, following her far up the side of the mountain and away from the trail. He still couldn't hear anything, and shockwaves rammed into his body, making any kind of movement difficult. After what felt like an hour of solid running uphill, and with a stitch in his side that made breathing and moving almost impossible, Jacob saw several caves in the rock ahead of them. He followed Lyrone into one, and they ran as far as they could until the cave stopped. Lyrone mouthed something and darted out of the cave, unable to hear Jacob's shouts to come back. He wasn't surprised. He couldn't hear them either. She was gone for a couple of seconds before returning. Racing back in, she grabbed his hand and pulled him out of the cave. Confused, he chased after her into the entrance of another cave. They didn't stop running until they were almost completely enveloped in darkness. Dropping Jacob's hand, Lyrone faced the entrance. The only thing visible was a glimpse of the mountains on the other side of the lake. She put the bag down, slumping by one of the walls. Chapter 25. Jacob stood for a moment, letting his eyes adjust, and then set Akeno down next to Lyrone. He ran his hand through his hair, raking out twigs, and leaned up against the wall near the others. After a moment, he got tired of standing and sat next to Akeno, whose eyes were now wide open. Jacob still couldn't hear anything, and it occurred to him that his hearing might have been damaged by the shockwaves. It wasn't long, however, before the faint sound of an explosion reached his ears, making him jump. "Hey! I can hear again!" He turned to Akeno. "Are you okay? You blacked out there for a moment." "Yeah, I'm fine," Akeno said, sitting up. "I think I'm doomed to be thrown over your shoulder like a sack of potatoes every time something bad happens." "Yeah, sorry about that," Jacob smiled. "Okay, so now that Lyrone knows we're here, can you tell me about him?" She nodded. "He's one of the main reasons why most people don't make this trip." Jacob frowned. "What is he? And why couldn't I hear anything? I mean, I know that shockwaves and loud noises can mess up your hearing, but I wasn't able to hear even before the explosion started." "It wasn't because of the explosions. Lyrone has the ability to control particles and waves in the air. As soon as he spots someone, he takes away all sound before it reaches their ears or leaves their mouths. It's part of his way of trapping people before he blows them away." Jacob's mind was reeling. What would have happened if Lyrone hadn't been with him? They'd be dead. He was sure of it. "How do you know about him, Akeno?" "I'd heard stories and myths," Akeno said, resting his head against the cave's stone wall. "My father spoke of a creature big enough to cover the entire sky who existed in the form of clouds and used particles in the air to kill things. His magic is supposedly related to Makalo magic, though I don't know how." Jacob looked at Lyrone. "Why could I hear you scream?" "Because he'd only seen you and Akeno. If he hasn't seen or heard something yet, it doesn't exist to him, and he can't take away its sound." "And as soon as you yelled at me, he knew you were there?" Lyrone nodded. "We can hear each other now because he's given up trying to find us for the time being." Jacob thought for a moment. "So, what's the purpose of doing that? Make it so people can't call out for help or something?" Akeno shrugged. I'd guess it's a cruel joke he likes to play. There's no purpose, really. He's too big and doesn't have natural predators. Calling out for help can't save you from Lyrone, Aloran said. And usually the people who know his tricks won't stand out in the open. Jacob rolled his eyes. Gee, thanks for letting me know. Aloran laughed. Sorry, I just didn't want to run the risk of talking about him. I totally understand, Jacob said. Aren't we running that risk now? He can't reach us, and he gets bored easily if we're not where he can cause damage or death. Jacob shifted to a more comfortable position. So, next time Lyrone comes around, all we'll need to do is remain hidden, and we'll be safe? Not quite. He'll still throw bombs even if he can't see anyone. If there are living things in the area, throwing the bombs will either kill them or scare them out of their hiding places. Why does he do it? He's always been a violent creature, Akeno said. There are many theories and legends about why he's that way, but no one really knows for sure. Aloran rummaged through her bag, pulling out a hair tie. The first cave we went into was too shallow, and he'd know we were there. That's one of the many mistakes people make. They figure if they can't see his face, he can't see them. They don't know the clouds they're looking at are actually him. If they can see the clouds, any part of them, then he can see them. Jacob frowned. So I wasn't really looking at his face? Aloran fastened her hair back with the tie. Not in a conventional way. He doesn't have the same shape we do. Why would I see a face then? He was probably doing it for your benefit, to scare you. I've seen him do that before, though today was the first time I've seen him form arms. Okay, so he's made of clouds, Jacob said, still trying to get a grasp of this creature. He was both fascinated and freaked out by Lyrone. Not really, Aloran said. He looks like clouds, and it's nearly impossible to distinguish between him and them unless he's moving a lot, which he does when he sees someone. When he's waiting, he rarely moves except to shift a little or follow the wind. Jacob grabbed his knapsack, feeling around inside it for the last apple. All right, I'm tired of it being dark. Akeno, why not light up the place? Aloran, do you think that would be okay? Aloran nodded. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Besides, I'm starving, and will want to see what we're eating. A second later, the cave filled with Akeno's bluish light, and Jacob resumed digging inside his bag. He found the apple and handed out some bread and jerky. Where did Lyrone come from? No one knows, Akeno said. He didn't originate here, though. He existed for as long as there's been a history of Eclaron kept by my people, Aloran said. Jacob leaned back against the cave wall, munching on his apple. And how long do you think we'll need to hide out in this cave? Too bad they didn't have a grill. And some steaks. Fresh barbecued meat sounded really good. Aloran inspected her bread. Until the sun is shining again, and there aren't any storm clouds in the sky. He only comes when there's already a storm. Are you serious? Jacob felt the familiar panic return as he thought about his dad and sister. That's going to take forever. Not necessarily. The weather can change fast, so it might only be an hour. Soon after we see sunlight, we should be fine to leave. Jacob chucked his apple core as hard as he could toward the back of the cave. He couldn't believe it. Would every single thing go wrong? He glanced toward where he'd thrown the core, then got to his feet. The cave opened into a medium-sized room a couple of feet from where they sat, then tunneled off to the left, out of sight. He stepped forward, wanting to know how far into the mountain the tunnel led. He was surprised to see a pile of junk on the side of the room just before the bend, and headed toward it. Most of it was covered with thick, coarse material. Jacob lifted one edge, peeking underneath. He jumped back in surprise. Chapter 26. "Whoa," Jacob said.
"What?"
Akano asked, leaping to his feet. "Human bones." Jacob moved closer and kicked the cover aside, revealing torn and tattered clothing, broken dishes, a fork, and a smashed pocket watch, all of which had been strewn across skeletons.
"Bones?"
Lyrone asked. "Yes, skulls and femurs, and other junk." Lyrone came over and picked up one of the bigger bones, holding it with a corner of the material. Akano moved his finger closer so they could see the bone, and Jacob gasped. Weird-looking marks were all along it. Lyrone dropped the thing. The marks had been made by teeth. She looked at Jacob, then back at the bone, shaking her head with an expression of horror on her face. "No, no, no!" she wailed. "Oh, I forgot. Lyrone and Satan and the E2 fish. I can't believe I forgot." "Forgot what?" Jacob asked.
"This is bad, isn't it?"
Akano said, taking a step back. "Shh!" She waved her hand at Akano's finger. "Turn off your light." Blackness covered them as Akano's finger stopped glowing. Lyrone's moan was barely audible.
"I can't believe... Stupid of me."
She grabbed Jacob's arm, making him jump, and whispered,
"Back away as quietly as you can, both of you."
Jacob followed Lyrone, stopping when he felt the wall behind him. Lyrone stood close to him, and Jacob could barely see Akano's outline on the other side of her.
"Be quiet, and no moving,"
she said. Standing as still as he could, Jacob tried not to concentrate on his awkward position up against the cave wall as it curved into the ceiling. He blinked a couple of times, waiting for his eyes to adjust to the near-complete darkness. After what felt like forever, long after his mind had wandered and the lightning outside had changed somewhat, he heard a slight shuffling sound coming from the back of the cave, around the bend. Images crossed his mind as he tried to imagine whatever it was that might eat humans and that prowled in dark caves. Wolves, bears, Bigfoot, ogres, and orcs, all from books he'd read and movies he'd watched. He remembered the white monster in the beginning of Star Wars V and wondered if it would have eaten Luke if it given the chance. The sound got louder, and Jacob glanced at Lyrone, barely able to see her in the dark. He grabbed her hand. She gave him a quizzical look.
"What?"
she whispered. Jacob put a finger to his lips and nodded toward the back of the cave. An expression of understanding he could barely see crossed her face, quickly replaced by a scowl. She turned to the other side, and Jacob heard Akano's small, quick intake of air. A few moments later, there was another shuffling sound, and a massive body came into view. Jacob pressed back as hard as he could against the stone as he stared at the creature that had entered the room. He was surprised at how much of the monster he was able to see. It was almost as if a light were shining on it, though there was no source. It wasn't as big as he'd expected it to be, only about 5.5 feet tall, but it made up for its height in mass. The body was familiar, though Jacob wasn't sure why. Long, heavy arms hung from huge shoulders, and its legs were thick and powerful. It had large eyes and very pale skin that covered only part of its face. The skin on the beast's huge chin was interrupted by spikes that curved out and downward from the roots of its teeth. These spikes came to a sharp point about an inch below its chin and turned slightly outward. Jacob froze, knowing exactly why this thing was familiar. He'd seen 2 of them dead in his house just a couple of days ago. He forced himself to stay calm, not to jump out and strangle something that was obviously much stronger than him, especially when he didn't know if there were more just around the bend. Without lips to hide the teeth, it was easy to see food stuck between the molars. Jacob's stomach turned as he tried not to think about the human bones he'd found. As the three continued to press against the wall, Jacob risked a quick glance at Lyrone. She faced the entrance of the cave, and her eyes were out of focus. She appeared lost in thought. Had she not noticed the beast yet? How was that possible, especially with him having warned her? Relief spread through him when the creature didn't see them right away. It shuffled over to the pile of junk, bent over, and moved the coarse material. It stopped, its back stiffening. It lifted its head as if to sniff the air, then turned until it faced the small group that cowered against the wall of the cave. Jacob's breath caught when the creature's eyes met his. For what seemed like an eternity, they held each other's gaze, neither moving. His breath caught again when he realized he was able to sense the creature's feelings. Did the beast have the ability to transfer its emotions to others? The glimpse of the monster's emotions was brief, but complete. The beast was confused at not having noticed right away that there were humans in its cave. It was angry at finding that its things had been touched, and surprised that humans could see him. The last feelings Jacob sensed were determination, stubbornness, and then another wave of anger. These emotions were caused by the gaze Jacob held with the beast. It was not used to small, insignificant humans defying it, as Jacob realized he was doing. He tried not to tremble or show fear, refusing to look away. But he'd never had a poker face. There was no chance the beast wouldn't recognize how terrified he was. The creature opened its jaws. A hiss issued forth, and Lyrone stiffened. This small movement caused the brute to lose its eye contact with Jacob, and it looked at Lyrone instead, surprised. The creature hadn't expected a female. Taking a small step forward, it stared at her. Lyrone's gaze was now directed toward the bend in the cave, still unable to see the beast. Was Jacob the only one who could see it? He bit his lip, trying to remain level-headed. This was disturbing. It was an evil creature, and Jacob had recognized its emotions. What was wrong with him that he could connect with it? He suppressed a growl, recognizing that if he didn't maintain his focus, they'd all be toast. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to put aside any speculation on the matter. He looked back into the creature's huge eyes. A sudden feeling of protectiveness came over him when he saw its plan to get rid of Akano and Jacob first, leaving Lyrone for last, like dessert. Jacob put his hands on the wall behind him, bracing himself against the cold stone. The wall warmed under his palms, and an idea crossed his mind. He'd been able to mold the rock. Why should the cave wall be any different? Keeping his eye on the monster, Jacob dug his fingers into the now soft rock. It gathered easily into his hand, and he pulled several sections of it from the wall. He started molding the lumps into a larger rock, but stopped himself when another idea hit him. Wouldn't a sword be better? He, Dad, and Matt used to swordplay all the time. If he got the weight close enough to one of those practice swords, theoretically, he'd be just as good with it. He hoped he'd remember the things Dad had tried to teach him. Chapter 27. Squeezing and pulling, he tried to make a sword, but couldn't get the edges sharp enough. Instead, he twisted it into a club. Not as cool, but he could at least defend himself and the others. He hoped it would hold its shape long enough for him to distract the beast. He was surprised that the rock seemed to know what he wanted and went cold, becoming solid once more. Wow, that was awesome. Jacob focused his attention back on the beast's feelings. Its anger had been replaced by determination,
It hadn't noticed what Jacob had done, and Jacob moved forward, realizing he was, in essence, challenging the feral creature. The monster sensed the challenge, and a deep rumble came from its chest. Jacob scowled, recognizing a laugh. He tried not to think too much about the extraordinary strength the beast most likely had, focusing instead on the fact that he now had a weapon. The creature dropped into a crouched position, getting ready to attack. Jacob felt a burst of adrenaline shoot through his body, along with intense fear. He took a deep breath, doing his best to appear self-assured. Using his right hand, Jacob grabbed Lyrone and pulled her behind him, pushing her toward the entrance of the cave.
"I guess it doesn't matter if we talk, since this ugly thing knows we're here," he said.
"It's in the cave with us, isn't it?"
Akaino asked, just as Jacob grabbed him as well, pushing him next to Lyrone.
"Careful not to get too close to the entrance," Jacob said. "There's no sense in being attacked on both sides."
Holding the creature's gaze, Jacob strode, glad he didn't trip, to the center of the cave, keeping the weapon behind his back. Low, guttural words came from the creature's throat. Jacob took a step back. He didn't know the thing could talk. The words didn't make sense, but Jacob could sense their malicious intent. His body was tense, ready for an attack to come at any second. The brute took a couple of steps to the center of the cave as well, then stopped. A long pause. Was the creature waiting for Jacob to do something first? Jacob closed his eyes, trying to figure out what he could do. Concentrate on what the beast was feeling, an obvious thing, but hard to do when he needed to figure out how to defend his companions. A thought crossed his mind. Touch its skin. Jacob opened his eyes. Touch the creature's skin. Where did that come from? He hesitated, appraising the beast. Nearly every inch was covered in needle-like hair. Only its cheekbones and forehead were clear. He looked the monster in the eye, trying to gauge where the thought had come from. The monster was concentrating on its hungry stomach, about to be appeased, and was amused by Jacob's show of bravery. Jacob was able to see now that the monster's main source of protection was its ability to remain invisible to its prey. But for whatever reason, Jacob could see it. The creature returned his gaze, shock registering in its huge black eyes. Hadn't anyone else ever seen it? And why would touching it make a difference? Would that somehow lessen the creature's power? Defending two helpless individuals from something they couldn't see would be next to impossible, much less finding a way to touch the creature's face. But if doing so allowed him power over the thing, he had to try. Jacob was 6 feet away. He pulled the club from behind his back and held it in a defensive position in front of him. The creature sauntered to one side of the cave, and Jacob got the feeling it wanted to play with him first. He had no desire to give the monster any sense of enjoyment, and pulled all his concentration on what he had to do. The monster cocked its head to the side. Another laugh came from inside its chest when it seemed to notice the weapon for the first time. Jacob tossed the club from hand to hand, ignoring the brute's laughter. He leaped forward, swinging the blunt weapon. It connected with the monster's head with such force that Jacob almost dropped it. His bones jarring from the impact, he moaned when he saw that it didn't even stun the monster. No longer laughing, the beast grabbed the weapon and tried to rip it from Jacob's grasp. Jacob, holding onto it, was swung into the air. He kicked his legs, but couldn't get the weapon out of the beast's grip. Deciding instead to use it as leverage, he flung himself around the back of the monster, landing on its shoulders, the weapon falling to the ground. Aware of the sharp sting of thousands of needles piercing the skin of his shins and arms, he reached around and touched the monster's face. Lyrone gasped, and he heard an exclamation of surprise from Akaino. They could see it! His feeling had been right.
Visions of the beast's memories flashed into his mind. Dark tunnels, fire, a huge city under a bright sky, a large poorly lit cavern full of other beasts like this one, humans, animals. Then he saw one thing that would get them out of this situation. "Lyrone!" he shouted. "The beast is afraid of Lyrone!" The creature's loud, responding roar erupted in the cave. It reached back, grabbed Jacob, and threw him across the small enclosure. Hitting the wall hard, Jacob bounced off and knocked into Lorcon and Akeno. He jumped to his feet as the beast charged him. Jacob ducked under the creature's massive arm as it swung around to hit him. "Akeno, you have to shrink it!" The creature swung again, this time at Lorcon and Akeno, who tried to scramble out of the way. They were barely fast enough to avoid being hit, and the monster growled. "Hurry, Akeno!" Jacob yelled, attempting to kick the monster in the stomach, doing his best to buy Akeno some time. The beast grabbed Jacob by the leg and swung him across the cave. Jacob slammed hard against the wall and fell to the ground. Dazed, he couldn't get up for a second. "Shrink it?" Akeno asked. "Now?" Jacob shook his head to clear his thoughts. "Just do it!" He got to his feet as the monster came after him. He spotted the club lying where it had fallen and grabbed it, running to meet the creature. Swinging with his might, he brought the weapon across the monster's head. Chapter 28. The creature turned on Jacob and shoved him over, growling. Jacob jumped to his feet as Akeno rushed toward the entrance of the cave, attempting to put space between himself and the beast. Jacob turned back, hesitating, unsure what his next move should be. Nothing seemed to affect the creature. The monster reared on Lorcon, grabbed her around the neck, and thrust her against a wall, holding her a foot above the ground. Anger coursed through Jacob, and he screamed, charging. He slammed hard into the creature's side, surprised when the beast dropped Lorcon and almost fell over. Without hesitation, Jacob grabbed Lorcon's arm, pulling her up and away from the beast. "Shrink it!" he yelled over his shoulder as he ran with Lorcon to the back of the cave. Turning around to face the beast again, he swung Lorcon behind him. The creature roared, making Jacob's ears ring, and charged them. It smashed harder into Jacob, knocking him into Lorcon. They both fell to the ground. Jacob threw his arms over her just as the monster reached for them. It jerked and disappeared. "Got it!" Akeno yelled. Jacob grabbed Lorcon's arm, helping her up, wincing at the pain all through his body. "Run to the entrance!" he shouted to Akeno. Akeno turned and ran. Lorcon and Jacob followed, but Jacob's leg gave out, and he collapsed on the cave floor. With Lorcon's help, he lurched to his feet. Pushing the pain aside, he continued on, reaching Akeno. The Makalo yelled in surprise as Lyrone's explosions erupted all around him. He turned back to Jacob and Lorcon, a panicked expression on his face. "Put him out in the storm!" Lorcon yelled. "Put him out in the storm!" Akeno spun around, holding the monster at arm's length, then threw it. The monster landed on its side in a small clearing about 40 feet away from the cave, now large and fully visible to Lyrone. Lorcon and Jacob grabbed Akeno, pulling him back into the cave entrance just as Lyrone sent a ball of flame smashing toward the ground where Akeno had been standing. Jacob looked over his shoulder as they turned and ran the length of the cave. The monster jumped to its feet and roared, starting to charge up the hill. "Come on, Lyrone! Come on!" Jacob said. The monster bellowed again, but the din was cut off. Jacob glanced back in time to see the after effects of an explosion. The monster was no longer there. Once out of sight of Lyrone, they stopped and collapsed to the floor of the cave,
gasping for breath.
Wow, Jacob said. That was close.
Yes, it was,
Aloran wheezed.
What's it called?
That's what was dead in my house, right?
Yes, Aloran said. And it's a Molg. They're a race that lives in the Dunsany caves and, as you figured out, they eat humans. Jacob shook his head, unable to believe that his dad and sister had been dragged from his house by them. Satisfaction cascaded over him, though, when he thought of his dad taking out 2 of the brutes. Aloran continued, Unless on the errand of the Lorcon, they never leave their caves. I've never seen one around here. Usually they follow a Lorcon into Makaria, she gasped. There are probably more. We can't stay here. She tried to jump to her feet, but Jacob grabbed her arm.
No, we're fine,
he said, holding her down. Aloran stopped, and Jacob let go of her. How do you know? She asked.
The others aren't even near where we are.
The other Mogs?
I'll explain.
And another thing, Aloran said. Why could you see it, and we couldn't? Jacob scratched his head. I'm not sure. When it first came into view, it didn't even notice us. I could clearly see it, and was surprised you 2 couldn't.
Of course we couldn't, Aloran said.
There wasn't any light.
What changed?
Akeno asked, brushing the new dirt off his shoes.
It took Jacob several minutes to explain to Aloran and Akeno what had happened. From sensing the Molg's feelings to touching its skin, causing him to see that the Molg had just come from a meeting with other Molgs. He tried to keep the worry he felt out of his voice. Being able to connect with something evil was disconcerting to him. He didn't want to let on that he was feeling that way. Not until he figured things out. Since we can't go anywhere, Aloran said, you 2 might as well rest. Heaven knows you need it. Jacob didn't argue. Aloran was the only one who'd gotten plenty of sleep lately. He lay down, using his knapsack as a pillow, and shut his eyes. Jacob wasn't sure if he slept or not. When he sat up, though, every inch of his body hurt from the fight with the Molg. If he'd chosen football instead of basketball, like Matt, he would have been used to getting knocked around. He tried not to let on that he was hurt. He didn't want to deal with exhaustion and pain again. That had been brutal. You really took a beating, Aloran said. Akeno, can you light up the room again? Akeno did so, and Aloran shuddered when she looked at Jacob. There were little holes all over in his clothes from the Molg's hair. Oh, wow, she said. Jacob, you're stuck everywhere. I'm fine, he said. Just bruised. I might be slow on the trail for a while. He turned to Akeno. How are your hands? I'll bet you're even worse off than I am. Fine, Akeno said. By the time I had him, the spikes were too small to break the skin, but it was hard to hold on to him. He really struggled to get away. They were silent for a few minutes. Jacob wished he had his guitar with him. He almost laughed when he thought of it, sitting in the corner of his room, dusty from lack of use. He'd bought it at a pawn shop several months before, hoping to impress a couple of girls, but had given up on the idea after a few hours of practice. It just wasn't his thing. Matt had always been the talented one at the guitar. How much longer until Lyrone leaves? Jacob asked. I don't know, Aloran said. I'd rather wait and be absolutely sure he's gone, though. Yeah, me too. He lay down again, trying to relax. He smiled and closed his eyes.
imagining he was in his own bed, pulling the blankets up under his chin. What he wouldn't give for that to be true. "Jacob?" Lorcon asked. He rolled to face her. She was lying on her back, not making eye contact. "Yeah?" I know this is all about you and you actually have to be here, but I'm still really glad you came." Chapter 29. Jacob couldn't help the sheepish grin that crossed his face. "Thanks." He put his hands behind his head. "I only wish it had been under different circumstances." "Same." She paused and sighed. "We wouldn't have made it if you hadn't been able to see the Mog." She was right, but he didn't want to dwell on it. "What if you never find your brother?" Lorcon rolled onto her side, facing Jacob, and curled up into a ball. "I don't know. I guess I'd have to find somewhere else to put my focus."
"You could live in Taga with the Makalos,"
Akeno said.
"I'm sure we'd have plenty of room for you, and besides, you could even get to know the humans from Jacob's world."
"I think I'd like that," she said, "if I can't find my brother." Even though he heard the big if in her voice, Jacob still had to hide a smile. He agreed to show her around town, marveling at how differently he was coming to view her, now compared to what he'd thought of her for the first day and a half. Lorcon turned over, and Jacob assumed she didn't want to talk anymore. No dad around, and Mom who'd constantly been sick, then died. How would it be? Both of Jacob's parents were very involved in his life. Sometimes too involved, but at least he didn't often get lonely. Matt was almost always there when there was nothing to do. His heart started aching again, thinking about the deadline he'd missed and the chance that he might never see his dad and sister again, and he had to force himself not to think about them anymore. Instead, he thought of basketball tryouts and Kevin, Coach's annoying son who was also a junior and seemed determined to keep Jacob out of varsity. The light entering the cave changed, and Jacob glanced toward the entrance. "Akeno, turn off your light for a minute," he said. Akeno jerked awake. "What? Another Mog?" "No," Jacob said. "I think Lyrone's gone." He got up and took a few steps forward. Sure enough, the light outside was brighter and had a warm appearance.
"Looks like the clouds are leaving,"
Akeno said, jumping up and dashing toward the entrance. "Finally!" Jacob said, following Akeno. "Wait!" Lorcon called out. They both stopped and looked back at her. "We need to be cautious. Sometimes he hovers above the southern mountains and watches from there."
"Ah,"
Akeno said.
"I don't want to be cautious."
They waited for Lorcon to take the lead, then walked toward the exit of the cave, being careful to stay as close to the sides as possible. Lorcon paused every couple of feet, peering into the sky. The first step outside was a little unnerving. There were still a few clouds above the mountains to the south. However, after they had watched for a few long moments, nothing happened, and Jacob relaxed. Lorcon smiled in relief. Akeno pulled out the Minya container and released early, giving her instructions to send an update to his parents. Rather than waiting for her to return, knowing she'd catch up easily, they started down the mountain toward the trail. Jacob ached in a few spots where he'd hit the wall, but the pains were easily ignored, and as he walked, those pains started disappearing anyway. Being outside was so refreshing. He found it hard to focus on anything negative. Early caught up with them.
"Jacob's mother is in Taga village."
Jacob turned, his heart skipping a beat. "Really? She is? How's she feeling?"
Great. One of the Makalos slipped her kaide sap while she was in the hospital, and she's all better.
Jacob chewed the inside of his cheek, his emotions wearing with each other. He was excited that his mom was feeling better, but a fresh wave of guilt rushed over him. He didn't want to ask how his mom felt about him missing his deadline, about his dad getting tortured, with his sister potentially there to watch.
Kenji said you'd be traveling near the cottage of the fat lady,
Early said.
You need to stop and talk to her. She'll help you prepare to meet the Lorcon.
Where does she live? Jacob asked.
On the other side of Ridgewood. Kenji sent a warning. They haven't had contact with her because she has a lock on her cabin preventing magical visitors. He said to be careful because she might be like Aldo.
Early floated to a Kano, ready to go back in her container. Jacob started jogging down the trail. We've got a lot of ground to cover, he called over his shoulder. And we just got in a lot of rest. Time to push forward. Aloran and Akano caught up, and Aloran pointed ahead.
Ridgewood is around that bend. I should warn you, it's a really weird place, with some of the strangest people you'll ever come across.
Jacob frowned. Strange? In what way?
They're superstitious about Myavril City. They do everything in their power to stop people from passing through their town. That's one of the reasons why I've never made it to Myavril City.
Jacob slowed to a walk, realizing he needed a plan. How do they stop people? Aloran tucked a strand of hair behind her ear.
By trying to kill them. Last time, they actually succeeded in killing a member of my group. They believe we're better off dead than continuing on and never returning.
Jacob raised an eyebrow. How did the members of this town possibly justify murder? That's pretty extreme.
Not to them,
Aloran said, shaking her head.
They have a law that forbids anyone to go to the city, and the punishment for breaking it is death.
That's ridiculous. How do their laws apply to people who don't live here, or who have no say in the making of the law or how it's carried out, or who don't even know about it?
I really don't think they thought about democracy when setting up their rules,
Akano said. That's pretty apparent. Jacob said, All right, let's figure out how to get past them. They reached the bend in the trail, and he stared at the town, spread across a large area of land between the lake and the forest. A small river flowed through the place from the river.
Whatever we decide to do, we need to figure it out fast, before they see us,
Aloran said. Jacob looked at the landscape surrounding the city. Maybe we could go around, through the trees on the hill?
No, they keep lookouts up there at all times. And before you ask, going through the water is also a really bad idea.
Why?
There are many different varieties of fish in the lake, besides E2, and most will destroy you if given the chance. The E2 fish start coming closer to the surface to feed in the evening, and you already know what will happen if we encounter one of them.
Aloran looked at the lake.
We tried it once. A member of the group was attacked and severely injured before we realized what was happening. 3 men tried to help her while the rest of us swam to shore as fast as we could. None of those 4 made it. When we got out of the water, the people of Ridgewood were waiting for us.
Jacob frowned, glad he hadn't been there. How horrible. What happened next?
After interrogating us and keeping us in prison for more than a month, they made us promise never to try going to Myavril City again. Now they'll just kill anyone who attempts it.
So, we can't go through the water on the south, and we can't go through the forest on the north, Jacob said. And we can't very well go under the town. What else can we do?
Well,
Akano started.
I could shrink both of you and have Early transport you to the other side of the city.
What about you? Jacob said. How would you get across?
Use the trees, of course,
he said, pointing up at the forest.
Aloran gave Akano an incredulous look.
I just said it isn't possible to go that way.
Akano gave a mischievous smile.
But when was the last time a Makalo attempted it?
Chapter 30.
I'll have the trees to hide me,
Akano said.
and, if necessary, lift me and carry me across their branches. No one will see me, and it won't take any time at all.
Jacob watched Aloran as she thought it through. She bit her lip.
Okay, we'll try it,
she said.
but let's get it done as soon as possible. I want to travel by sunlight as long as we can.
Okay, ladies first, Akano said. He had Aloran stand a few dozen feet away, then took Early out of his knapsack and explained what she was going to do. Once both were ready, Akano reached out, squinting one eye. Aloran disappeared, then reappeared on Akano's palm. After making sure she was okay, Akano had Early pick her up. Aloran was a little smaller than the Minya, and it didn't look like Early struggled with the girl's weight. Fly her over the city, Jacob said. Make sure you stay high. Early flitted off and reappeared a few minutes later, and it was Jacob's turn. He ran down the trail to where Aloran had stopped, then turned to face Akano. 1 second, he was being pinched around his waist, and the next, he stood in Akano's hand. Early picked him up, and before he'd adjusted to being held by a Minya, they'd landed on a huge rock next to Aloran. Jacob asked Early to make sure Akano didn't need help, and to send word if anything went wrong. She left, and Jacob and Aloran sat on the rock to wait. They were alone for the first time, and Jacob felt self-conscious. He racked his brain, trying to think of something to say, and grabbed the first thing that came to mind. "You have a dimple in your cheek," he said. He paused, then blurted out the rest. "Did you know that dimples are tissue defects?" She gave him one of those looks only a girl can give. Not that you're defective or anything." He scrambled for words, and then gave up. A skeptical expression crossed Aloran's face, and he felt his cheeks redden. Idiot. He kicked himself mentally, wishing he'd just kept his trap shut. He breathed a sigh of relief when Akano and Early arrived. Akano returned them to their normal size, and they started out again, reaching a small path that led through the tall grass a few minutes later. A cabin sat in a meadow about 400 yards away from the main trail. A clothesline hung to the right, and they could see a paddock behind the cabin to the left. "I'm guessing this is it," Jacob said.
Do you think it's a good idea to call her fat?
Aloran said as they approached the cabin.
I mean, who likes to be called fat?
Jacob ran his fingers through his hair. "I say we just not use her name unless it's necessary." They arrived at the cabin, and Jacob knocked. No answer. He knocked again.
"Go away!"
A woman's gruff voice shouted. "Can we talk to you?" Jacob yelled through the door. He heard someone moving around, but no one answered the door. "We were told to stop here."
"I'm sure you were. Go away!"
"No," Jacob said. "Kenji sent us, and we're not leaving until you open this door."
"And why should I believe you?"
Jacob turned to Aloran and Akano. "She's not going to open it."
Let me try,
Akano said.
Kenji is my father,
he yelled through the crack.
Right, as if that's the truth.
"No," Jacob yelled. "He's serious. Kenji said we needed to stop by the fat lady's cabin, and she would tell us what we need to do to face the Lord." The door swung wide open.
"Well, why didn't you tell me in the first place?"
The group of travelers took a step inside,
looking up. The woman standing before them was huge, at least 600 pounds, maybe more, and well over 6 feet tall. Nothing like the fat lady in Harry Potter. She smiled at them, showing an odd assortment of teeth. The top, which were mostly missing, were blackened and crooked, while the bottom teeth were straight, smooth, and pearly white. She wore massive earrings, and the holes in her lobes were stretched out. Her hair was light brown, piled in a knotty-looking mess on top of her head. Her lids were puffy, making her eyes look tiny. She reached out with a large hand and pulled the three inside, slamming the door shut and pushing them in front of her into the main room of the cabin.
"So tell me,"
she said,
"what news do you bring from Taga village?"
Chapter 31. Jacob and his friends exchanged glances. The fat lady let out a booming laugh.
"Cat got your tongue, eh?"
Plopping into a large, furry-looking chair, she propped up her feet on a table in the middle of the room.
Sit,
She said, motioning to a couch that was surrounded by piles of paper and junk. Jacob was the first to move. He knew Akano wouldn't sit on the end of the couch closest to the woman, so he did.
"Tell me who you are,"
the fat lady said.
"Never seen anyone as big as me, have you?"
Lyrone shook her head and glanced at Jacob, who wasn't sure what to say.
Speak up!
The fat lady pointed her finger at Lyrone.
"You first. What's your name? Where are you from?"
It came across more as a demand than a question. "My name is Lyrone. I'm from Makaria."
"Ah, it's been quite some time since I traveled that far. I usually only get 10 feet in front of my cabin before giving up and going back home."
She laughed again and pointed at Akano.
"I'm assuming you're the one who claims to be Kenji's son."
"Yes, ma'am," Akano said, his voice shaking.
I'm his eldest. My name is Akano."
"It's been several years since I last saw your parents."
She picked up a vial from the table, put a drop of the contents on her finger, then rubbed her bottom teeth. She jerked her finger toward Jacob, who almost jumped up until he saw she was merely pointing. He'd thought she was going to smear some of the stuff on him.
"And you? Who are you? And who do you belong to?"
"My name is Jacob. My parents are Lee and Jana. I mean Dimitri and Aryan." The fat lady squealed loudly, slamming her hands on the armrests.
"Ooh! Oh, I've been expecting you."
She laughed, wagging her finger at him.
"Didn't think I was going to say something like that, did you?"
He expected pretty much anything to happen here, but he decided not to say so and ruin her fun. She jumped to her feet and strode to a cabinet on the other side of the room, dodging the junk and stacks of paper placed randomly on the floor.
"Oh, and call me Fat Lady," she said. "It's the password to my house, and I won't answer to anything else."
Walking back to the couch, she handed a vial to each member of the group.
"Akano and Lyrone, drink this now. Jacob, wait to take yours. It won't do to have you seeing things you shouldn't see right now."
What was she talking about? And what would the potion do to him? Jacob looked at the corked vial in his hand. The glass was swirled brown and blue, full of a dark, runny liquid. Akano and Lyrone's potion was different, more of a rose color.
"I really didn't expect you to bring others, so it's a good thing I thought to make those up just in case,"
the fat lady said.
"Can't say I blame you, though. You know this trip will be extremely dangerous. I'm sure. All your lives are at risk. But who cares these days? As long as the job gets done, right?"
She jerked her thumb over her shoulder toward the Lorcon castle.
Do you know anything about that city?
Jacob met eyes with Akano before looking at the woman again. Not really, no. He knew hardly anything about Eclaron, or the Lorcon for that matter, besides what they looked like.
It's probably better that way,
she said, picking up a dirty towel that had been crumpled in the seat of her chair. She shook it out, causing a cloud of dust to fly in the air, then tossed it on the table, and sat with a thump.
Knowing too much can cause a lot of problems, you know.
Was she crazy? I disagree, Jacob said. It's better to know as much as possible before doing anything that might be dangerous, since—
Yes, you would. Wouldn't you?
The fat lady said, peering down at Jacob.
It is, after all, second nature to you.
Her voice changed to a more businesslike tone.
Knowing as little as possible in this case is in your best interest, though.
How would she know what was second nature to him, and what was in his best interest? He never met her before in his life. Jacob scowled and looked at Akano, who still fingered his vial. The fat lady also glanced at the Makalo.
Boy, you'd better drink that. You'll wish you were dead if you don't.
Akano didn't move to drink it, instead looking at Lyrone, who shrugged. Bottoms up, she said, emptying the vial into her mouth and swallowing.
Wow, bitter,
she gasped. The fat lady guffawed, slapping her knee.
What were you expecting? Fruit juice?
Akano also swallowed his, with much the same reaction as Lyrone. Why do I have to wait to take mine? Jacob asked.
Because theirs were designed to prevent reactions, and yours was designed to control reactions. If you drink it too soon, we'll have problems. And if we were to prevent your reactions, we'd all be in trouble, wouldn't we?
She smiled her odd grin. Jacob just stared at her, not sure what to think or say.
Oh, come on! Tell me you've noticed that some things affect your companions that don't affect you.
Jacob blinked. Not really.
Well, get this. They aren't going to be affected by those things anymore now that they drank that potion.
She put her legs on the table again. He was so confused. He didn't even know where to start or what to say. Should he contradict her? What about me?
What about you?
What does the potion do to me?
Well, you're a special case. If you take that potion now, you'll be really messed up, and the potion would be diluted by your blood, taking away its effectiveness. Then, when the thing happens that is supposed to cause your reaction, it'll most likely kill you. Either that or turn you evil. So, thanks, but no thanks. I'd rather you take the potion when you need it. Oh, and the time to take it is when you feel you have no control over your body. Have them help you,
she said, pointing at the other two. What? When I feel like I have no control? Jacob asked. Was she purposely being vague, or would he really be in danger if he knew more?
But of course,
she said.
You know, when your body goes haywire and you don't know what's going on anymore, I have no idea when it will happen. Figure it out yourself.
Her demeanor changed again, and she stood, looking intently at Jacob.
When you get the key, come straight back here. No detours, no stopping for breaks, and no trying to figure out how to use the key until you're here. The spells that allow only you to activate the key aren't triggered unless you're close to my cabin. It won't even function until you're near here.
I have to get my dad and little sister. That's my biggest goal. I'm not coming back until I have them. The fat lady stared at him.
Your father's in Myvril City? Why would he do a stupid thing like that? And with a child, no less.
Jacob scowled. He's not stupid. The Lorcon kidnapped him and my sister.
Not stupid? And he let himself get kidnapped? Heaven help us. Our king is an idiot.
Jacob's jaw dropped. He was about to start yelling at her or throwing something, but she rode right over him.
Get the key first. Without it, chances of you getting home are 0.
She gripped his face.
Do you understand? Get the key. Get your dad and sister and come here. Then you can activate the key and go home.
Okay, he said, breathing a sigh of relief when she released him. The fat lady turned to Akano and Lyrone.
Don't let the Lorcon touch you. The potion might prevent bad reactions, but it'll be worthless against their blood.
She glanced over them all.
There's a tunnel that leads to my house from the castle. I wish I had more time to tell you where it is. The entrance to it is down a side corridor on the 3rd floor. It has a small window near it, and an end table with candlesticks on it.
She pinched the bridge of her nose.
What I wouldn't give to have a picture of that hall to show you.
Walking to the door, she opened it and motioned for them to exit.
I believe you have something to get done, and fast. The longer you take, the worse off everyone will be, especially King Dimitri and his little princess.
Jacob, Akano, and Lyrone hurried through the open door. Jacob turned to ask another question, but the fat lady shut the door in his face. He followed the others down the trail. He looked over his shoulder at the fat lady's cabin a couple of times, but gave up, realizing she wasn't going to open the door. Why did she have to push them out of her house so fast? He'd wanted to ask more about the key and the Lorcon. They continued down the trail quietly, all lost in their own thoughts. After a few minutes of walking, Lyrone closed her eyes, raising her face to the sun. "Oh, it smells so good here," she said, "like the bread Gallus's wife makes."
No, it smells like trees and wildflowers.
Akano breathed deeply. Ah. Jacob opened his mouth to reply, but Lyrone grabbed his arm, interrupting him. "Look at that," she said, pointing. Chapter 32. Jacob had to blink a couple of times. What's he doing? A man stood not far away, staring at the lake, a vacant smile on his face. He was clean-cut and neatly dressed. Jacob slowed down, unsure what to do. The trail was about to curve to the right around a very large tree, and he stopped behind that tree to watch. The man didn't move. He didn't blink. At least from what Jacob saw. What was going on? Something that Satan said came back to him. Something about the Lorcon traps. "I can't smell anything out of the ordinary," Jacob said. "But both of you can." He rubbed his chin, concentrating. "It's not doing anything to any of us." Akano frowned. "No. Should it?" "Don't you remember? Satan told us that Dimitri went through 4 elemental traps that were placed by the Lorcon to stop him. Well, one was scented air that trapped people." He glanced at them. "I can't smell anything out of the ordinary, but you both smell something completely different." Jacob motioned to the man. He's obviously not going anywhere anytime soon. "It's not affecting us," Lyrone said. "Do you think that's because of the potions?" "Probably." "But what about you?" Jacob slowly shook his head. "Not sure. Though the fat lady did make the comment that things that affect my companions don't affect me. I hadn't noticed anything, But if this is what she was referring to, it would make sense. And while it made him feel almost invincible, it also freaked him out, which he did his best to keep hidden. Just like in the cave, when he'd been able to see the Mog. These things couldn't be normal.
Shouldn't there be more people?
Akeno asked.
If the trap is still active, this guy can't be the only one.
Aloran took a few steps around the tree, then shrieked.
Whoa! There are definitely more people.
Jacob and Akeno joined her. She was right. There were people everywhere. Some lay on the grass, staring up into the sky. Some sat cross-legged, elbows on knees, resting their chins in their hands. Many were standing, as the man had been. All wore the same vacant smiles. Their attire varied from very nice to grubby and dirty.
What are they doing?
Akeno asked. Jacob frowned. I think they're living their lives in their minds, sort of like an invisible prison. I'd bet a lot of people have disappeared to this place. Aloran grabbed Jacob's arm, and he jumped.
Do you think my brother might be here?
She asked. I don't know. We can check. Let's separate and look for guys about his age. How old would he be?
17, 18? Around a year older than me.
What does he look like?
I'm not sure. Maybe like me, except with blue eyes and blonde hair. He also had dimples.
Lucky guy. Matt had dimples, and it definitely made getting dates easier. Of course, he was also a lot more outgoing than Jacob. That's good. Most of them are smiling. It'll help narrow things down. The three of them separated, with Akeno heading to the left, Aloran going straight, and Jacob taking the right. He came across his first 17 or 18-year-old relatively quickly. The guy's eyes were shut, and though his expression pleasant, he wasn't smiling. Could Jacob get him to respond? Open his eyes? He hesitated, then reached out and prodded the guy on the shoulder. The teen turned his face toward Jacob and smiled vacantly, his eyes slowly opening. Jacob backed away, uncomfortable. Weird. The guy's eyes were brown, though, so it wasn't Aloran's brother. From there, Jacob walked as quickly as he could through the people. He glanced at each face, trying to see someone who resembled Aloran even in the slightest. Only one other person was the right age, but he also had brown eyes. In 5 or 10 minutes, Jacob met up with his friends on the other side of the large group of people. No luck? Jacob asked. Aloran shook her head. It doesn't feel right for him to be here. I still feel like he's in Myvril City. Let's keep going then. Maybe we'll have better luck there. They continued forward, passing the last person. The trail soon turned left, heading toward the large mountains at the south of the valley. On the hills to the right, the forest thinned, and the path led the group close to the base of a very large hill that obstructed their view of both the castle and Myvril City.
How much farther?
Akeno said.
The sun will be setting soon, and I don't think we want to enter the castle in the dark.
I'd say at least another hour, if not longer, Aloran said.
I've never been this far, though, so I'm not exactly sure.
She glanced at Jacob.
We still have the last trap to get through. We might want to set up camp soon and approach it in the morning.
Good idea, he said. As soon as the sun goes down, we'll do that. They walked in silence until the sun set, and Akeno put together the usual huts. Everyone ate the meal he cooked. Then they turned in. Jacob woke up the next morning both excited and troubled by the dreams he had. The lady in the forest nearly captured him. Snakes had swarmed all over him, and his skin felt like ants were crawling on it. But what she'd said to him had finally come back. Danilo. He had no idea what it meant,
but at least he could tell the Makalos he remembered. As they walked, Jacob glanced at the foothill beside them. Doing a double take, he pointed up. "Check that out." On top of the hill, a wall rose high above them. It was gray and looked like granite. The surface wasn't smooth, but had vertical ripples flowing through it, giving the appearance of gray curtains. "That's really odd," Akeno said. "Yes, it is. I wonder if it's the first element." Jacob continued to peer up while walking, and noticed that even though the hill was getting smaller, the wall-like thing on top stayed the same height. "This is different, though. Satan said it was a waterfall." As they followed the path, the foothill disappeared, and the trail ran flush with the wall. Jacob stared at it, trying to see the top. The glare of the sun was too bright, and he wasn't able to measure the height. He looked forward, surprised to see the path turn and disappear beneath the wall. Chapter 33. "Is that really the end of the trail?" Akeno asked. I guess it is," Aloran said. "Now what?" "No, it's not the end," Jacob said. "The wall was put on top of it. I'm sure it continues on the other side." He scratched his head. "Maybe Early can see over it." Akeno pulled out his Minya container and told Early what he needed her to do. She returned seconds later.
It was too high. Goes up several miles at least. I didn't want to keep going. Do you want me to try again?"
Jacob shook his head. "No, it's okay. I'm wondering why he didn't see it earlier. You'd think something this big and solid would have been visible." Aloran turned and looked toward the lake. "I've got an idea," she said. "Let's have Early go halfway across the lake and see what the wall looks like from there." The Minya flew off, returning moments later.
"The wall became transparent the farther away I got,"
she said. "Weird." Jacob paused, thinking over the situation. "All right, the Lorcon have a way through it. Let's separate and see if we can find it." Aloran and Akeno followed the wall to the south, and Jacob followed it to the north, climbing up the foothill where it met with the wall. He ran his hand along every edge and crevice he could reach, searching for a hole or something similar. After several minutes, he came to a section where the hill changed into huge rock outcroppings that would be impossible to climb without ropes and harnesses. Turning around, he was surprised to see how far he had gone. Aloran and Akeno were little dots at the far end. Jacob half jogged his way back down, meeting up with them where the path disappeared. "Did you find anything?" "No, nothing," Aloran said. "You?" "Nothing." Aloran looked up at the wall. "What do we do?" "I know there's a way past this," Jacob said. "There has to be. The Mogs and Lorcon have been coming and going through it, for crying out loud." Akeno slid his bag off his shoulder, helping Early back into her container.
"Can we eat something while discussing this? I'm really hungry."
"Yeah," Jacob said. "It'll give us a few minutes to think about how to get through the used-to-be waterfall." They sat next to a small mound of dirt near the shore of Sonda Lake, stretching out their legs and pulling food from their bags. "I wonder what happened to make the waterfall stone, and visible for that matter."
"Do you think we can see it because of the potions the fat lady gave us?"
Akeno asked. "I'm not sure, but I don't think so." Jacob said. "She said the potions would make you avoid reactions. Seeing something invisible is not a reaction." No one said anything for a moment. Jacob bit his lip, thinking. The Mogs and Lorcon couldn't climb over the wall, and couldn't have been going around it. It was too wide. The only way was to go through it. But how? And where?
Jacob got to his feet to pace. He loved puzzles, and this one was proving to be a difficult one. He walked back and forth several times between his friends and the wall, trying to keep everything clear in his mind. As he neared them for a fourth time, something by the mound of dirt they were sitting next to caught his eye. He paused, then circled the mound. "Hey, come check this out," Jacob said. The mound was from dirt that had been dug up. "This has to be the tunnel."
"It could be, but it looks like it's only a pit,"
Lyrone said.
"And if it is a tunnel, it's fallen in on itself. Not recently, though. That dirt's been there for a year at least. It's too dry and settled to be fresh. And I know for a fact that the Lorcon and Mogs have been out of Myavral several times during the past year." "What is it, then?"
Akano asked.
"It's not here naturally."
"An animal hole?" Jacob said. "Do animals this big live around here?"
"No, I don't think so,"
Lyrone said, then paused.
"Oh, I'll bet Dust's made it. They do things like this in the Makaria castle, too, digging through things, making tunnels. We'd better move away just in case. They're stupid, but can cause a lot of damage. I have to reinvent the way into my tower in the castle regularly. It takes them forever to work out new problems."
The group circled back to their lunch spot and finished eating, facing the wall so they could continue to examine it. After several moments, Jacob glanced up. Did he just see a section of the wall shift? It was a spot 20 feet or so to the left of where the trail disappeared, the part Lyrone and Akano had inspected. He stood and walked closer, squinting in the bright light of the sun. He stopped in front of it. Something flickered again. "Wait," he said. "That's weird. The wall has a—" He reached out to touch it and jumped back when the stone dissolved around his hand. "Wow! What was that?" The tunnel was now right in front of him. It was dark, and he couldn't see very far into it. He turned to his friends. "Holy cow! Come see! I just found the tunnel!"
"I can't see anything,"
Akano said. Lyrone shook her head. "Neither can I." "Wait, what? You can't see the tunnel? It's right here!" Jacob motioned to it.
"There's nothing there but wall,"
Lyrone said. Jacob frowned. "You really can't see it?" Lyrone smiled, rolling her eyes, and Akano gave him a look that said, "Didn't I just tell you that?" Jacob sighed. "Okay, come here then." He grabbed Akano and pulled him over to stand right in front of the entrance. "Put your hand out. You'll feel the wall sort of dissolve around it." Akano put his hand out, but the wall didn't dissolve. His palm landed flat on stone. "Now what?" "Oh my gosh," Jacob said. "I know I'm not crazy. Lyrone, you try it."
"No, I believe you can see it. There's probably a reason why we can't. I'd guess it's because we're not supposed to go with you."
"What are you talking about? Like crap I'm doing this alone."
"Then lead us. That's the only other alternative."
Jacob scowled at the wall. Was there any other option? He hated the idea of leading them blind, but he knew he'd never get out alive without their help. "Okay, fine. We'll do that." Lyrone took Akano's hand with her left and Jacob's with her right. "Let's go," she said. Jacob turned to the wall, trying not to think too much about Lyrone's touch. He stepped forward, pulling Lyrone and Akano in with him as the wall dissolved, revealing the tunnel. The moment they were inside, they were plunged into complete darkness.
"Oh, wow,"
Lyrone said, gasping.
"We're in the wall now, aren't we?"
"Yes, we are."
"I feel it. It's pushing all around me. It feels like I'm standing in stone."
Lyrone gasped again.
"Just don't let go of my hand."
"I won't."
I promise. Jacob looked over his shoulder. Akeno, how are you holding up?
The same as a Lorcon.
Resolving to get them through the wall as quickly as possible, Jacob started forward again. He could barely make out the walls on either side. Putting out his free hand, he used the side wall to guide him. It was bumpy and had an odd texture to it, making him stop again. He felt around, trying to figure out why it was so weird, but nothing came to mind. Chapter 34. Taking a few more steps, he relied on the wall to guide him. Then it disappeared from under his hand, and it took him several minutes to find it again. The tunnel had taken a turn to the right. He started to follow it, looking over his shoulder out of habit to check on Lyrone and Akeno. The blackness made it impossible to see them, though. He cleared his throat. How are you guys doing?
My bag. Take my bag,
Lyrone said, gasping.
Can't feel it. Don't want lose.
Okay. Jacob reached out and found the top of her head, then lowered his hand to the bag slung around her neck. He secured it around his own neck and one arm. Akeno, do you want me to take yours as well?
No, I'm fine,
Akeno said, also gasping now.
Hurry.
Okay. Jacob took another deep breath, tracing the wall as he went. Something tells me this isn't going to be a short tunnel. The tunnel turned several more times. Jacob lost count of how many. He closed his eyes, realizing he didn't need them open anyway. Hey, wait, he said. Akeno, let's see if your finger will light up the place. The walls were immediately swathed in the eerie blue light. Jacob yelled at what he saw, jumping backward into Lyrone. Turn it off! Turn it off! He shrieked. The blue light faded and was again surrounded by darkness. But the images that had filled his view wouldn't go away. Hundreds and hundreds of faces, bodies, embedded in the walls of the tunnel. Fingers reaching forward, eyes unseeing, staring into nothing.
What happened?
Lyrone gasped.
What's going on?
Akeno said.
I can't see anything.
Jacob remained motionless, trying to calm his heart. Those couldn't have been real people. They couldn't have. He realized his hand was still on the wall, and he jerked it off, wiping it on his pants. Wiping didn't take away the feeling of death that remained. He wiped harder, groaning in frustration.
Jacob?
Lyrone said, her voice pleading.
Tell us what you saw.
Jacob furrowed his brow. No, it was nothing. He said, nothing. He couldn't seem to take in enough air. Even it felt grimy now.
If you won't tell us,
Akeno said, his voice higher than normal,
then keep going.
Jacob braced himself. Okay. He shut his eyes once more, finding it easier to go that way than to try to find light, and used his feet to guide instead of his hand. He touched the wall as little as possible and cringed every time he brushed against it. They didn't make much progress this way, but he'd never touch that wall again if he could help it. Jacob became aware that Lyrone was holding his hand too tightly. Lyrone? I can't feel my fingers. Sorry. Lyrone loosened her grip, but it wasn't long before she held on just as tight again. She pulled in a ragged breath of air.
How much farther?
Don't know, Jacob said, concentrating on not letting his emotions flow into his words. I hope not much. He wouldn't be able to take any more of this if it didn't end soon. He couldn't believe he'd actually been touching faces and hands. People. He wasn't sure if they were dead or trapped in the wall alive. He didn't know how to tell if they were breathing,
He hoped they were alive and could be helped eventually, but finding out about the people that way had been awful. After what felt like an eternity, a slight gust of wind brushed his face. He peeked through his eyelids, bracing himself for whatever had caused the air to move. A small shaft of light crossed the ground several feet ahead of them. Relief coursed through him as he realized what it meant.
"I think we're almost at the end of the tunnel," he whispered. "No one talk until I make sure we're safe."
Lyrone squeezed his hand, showing him she understood. After 2 more turns, the tunnel was lit well enough for Jacob to walk forward without using his feet to guide himself. He tried not to look at the walls, but couldn't help it. They were made completely of stone again. Oh, good. Right before what he thought was the last turn, he stopped. He inched forward, paused, pressed up against the wall, then peered around the corner.
Chapter 35.
Oh, not again. Jacob groaned. The light was muted, the trees dark and shriveled.
What is it?
Lyrone whispered.
The trees look the same here as they did in the infected forest.
Jacob surveyed the scene before leading them out of the tunnel. At least he could still see color, though everything was tinted green. Weird. The air was heavy and dark, the sunlight barely visible, making it appear to be almost nighttime. The trees looked worse than the last forest. They were shorter, more gnarled, and because they grew so closely together, they almost appeared to be one huge, squat tree. After making sure no one waited for them in the trees, Jacob guided Akeno and Lyrone out of the tunnel. The trees were so thick that getting through them would be next to impossible. There wasn't a path, and the forest came right up next to the wall. Rock outcroppings were everywhere.
"Can you guys see yet?"
Lyrone took several deep breaths.
"Yes,"
she said.
"Why is it so dark?"
"I'm not sure. It wasn't exactly like this in the infected forest." Jacob turned to look at his friends.
"Akeno, can you see?"
"Yeah, I can."
"This place gives me the heebie-jeebies, so if you guys can see well enough, let's keep moving,"
Jacob said.
"There isn't a trail here, but I'll bet if we stick close to the wall, we'll come across some kind of path eventually."
"We'll follow you,"
Lyrone said. Jacob looked down at her hand, still clutching his.
"But I might need to use both my hands,"
he said, almost wishing that wasn't the case.
"Oh, sorry."
Lyrone pulled away. The ground was rough, and just as bad as Jacob had expected it to be. At least the trees weren't as violent as the ones in the infected forest. Perhaps this was due to the fact that the group was trying to go around the trees, not between. Jacob was quick to note, however, that any time he brushed up against a tree, he received a swift reminder to stay away. It was pretty difficult not to touch them, and after just a few minutes of climbing over rocks and clinging to the wall, he felt thrashed. After a half an hour of climbing, jumping down, crawling through, stepping over, and hiking up, they got to a place where the ground evened out and the dirt road appeared up ahead.
"There's the trail,"
Lyrone said.
"I really wish I could use my resin to see what's out there,"
Akeno said. Jacob nodded. "You could try if you want to, but I doubt the trees will let you touch them."
"I'll leave resin as a last resort for now."
The group followed the trail west and away from the wall. It led deeper into the forest, which was now the only thing that appeared to separate them from the castle. Jacob felt a small, tightening sensation in his chest. He did his best not to imagine what his dad and sister were going through, opting instead to concentrate on each step he took. The group neared a large tree with oddly shaped branches growing wild at the bottom, then coming to a point at the top. It stood out from the other trees, being several feet taller and having lighter colored bark. There was a spot where the branches parted, leaving what looked somewhat like an open-ended box.
"That's a Caith tree,"
Akano said.
"Long ago, the people of this kingdom would leave things here for passing travelers. They'd put spells on the trees so only those who were meant to take the things would be able to get them. If I remember correctly, there used to be several similar trees throughout our land for this purpose. This is supposed to be the only one left. The rest died or were destroyed."
Shortly after passing the Caith tree, they came to a fork in the road. There was a sign with the words Myvril City etched into it, pointing to the right. Jacob assumed the left branch led to the castle. His heartbeat sped up, and he had to consciously change his thought process to keep from freaking out. He looked at Aloran. "Isn't this where your brother should be?" Aloran nodded.
"Yes, it is. And this is as far as I'm supposed to go."
She gave Jacob and Akano quick hugs.
"It's been nice traveling with you."
Jacob's mouth opened and closed as he tried to figure out what to say. Wait a second. You're not coming with us to the castle?" Aloran shook her head.
"I was only hired to take you here. Satan was hired to get you through the traps. The deal was, once we got to this point, we were free to focus on our own goals."
Jacob hesitated, trying to decide what to do. "Maybe Akano and I should go with you into the city, at least to help you get started."
"That won't be necessary. You need to find your family."
Jacob still hesitated, his emotions wearing inside. He didn't feel good about letting her go off on her own. Who knew what was in that city? But now that he was this close to the Lorcon castle, he couldn't bear the thought of putting off his father and sister even a little longer. He rubbed the back of his neck. The last time he'd placed his family above everything else, there had been serious consequences. His heart hadn't stopped aching since yesterday. Could he forgive himself if Aloran died too? And another thing. What would his father say if he found out Jacob had let her go off on her own? Satan's death had been an accident, but now that he knew what could happen if he didn't consider the needs of the other people around him, he refused to repeat that mistake. He'd already missed the deadline. What would another hour matter? "We'll come with you," he said, "and stay until we're sure things are okay. If it doesn't look right, we'll all get out. Besides, I think your task will take less time than mine. There has to be a town center, a mayor, someone who knows everyone here. We can ask." He placed his hand on Aloran's shoulder, meeting her gaze. "And then come with us to the castle. You can't get out of Myvril City without me, and we could use your help finding the key." Aloran agreed, and they started down the road to Myvril City. Chapter 36. The trees grew thickly on either side, and it seemed as though they were reaching toward Jacob. He looked at them, but could see no movement. The thick, greenish air, the trees, the eerie quiet. It made him feel like he was close to suffocating. After a few turns in the trail, buildings came into view, and Jacob kept his eyes on them as the group continued. With the light of the sun barely visible, the city felt dark and ominous. Most of the buildings were boarded up, but had muted light coming from inside. It wasn't natural light, but a sickly, mustard green color. The feeling that came from the city wasn't welcoming, and the air was now so heavy, Jacob felt a constant need to clear his throat. As they passed the first house, Jacob saw a face press up against one of the windows. It disappeared, but then came back, accompanied by another. A moment later, the door opened a crack, and an old, withered hand appeared, reaching toward Jacob and his friends. He almost stopped walking when he saw a tired-looking woman kneeling at the door. She had gray hair that was pulled into a loose bun.
Please, please help us,
she wheezed, her light-colored eyes begging. Lorcon looked at Jacob, a troubled expression on her face. I really don't feel good about this place, Jacob whispered. I don't think we should go near anyone. As soon as he'd said this, the woman's expression turned to one of intense hatred.
Yes, that's right, children,
she said.
Keep walking away if it makes you feel better, you rats.
She slammed the door shut. The group continued down the center of the winding road. Jacob did his best to ignore the disfigured faces that watched them from almost every window. A few moments later, the road opened into a large area with a building in the middle. Jacob paused to scrutinize it. The windows weren't boarded up, and the light that came from inside was warm and welcoming. It was more likely to be a town hall than any of the other buildings. He continued forward. They were almost to the porch when the front door opened, and a man stepped out carrying a rug. He was large, wearing a white shirt and a blue apron, and had a mustache that covered at least half his face. He shook the rug out, then noticed them and jumped, dropping the rug and putting his hand on his chest.
"Oh, you startled me,"
he said, laughing.
"Can I help you?"
You might, Lorcon said. The man gave her a friendly smile, his eyes twinkling.
I might?
he laughed.
Well, let's hear what you have to say, and we'll see if I can.
I'm looking for my brother.
And who is your brother?
His name is Devlin.
You believe you might find him in Rival City?
The man stroked one side of his mustache.
You do know that no one has come or gone from this city in many years, right?
Yes, I know, Lorcon said. But he hasn't been seen for a very long time, and I've searched everywhere for him, except this city.
Have you considered that he might be dead?
Lorcon faltered, but then a determined expression came into her eyes. Yes, I have, but I don't think he is. The man picked up the rug.
How can you be sure?
I can't explain it. I just know. I want to search the city, but I'm not sure where to start or how. A young woman came to the door and stood behind the man, her arms folded. Putting his arm around her shoulders, he brought her forward.
My name is Ekin, he said. This is my eldest, Duana.
Duana's features relaxed, and she smiled at Lorcon, who returned the smile. Hope was starting to come into Lorcon's eyes. My name is Lorcon, and these are my friends, Jacob and Akeno. Ekin studied them, a curious expression on his face. He locked eyes with Jacob for a brief moment, and Jacob could sense an under-the-surface emotion, similar to a heartache, coming from the man.
Very pleased to meet you both.
Ekin opened the door.
Please come in. We don't get many visitors to the town hall or Rival City.
Thank you, Lorcon said. He held the door for them.
In fact, you're the first visitors to come in a very long time.
Can we have a minute alone to talk, please? Jacob asked, motioning for Lorcon and Akeno to come closer.
Of course.
Ekin went into the hall, shutting the door behind him. Jacob pulled Lorcon and Akeno several feet away from the porch. I don't want to go in there until I know how you feel about this. Akeno and Lorcon looked at each other. Akeno was the first to speak. I trust him. Same with me, Lorcon said. I'm usually an excellent judge of character, and I think he's a good man, doing the best he can with what he has around him. I don't trust this city, Jacob said, or him. He frowned, thinking.
but he might have information on how to look for your brother. Aloran nodded. He'd have to know everyone who lives here, even if only by sight, and he'd at least know if there was someone here Devlin's age. We could use his help. You mean I could use his help? No, you're not doing it alone. We're coming with you. Why? Your business is much more urgent than mine. The lives of your father and sister are on the line, for crying out loud, not to mention one of the most powerful objects ever created. She put both hands on his shoulder. Go. Get the key and your family as soon as possible. Jacob shook his head. No, I agreed to stay with you until things felt safe. I feel comfortable. It doesn't matter. Are you discrediting how I feel? Aloran, honestly? Jacob scowled. It's a stupid idea for you to be left alone right now. She raised an eyebrow. You do know who you're talking to, right? I've been alone most of my life. Even while my mom was sick, I was alone because she couldn't leave her room, and she was sick almost my entire life. Go, Jacob. After we find Devlin. No, seriously? Think about it. There's a big chance the Lorcon don't know you're here. You have the opportunity to take them by surprise before they do something with the key. For all you know, they were bluffing about the deadline, and there's still a chance to save your father. Jacob looked into her eyes. Then come with us to find the key, and we can look for Devlin afterward. And possibly lose my chance? She shook her head. Jacob, this is as far as I've ever gone. If things fall apart with the Lorcon, there's no way I'll be able to come back. If I don't take this opportunity right now, it'll never come again. Jacob closed his eyes. I can't leave you, Aloran. Her points are valid, Akeno said. We're wasting time arguing. Aloran put her hand on Jacob's arm. And you can't make my decisions for me. I trust Ekin and his daughter. I'll be fine here. As much as he hated to admit it, Jacob felt Aloran was right. They wouldn't stop by the city on their way back. Are you sure about this? He said. 100% positive this is what you really want to do? Aloran nodded. Yes, I am. Besides, it'll only take a couple of hours to search the city. I'll have Ekin and Duana's help, so that should be enough. We can meet near the tunnel, and you can lead me back to the other side. All right. Let's make it 2.5 hours to be safe. Okay. Thank you, Jacob. Jacob gave her shoulder a light squeeze and started toward the town hall. Chapter 37. Jacob, wait, Aloran said, then threw her arms around him. I really mean it. Thank you so much for believing in me and for helping me come here. You, Akeno, and Gallus are the only ones who don't think I'm crazy. She pulled back, and Jacob saw tears in her eyes. He cleared his throat. You're welcome. She wiped her tears away, gave Akeno a hug, then knocked on the door of the town hall. The door swung open, and Ekin stepped to the side, motioning for them to enter. Would you like some food? No thanks, Aloran said. But can you help me? What can I do for you? I need to find my brother, she said. He nodded. Of course we'll help, as long as you realize the odds of his being here aren't good, which I think you do. Aloran turned and gave Jacob another quick hug, then Akeno. Thanks, she said. Get going, you two, and I'll see you soon, okay? Jacob stepped up the porch and shook Ekin's hand. Thank you for your help, Ekin. We appreciate it. Aloran stayed on the porch, watching Akeno and Jacob as they left. Jacob met her eyes as he stepped away, already missing her company.
Weird how the things they'd experienced together had warmed them to each other. He turned and hurried down the street, careful not to look at the buildings on either side. They were a couple of blocks away from the town hall when they heard a girl scream. Jacob whipped around. The porch swarmed with townspeople who were grabbing at Lyrone, trying to drag her away. "Run, Lyrone!" Jacob yelled. He was about to run back, but hesitated when Eakin jumped through the door and wrestled with several people, kicking and shoving them off the porch. Duana and Lyrone were fighting as well. Eakin punched one of the villagers full in the face, then grabbed Lyrone and Duana, pulling them inside to safety and slamming the door shut. Maybe Eakin was used to the town hall getting attacked.
"Jacob, look out!"
Akeno yelled. Jacob lurched out of the way just as a disfigured man with long, ratted hair slashed a large knife at him. He slashed again, and Jacob dodged, swinging around with his fist and hitting the guy on the side of the head. The man fell over near Akeno, who sprang away from the man's grasp. Jacob felt something touch his back, and he jumped around to see a woman with greasy hands and hair trying to grab his shirt. He shoved her away, knocking her into a deformed man behind her. He glanced around. Hundreds of people with mangled bodies poured out of the buildings on both sides of the street, many carrying knives and sticks. He fought the hands off him, finding that the people were weak, but their numbers. There were too many to fight. He and Akeno shoved their way through the group of people and sprinted as fast as they could toward the fork in the road. Jacob glanced over his shoulder one more time before they turned a bend. The people didn't pursue them beyond the last house. It looked as though some invisible boundary kept them from leaving the city. He stopped when they reached the main road, bent over, and put his hands on his knees.
"They're not following us,"
he panted. "Why?"
"Not sure,"
Akeno said, also gasping for breath. Jacob straightened and motioned toward Myvril City.
"Did you see how they swarmed all over Lyrone? We have to go back for her. I know we shouldn't have left her there."
"There's nothing we can do. We aren't prepared to fight. We'll end up stuck there too."
Akeno grabbed Jacob's arm, forcing him to look away from the city.
"Listen to me. We can't do both. If we try to get her, we'll fail at getting your dad and sister and the key."
He paused, then resolution crossed his face.
"Only a couple of hours. We'll meet her at the tunnel and help her then."
Jacob closed his eyes, focusing on the air rushing in and out of his lungs. He didn't want to contradict Akeno. Lyrone wouldn't be meeting them in 2 hours. "All right, let's go." The road led them deep into the forest, and for a time the castle was out of view. After following the winding trail for several minutes, the forest ended, and the castle loomed up before them, large and magnificent. An intense pang of fear clenched Jacob's heart, and he was almost overcome by a sudden urge to run away as fast as he could. He took a deep breath, trying in vain to calm his heart. He realized he would lose everything that was important to him, his family, his friends, his freedom, his life, if he did the wrong thing. The surface of the dirt road blended into cobblestones and led under the castle's huge archway and into the spacious courtyard. There were no guards visible, and the place had an eerie quietness about it that unsettled Jacob. The air seemed to press down upon him, and the silence was almost deafening. "There's no sense putting off the inevitable," he said, then started forward. He crept up to the left side of the archway, Akeno following. Leaning against the wall, he glanced around, again making sure no one was watching them.
"How do we get in?"
Akeno asked. "I'm not sure," Jacob whispered, then laughed a short, almost hysterical laugh. "Maybe we should knock on the door. They'd probably welcome us with wide open arms." Akeno frowned at him, and Jacob stopped smiling. I'm kidding, Akeno. Let's go around the castle and see if there's another way in.
Okay.
They crept along the stone wall, staying close to it. Coming to the corner, Jacob peered around it and saw nothing but a long wall with no windows or doors. For a second, he considered turning back to the front, but then something occurred to him, and he looked at Akeno. I've got an idea. Come on. He went back to the start of the wall and put his hand on it, feeling around, searching for warmth. After a few seconds, he sprinted, keeping his hand on the wall the entire way. Akeno jogged behind him, keeping up. Jacob paused when he felt warmth in the surface. It was tiny, though, so he continued running. Wow, he panted. The Lorcon really know how to build strong walls. A thought popped into his head, and he stopped. Hey, maybe I have the ability to sense weakness in things.
Excuse me?
That has to be it. I think I've known it since we were in the cave. I'm looking for a weakness in the wall so I can make an opening for us. Akeno frowned.
When you feel the heat, you mean?
Yeah, Jacob said. And when I reshaped the rock from the cave wall, I somehow knew how to make it stronger. That's pretty cool.
Okay, great,
Akeno said.
Let's concentrate on getting inside.
Jacob focused again on the temperature. After running the entire length of the wall, he turned with it as it formed the back of the castle. 10 or 15 feet later, he found what he was looking for, a spot warm enough to do what he needed to do. Holding his hands over the stone, he felt it heat up beneath his palms and fingertips and become soft. He made a hole in the stone, about waist high, then bent over to peer through it. He didn't see anyone on the other side, so he continued working with the stone until the hole was big enough to climb through. Akeno followed him. They turned to survey what Jacob had thought would be the inner courtyard. It might have been a room in the castle, as it was walled off, and there was a roof overhead. Light streamed through a few windows near the ceiling, making it possible for Jacob to see a door on the opposite side. Crossing the room, Jacob put his hand on the doorknob, ready to open it. Chapter 38. Thinking better of the idea, Jacob pointed to Akeno's knapsack. Early could make sure there wasn't anything dangerous on the other side of the door before they walked through it. Seeing Akeno's knapsack reminded Jacob of something. Oh no, he groaned. Akeno jumped. What? I still have Aloran's bag. I completely forgot to give it back to her.
You can return it when we reach the tunnel. She probably won't need it before then anyway.
Jacob nodded in agreement. Would you get Early out? Akeno did so, and when the Minya floated in front of Jacob, he said, I need you. Keep to the shadows and see if you can go through the keyhole in this door. If you can, check out the other side, then come tell us if it's safe to open the door. Early flitted to the keyhole, and after wriggling around, she was able to get through. Moments later, she returned to tell them that there was a courtyard on the other side of the door, and no one was there.
There's also a servant's entrance to the castle. I checked the room where it leads, and there wasn't anyone in it either.
Jacob thanked her, and Akeno returned her to her container. Jacob opened the door and poked his head through. As Early had said, the place was empty. Motioning for Akeno to follow, he crossed the courtyard and sneaked through the door. Shutting the door behind them, Jacob inspected the room they just entered. It was a large kitchen, and looked as though it hadn't been used for quite some time. He ran across the room to the door on the opposite side, and once again had Early go through the keyhole. She returned to inform them that the hallway on the other side was empty as well. Jacob quietly opened the door, glancing through the crack. There were many doors leading off the hallway, and he turned to Akeno, thinking. The fat lady had been pretty forceful about his need to get the key before he searched for his dad and Amberly, and after everything she'd said, he agreed. "Where do we find the key?" he asked.
"I'm not sure. I didn't really think about what we would do once we got inside."
Jacob folded his arms, looking around the room, trying to decide. A long search of the castle was a bad idea. It would draw attention to them. But what else could they do? Just as he thought this, he was overcome with vertigo. He sank to the floor, feeling feverish, blood pounding hard in his head.
"What's wrong?"
Akeno asked. For a second, it felt as though he could see another person's thoughts, similar to what had happened in the cave except this time without the emotions. Pictures flowed into his mind, and he saw the way to the key. Realization dawned on him, and his headache began clearing as suddenly as it had come. He became aware of Akeno hovering over him, and he rubbed his temples. The headache was mostly gone now, and the dizziness had passed. He slowly got to his feet and took a deep breath. "Ugh, I know how to get there." Akeno startled.
"You do? How?"
"I don't know how," Jacob said. "It just came to my mind, and we've really got to hurry. No one's around the key right now, but I doubt it'll stay that way for very long."
"How can we be sure it's not a trap?"
"I don't think we can be." Jacob closed his eyes and concentrated hard on the images, making sure he had them memorized.
"What other options do we have?"
Akeno asked. "We could send early to find it."
"That might work."
Jacob thought this through. Except, if we got split up, she might be stuck here for the rest of her life. It's probably better if we stay together. He opened the door again, peering both ways down the hall. It was still very quiet. He took a few cautious steps, being as silent as possible, then scurried down the hall and into another room. There was a set of stairs on the opposite side, which he took two at a time. It felt weird to be so sure of the way, as though he'd been there before, but he knew those memories weren't his. They belonged to someone else. He pushed open a heavy door. Hearing someone coming, he hid behind a curtain, motioning for Akeno to follow. The dark figure strode past them, turning a corner. Jacob couldn't tell if it was human. They waited a moment, then Jacob led the way past an alcove to a door behind another curtain. He put his hands against the rough wood. "This is where we'll find the key." "You're sure?" "Yes, I'm sure." Jacob whispered, "Stay close to my side. Let's just run it, grab it, then get the heck out of here." Jacob opened the door a couple of inches and glanced into the room, verifying that it was empty before pushing the door all the way open. The room looked nothing like he'd anticipated. His vision had shown a magnificent white throne room lined with paintings and statues. The walls in this room were covered in thick drapery. There was no throne or artwork. There was, however, a simple table in the center with a beautiful box on top. Warmth struck Jacob in the chest, and he knew this was where the key was kept. The box was intricately designed in silver, and he could have sworn there was a slight glow around it. He'd never seen anything like it before. He walked to the table, Akeno close on his heels. Jacob couldn't be sure, but he thought he had heard a quiet strain of music. He looked around, trying to find the source. The heavy draperies made it obvious the sound hadn't come from outside. Focusing his attention back on the box, he could now see for sure that it was glowing, and there was light coming from under the lid. He drew the box across the table. It wasn't very big, maybe 4 inches long, and only 2 or 3 inches tall. The silver was shaped into ivy, roses, and flowers.
Jacob opened the box and got a brief glimpse of the key before he was nearly blinded by a beautiful radiance that filled the entire room. Warm yellows, light pinks, greens, and blues all together. The happiest and most peaceful colors he had ever seen. Accompanying the glow was a beautiful melody. Joy and melancholy hit him simultaneously as he was reminded of all the happy times he had had with his family. Laughing with his little sister while playing dress-up, throwing a football or playing basketball with Matt, camping with his dad, talking to his mom. A pang of homesickness hit Jacob hard in the stomach, and he wished his family could feel the joy as well. "Wow," Akeno whispered. His eyes adjusted to the light. Jacob lifted the box and reached in. The moment his fingers brushed the key, warmth filled his entire body and he stood still, overcome by feelings of joy and happiness. Tears sprang to his eyes, and he tried to make the moisture go away while allowing himself to revel in the moment. He hadn't fully realized how much pressure he'd been under, or how stressed and frustrated he'd been, until now. It felt as though the sun had broken through the clouds of a storm that had stayed for several weeks. His heart no longer ached over Satan's death.
"We've got the key. Let's find your dad and sister now,"
Akeno said. "Okay, just give me a second." After a moment, the wave of emotion subsided, and he pulled the key out to inspect it. The melody stopped as soon as the key was removed from the box, and the glimmer faded away. He put the key back to see if the music and the glow would return, and they did. Jacob brought the box closer to his face. The key was silver, delicate, and several 100 years old, judging by the scratches and wear. It looked as if it would break with the least amount of applied pressure. The handle was intricate, and the diamonds lined the shaft. 2 of the diamonds were different from the others, giving off a rosier sparkle.
"It is beautiful, isn't it?"
A rough, deep voice said from the left side of the room. Chapter 39. Jacob stiffened and dropped the box, causing the key to fall onto the table. The glow and the melody ceased, and the room was once again bathed in eerie light from the windows. Jacob put the key into the box and shut the lid, then turned to the voice. The heavy curtains that had covered that side of the room were now drawn back, showing the throne Jacob had seen in vision and a large, cloaked figure that now sat there.
"Though I must say, it never gave off that light and music until you arrived."
Swallowing several times, Jacob couldn't respond. Finally, he asked, "Who are you?"
"Do you even need to ask? You know who stole the key."
"A Lorcon?" Jacob tried to keep his voice from cracking.
"Of course."
The Lorcon said, and then laughed. Jacob's stomach churned in response to the sound, and he was aware of how close to him Akeno stood. On either side of the Lorcon, 2 bodies stirred. His heart lurched when he realized they were his sister and dad. Neither were chained, and he almost threw up when he thought of all the things the Lorcon would do to ensure they wouldn't try to escape. Oh, his poor, poor dad and sister.
"You may refer to me as your Majesty,"
the Lorcon said. If he noticed Jacob's preoccupation, he didn't let on.
"I am king here. Now, activate the key."
Jacob had a hard time pulling his thoughts away from his family. Amberly was sitting up now, her big blue eyes on Jacob, fear and relief wearing with each other on her face. She looked unhurt. Oh, thank goodness. But Dad? Oh, Dad. He was in horrible shape, bloodied, bruised, unmoving. Was he dead? Totally ignoring the Lorcon, Jacob rushed to his father's side, dropping to his knees. His hand hovered over his father's shoulder, not sure if he should touch him. Dad's entire body was swollen and bruised. Not a section of skin was normal colored anymore. His face was puffy, the features barely recognizable. "Dad?" Jacob whispered. Dad stirred, and tears sprang to Jacob's eyes. He was alive. Jacob wasn't too late.
"I haven't infected him yet,"
the Lorcon said.
"We saved that for last, instead breaking every bone we could without killing him. It was enjoyable."
He laughed.
"Look at the expression on your sister's face. You didn't know what was happening, did you, sweetheart?"
Jacob's entire body trembled with the effort not to lunge to his feet and tackle the Lorcon. Realizing he needed to distract the Lorcon from his father and sister, he got up, calmly walking back to the key.
"We didn't want to taint her mind in case you didn't come, so we have kept her in complete isolation."
The Lorcon shifted his robes, leaning back in his throne.
"Did you purposely ignore my earlier request? Come on, child. The key was deactivated, and only you can activate it."
"You don't even need it," Jacob said. "Now that I'm here, so why ask me to do it?"
"Oh, we do need the key. Very much. We realize how powerful it can be and how much good it would do us."
The king leaned forward, stopping just shy of the light streaming in from one of the windows.
"Of course, it isn't anything without you." "Get on with it,"
a voice said from behind Jacob.
"Enough chatter."
Jacob whirled to see 3 Lorcon step forward from the curtains.
"You would do well to hold your tongue,"
said the king, almost standing from the throne.
"How dare you speak out in my presence? This is none of your concern. I will deal with it." "Forgive me."
The voice was full of bitterness, and the 3 Lorcon stepped back again. The king stood, and Amberly flinched. Jacob fisted his hands at his sides. Oh, he would destroy the Lorcon the first chance he got. But first, he needed to figure out how to get his family and Akano out. Dad was obviously not in good shape. Aside from being scared out of her mind, Amberly looked fine. Thank goodness.
"As you can see, Jacob, we have grown impatient in our wait for you."
The Lorcon king paused, then strolled across the room. Jacob straightened, keeping his hands on his sides. The Lorcon stopped right in front of him, towering over Jacob by 3 feet at least. Then he bent until his face was close to Jacob's.
"Do it,"
he whispered. Jacob's stomach curled at the close-up sight of the Lorcon's crimson face. It was just as Satan had described. Black hair, eyes the color of blood with bright green irises. He drew back when he saw the creature's chafed and peeling skin.
"You are disgusted by my appearance, are you not?"
"Yes, you're exceptionally ugly." The king chuckled, straightening to his full height.
"And yet you control your fear well."
He reached for Jacob, who took a step back. The hand was just as revolting as the Lorcon's face, scabby and peeling, with blood on the fingers. Jacob's stomach clenched as he looked at it. The hand stopped short of touching Jacob's face, and the group behind them shuffled at their feet. "What do you want with us?" Jacob asked through clenched teeth.
"Nothing from the Makalo."
What do you want from me?
Many things,
the king said, then reached his hand out again. This time he didn't stop, and although Jacob shied away, the Lorcon's finger made contact with his forehead. Jacob felt as though he'd been punched in the face and chest simultaneously. The wind was knocked out of him, and he fell to the floor. Bright flashes of light burst through the room, and he closed his eyes, trying to block them out. His blood was on fire, burning every inch of him as it coursed through his veins. He rolled onto his side, his body convulsing in pain as he gagged, trying to get enough air. His muscles cramped, and tremors ran through his body. He heard hundreds of sounds all at once, and was no longer able to focus on just one. They were so loud, they pulsated in his brain like a migraine. Opening his eyes, he gasped as the bright lights flashed again, alternating with blackness. Thousands of people moved through the room at once. His body was on sensory overload. Even the temperature seemed to be fluctuating. He tried to stand and right himself, but barely managed to lift his head. The walls around him would not stop spinning. He struggled to stay conscious, almost failing several times. The thought kept entering his mind that he had to remain alert, had to get his dad and sister out, couldn't let the Lorcon win. He heard a loud crack, and his head felt as though it was about to explode again. Someone pulled him to his feet. He struggled against the person until he recognized Akeno's voice commanding him to walk. He slumped against the Makalo. He couldn't hold his own weight. Akeno nearly fell under the load, but struggled forward.
Amberly. Dad.
Jacob could barely form the words. He and Akeno staggered through a door, across another room, and into a hall. Jacob was so disoriented, he couldn't even tell which way was up. Pain was the only thing he knew. He longed to fall to the floor, to give in to the black, to stop the spinning. He brushed against a door jamb and nearly fainted from the agony the contact caused. He opened his eyes. Hundreds of people streamed through the huge corridor. Lorcon, humans, Makalos, Mogs, and other creatures. The lights still flashed, and he had to close his eyes again. He felt himself losing his grasp on consciousness as Akeno yelled unintelligible things at him. They stumbled down a hall. A door opened, and he was pushed inside a room. He slumped to the floor, trying not to give in to the convulsions. Akeno disappeared as Jacob writhed on the cold stone floor. An eternity later, the Makalo was next to Jacob again, and Amberly's concerned face floated into Jacob's vision.
Jacob. Fat lady. Vile.
Akeno's words didn't make any sense. He was aware of his bag being ripped off his arm, and moments later, a bitter fluid was poured into his mouth. He gagged, trying to spit it out.
Stop it! Swallow, please, Jacob!
Jacob felt his nose being plugged, and then his mouth was jammed shut, forcing him to swallow. The liquid burned its way down his throat, and he fought the urge to throw it up as it hit his stomach. He convulsed on the floor, aware of his sister and Akeno at his side. Just then, the potion entered his bloodstream. The sensation started at his heart, inching outward from there. It soothed the pain away, first in his chest, then his lower body, then his arms and neck, and finally his head. The liquid was cold, cooling his burning blood. His muscles relaxed, and the sounds disappeared. The lights stopped flashing. Then his brain relaxed, and he surrendered to the peaceful calm of sleep. Chapter 40. Just as soon as the relief of rest came, however, Jacob was awakened.
Jacob, you can't sleep.
He moaned, not wanting to move.
Please, Jacob, come on.
Jacob moaned again and tried to clear his mind. He didn't open his eyes for fear the bright light would flash again and make him want to throw up. My dad and sister,
I'm right here, Jacob,
Amberly said. Tears sprang into Jacob's eyes, leaking down the side of his face. Oh my gosh, thank goodness. What about Dad?
I shrank him and put him in Early's container. I didn't even inspect him to make sure he was still alive,
Akeno said. He was alive, Jacob said, relief pouring over him. Not only would Dad heal now, but he would be much easier to rescue while shrunken.
He's not doing well,
Amberly said. Her voice broke, and a little sob sneaked out. Jacob still couldn't open his eyes. It's okay, Amberly. Shh. We'll get him taken care of. He took a breath. Did you get the key, Akeno, in its box?
Yes, they're both here.
Put them in my bag, please. I need to give the potion a minute to finish working.
Okay, but then we've got to figure out how to get out of here. I stunned the Lorcon again, but it won't last as long as the first time, and they'll be waking up soon.
I understand. Jacob slowly opened his eyes, then sat up, immediately regretting it. Whoa, he said, holding his head in his hands. It took a second for everything to stop spinning. He was aware of Amberly's hand on his leg, comforting him, and the urge to cry nearly overwhelmed him. His amazing sister. He'd never again think of her as a pest. While waiting for the dizziness to pass, Jacob mentally examined himself. His body was sore all over, and his eyes ached a great deal. The ringing in his ears was gone, though. He glanced around the small, dark space.
I had Early find us this closet,
Akeno said.
We're only a couple of rooms away from where we found the key.
He got to his feet.
There are dusts and Mogs everywhere. As soon as you fell to the floor, several of them came in. I think they all knew we had entered the castle and were hiding from us.
I saw hundreds of people going back and forth, Jacob said. Were they chasing us? Akeno looked confused.
People? What people?
Makalos, Lorcon, humans, tons of them. Even some of those statues, shingles and dusts, or warbies. I couldn't tell which ones they were, and others. Different creatures.
I only saw dusts, a couple of Mogs, and the 4 Lorcon. No one else.
Jacob scratched his head. Are you sure? Of course.
There are a lot of Mogs in the castle,
Amberly said.
And dusts, too. But none of them were up here when Akeno helped us out of the room.
Then why did I see them? Akeno gave him a worried look.
I don't know.
Jacob groaned in frustration, switching gears in his head. Okay, let's just focus on finding a way out. I don't think going through the door would be the best choice right now. He stood. Early, you keep a lookout. Let us know if anyone comes toward the door. Early flew to the keyhole and positioned herself inside it while Jacob felt the walls, searching for warmth. He found several shelves on one side with rags, buckets, brooms, and mops, but no warmth. This ability I have is great and all, but it sure isn't the fastest, he said. After checking the walls, he got to his hands and knees, feeling his way around the floor. Here, he said, finding a warm spot in a corner of the room. He held his hands over the stone, heating it up. Soon there was a hole about 2 feet across. The rest of the stone wouldn't give way. Hope that's big enough, he whispered, then peered over the edge. I can't see anything Early. Can you check? Akeno crawled to the hole, looking down, and the two of them watched as Early flew down. She came back a moment later, reporting that the room below was empty. Jacob ducked his head into the hole to survey the room. Okay, there's a bed mostly underneath us. If we swing a little, we'll be able to land on it. He turned to Akano. Ready?
Yes, ready. Early, you come too.
Jacob lowered himself until his arms were straight, then swung his body and let go. He barely made it to the bed, surprised at how far beneath him it turned out to be. Reaching up, he caught the bags Akano dropped to him, slinging them over his shoulders. Akano lowered Amberly, and Jacob caught her, setting her on the floor next to him. Akano then dropped down. Being smaller and more nimble than Jacob, he landed on the bed without difficulty. Jacob handed Akano his bag, then looked around for Early. He sent her through the keyhole to inspect the place outside the room. She returned.
It's busy in the hall.
Jacob nodded. Let's wait a few minutes, he whispered. Who was out there? Lorcon?
Yes, and Dusts.
Jacob sat on the bed. Were they standing around guarding the doors, or were they going somewhere?
They were in a hurry. Going somewhere.
Which way?
Down the corridor, to the left.
All right, Jacob said. Let's wait for a few minutes and go to the right. Hopefully we won't run into anyone. He turned to Akano. Where's the key?
I put it in your bag.
Jacob stood and paced for a while, then motioned to Early. Okay, check again. Actually, just keep watch and let us know when the Lorcon and Dusts go away. Early took position halfway out the keyhole. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, she pulled back into the room.
It's clear.
It probably won't stay that way for long, Jacob said. Let's go. He took a step down the hallway, but stopped, realizing he had no idea how to get out of the castle, or even where they were. Concentrating, he tried to orient himself to which way was east, where the castle entrance was located, and started running again. Early's warning made him stop, and he whirled. A little creature charged down the corridor at them. Its hands formed into hooves.
A dust!
Amberly shrieked. Let's go! Jacob yelled, and they raced the other direction. The dust had no trouble keeping up, though, and overtook them, grabbing Jacob and pulling him to the ground. Jacob was surprised at how quickly the beast's hands had changed from hooves to fingers. So was the dust, however, and it yelled at itself.
Stop! No! We're hooves!
Jacob scrambled to his feet, but the dust was too fast for him. It quickly recovered from its shock and pushed him down again. Another warning from Early, and more dusts poured into the hall. Judging by the intelligence of the first, one wouldn't be too difficult, but all these at once? Jacob scuffled with the first, knocked it aside, and got to his feet. The creatures only paused briefly before they had him surrounded, ignoring Akano and Early, who had rushed to Jacob's assistance while Amberly fretted from the side. Luckily, the little beasts completely ignored her. For several seconds, the group struggled. Jacob wasn't able to see Akano through the punches and kicks he was both receiving and blocking.
What do I do?
Akano asked.
Knock them out?
Jacob shoved the nearest dust into a couple of others, forcing them to the ground. No loud noises. The crack would alert the Lorcon to their location. He was sure they'd recognize Akano's ability and come running. He whipped around, grabbing a dust by the throat and throwing it against the wall. The hallway filled with even more dusts, and Jacob found himself overwhelmed. Chapter 41. One of the beast's hands formed into a long rope. Another's hands became knives, and Jacob was knocked to the ground again, his head cracking against the stone. Amberly screamed, and Jacob struggled hard, throwing several dusts away. A dust's hands formed a blindfold, and it extended its arms around Jacob's neck from behind. Although he struggled,
Jacob couldn't prevent the other creatures from tying the cloth over his eyes. He felt a sharp knife point at his neck, and he became motionless while the dusts tied his hands and feet.
"We hurt sister,"
a dust threatened.
"No move."
He heard a muffled yell of pain, Akano's, and realized they were all trapped. Jacob racked his brain. He wouldn't give in, especially not now that they had his family and the key. Then he remembered what Lyrone had said about dusts taking forever to work their way through a new problem. He had to do something they wouldn't expect, something to surprise them, a new obstacle. But what? He felt his body being lifted from the ground, and he'd been rushed several feet before an idea came to him. He moved his hand a fraction, the rope slipping to the edge of his palm, and begged it to heat up. It did. The dust whose hands had tied him yelped, and Jacob's arms were free again. He put his hands over the blindfold, warming it up as well. He blinked at the light when the cloth was whipped off his face. The dust who'd tied his feet quickly backed away, and Jacob jumped out of the arms of the others.
"It burned me!"
The dust who used the blindfold shrieked.
"It hotted its hands and burned me!"
The creatures swarmed around the dust to see the evidence for themselves. Jacob momentarily forgotten, even though there were close to 20 dusts in the corridor. He raced to Akano's side and freed him from the little beasts there as well, which didn't seem to bother them. They all ran to the other group. Jacob picked up Amberly, setting her on the other side of Akano. He then placed one hand against the wall to warm the stone and pulled off his bag with the other, tossing it to Akano. He knew the distraction of the dust's hands being burned wouldn't last long. "Our food, Akano. Throw it at them when I give the go-ahead." He molded several rocks from the now hot stone, filling his pockets with them. "Ready?" he asked, as the dusts turned, angry glares on their faces. "Now!" Apples, carrots, jerky, and rocks flew through the air, pelting the dusts. Several of the creatures formed shields to block the missiles, crying in frustration at the change in their hands. But others caught the food and acted surprised when their hands stuffed it into their mouths. Jacob couldn't help but chuckle. What else were you supposed to do with food? Early joined in the fun, zooming at the monsters, disappearing and reappearing in random places along the wall. It wasn't long before the entire group of dusts swarmed to get away, frightened by the change of events. Jacob picked up Amberly again, and he and Akano turned and ran in the opposite direction. Jacob had no idea how to get out of the stupid castle. If only his dad were well and healthy. Hadn't this been the castle he'd lived in? Jacob thought hard, biting his lips and squinting in concentration, willing visions to enter his mind like earlier. He wasn't surprised when nothing happened. "Come on," he whispered. "Help me." A bright, happy glow coming from a small corridor caught his attention and he paused, backtracking to check it out. Looking into the hallway, he saw warm sunlight pouring in, a stark contrast to the darkness of the rest of the castle. A well-dressed man walked down the corridor, his back to the group. He wore light-colored clothes and a weird hat. There was something very familiar about the man's walk. "Dad?" he called. How could it be Dad, when he was shrunken and in Akano's minya container? The man turned to face the wall, and Jacob saw his profile. Oh, he figured it out. He was seeing a vision of a much younger version of his dad. That was cool. As Jacob watched, ignoring Akano's tugging to keep going, Dad pushed against the wall with both hands. It shifted away from him, sliding to the side and revealing a set of stairs leading down. Dad didn't hesitate before descending out of view. Glancing back at Akano, Jacob was startled to see that the hall behind him was dark.
Early flitted in the air above them, and Akeno watched Jacob with an impatient expression on his face. Jacob looked back to the spot where Dad had disappeared. The wall was shut. The corridor was just as dark as the rest of the castle, and there was no longer even a window to let in light. It had completely disappeared.
What?
Akeno whispered.
Over here.
Jacob hurried down the corridor, Akeno and Early following. A Lorcon leaped from the shadows of the hall, knocking Akeno down as he lunged for Jacob. Jacob jumped out of the way just in time, barely keeping Amberly in his arms, and the Lorcon fell to the ground where Jacob had been standing. Jacob put down his sister and looked for a weapon. He spotted a large metal candle holder on a table further down the corridor, past the secret entrance. He ran and grabbed it, turning in time for the Lorcon to lurch at him again. Jacob swung the candle holder and hit the Lorcon in the face with it. The Lorcon spun away, cupping his hand to his face, growling in pain.
Hurry, Akeno!
Jacob took Amberly's hand and ran with her toward the secret passageway.
This way!
As Akeno ran past the Lorcon, it reached out and grabbed him by the ankle, bringing him down with a crash. Akeno screamed, struggling to get out of the Lorcon's grasp.
Use your resonant!
Jacob yelled. Akeno complied, and Jacob didn't have enough time to plug his ears before the crack echoed through the corridor. The Lorcon went limp, allowing Akeno to jerk his leg free. Ears ringing, Jacob helped Akeno to his feet, took his sister's hand, and sprinted down the corridor to the spot where the opening in the wall had been.
Here! We have to go here!
He yelled.
It's just a wall, Jacob. We gotta go back to the other hall.
No, there are stairs behind it. I think it leads to a tunnel.
Jacob pushed against the wall. It didn't budge.
Help me open it!
Akeno made a frustrated sound, but jumped to Jacob's side to help. So did Amberly, terror all over her face. After a moment of exertion, the wall shuddered beneath their hands. Pushing a little harder, Jacob felt it start to give. He heard a few clicks, and then the wall fell back and slid to the side.
Go down,
Jacob said, motioning to Early and Amberly, both of whom disappeared into the dark hole, Akeno following close behind. Jacob looked to see if the Lorcon was still unconscious, then went down a couple of steps, turning back to shut the door. It closed much easier than it had opened. He passed his hands over the edges of the door where it met the wall, searching for any warmth, sealing what he could. Satisfied that the door would now keep anyone from coming through for a while, Jacob turned in the pitch black.
Akeno, can you light up the stairs?
Yeah, I can, the Makalo said after a moment. The familiar blue light filled the stone stairway, revealing Akeno down several steps from Jacob, and Amberly a few steps below that. Akeno was rubbing his leg and grimacing.
What's wrong?
Jacob asked. Akeno moaned.
My leg.
Where the Lorcon grabbed you?
Yes.
Do you need to rest?
No,
Akeno said, then straightened.
We've got to go before they figure out where the tunnel ends.
Let me know if the pain gets worse, okay? Akeno didn't respond. Jacob pulled his knapsack off his back, wanting to have one less person to protect. Early, in my bag, he said. Early flew inside, then Jacob, Akeno, and Amberly started down the stairs. Chapter 42. After at least 3 flights, the stairs ended, and a long passageway opened in front of them. Several sections of the ground and walls were wet, but the tunnel appeared to be in good condition.
Is this the fat lady's tunnel?
Jacob asked.
What if it leads us somewhere else?
Akeno didn't answer. He appeared to be in pain, but was keeping up, Are you sure you're going to be okay? We can take a break.
No,
Akeno said, his voice shaking.
keep going. Keep going.
Jacob glanced over his shoulder every now and then while running. Akeno moved slower every minute, his limp becoming more definite with each step. Jacob tried to figure out how to help his friend. He stopped running when Akeno stumbled. Okay, this isn't going to work. He frowned, then took Akeno's bag and handed it to Amberly. Do you think you can carry this? He asked her. Amberly's blue eyes were huge, and she looked super freaked out. But she nodded solemnly.
Yes, I can.
Jacob's heart warmed at her bravery. She was such an amazing girl. I have another idea, Jacob said. He picked up Akeno and started jogging again. Akeno gave a weak laugh.
Sack of potatoes,
he said. Jacob laughed as well. But this time you're not being thrown over my shoulder. Your job is to keep the tunnel well lit so I don't fall and drop you. A few minutes later, Akeno began to shiver and mumble. He opened his eyes, staring straight above him, and gasped. Jacob looked up, ready to see something falling from the ceiling, but nothing was there. He watched Akeno's facial expressions for a second, then turned his full attention back to the tunnel, his sister, and getting in as much distance as possible while Akeno was still conscious. He paused a few times to catch his breath, surprised that Amberly was keeping up so well. She was a very active girl, but still, her legs had to be killing her. How are you doing? He asked as they jogged.
I can't wait to get home.
Neither could he. We'll be there soon, I promise. He couldn't help but wonder if that was giving her energy, keeping her going. The thought of being with her mother again, of not being around horrible, evil creatures. The weight of Akeno's body was starting to make Jacob's already tired arms ache, and his head began pounding again. How was he ever going to make it to the end of the tunnel? He did his best to push the pain away, but was only successful when he heard Akeno start moaning. He paused to raise his friend's pant leg. There were no breaks in the skin, but the spot was yellow, with angry pink edges. Akeno's muscles clenched up and his pupils dilated, making his eyes look almost black with only a silver of blue. He looked as though he was about to slip into unconsciousness. No, Akeno, stay with me, Jacob yelled, running as fast as his legs would take him. The end had to be near. Akeno's blue light only reached 40 feet into the distance, and it was getting dimmer. The Makalo probably wouldn't be able to keep it lit much longer. Finally, Jacob saw what looked like the end. Stairs led up. Hopefully, the way wasn't blocked. Akeno's breathing was shallow. His left hand was limp, barely elevated above his chest, and his light had dimmed to the point where Jacob could only see 4 or 5 feet ahead of him. Hang on, Akeno. We're almost there, Jacob said, trying not to panic. His legs were burning from the exertion, and he was forced to slow to a walk. He shifted Akeno's position and took Amberly's hand, helping her up the stairs as quickly as he could. It was difficult to carry Akeno and help Amberly, and the stairs seemed endless. Amberly was depending on his strength nearly as much as Akeno by the time they got to the top. His entire body was on fire, his breaths coming in short gasps. Jacob reached the top just as the blue light went out. Akeno must have fallen unconscious. Oh no, Akeno. I'm hurrying as fast as I can. Jacob put the Makalo down and started pushing frantically against the ceiling and the walls, trying to find the exit. A stream of sunlight hit him in the face, nearly blinding him as he pushed against one section of the wall. He released the stone, letting it fall shut, enveloping them in darkness again. He pulled his bag off his shoulders and opened it. "Early," he whispered.
Yes, Jacob.
"When I push the stone open, I need you to sneak around and tell me what's out there."
Will do.
Jacob pushed the door just far enough to let Early out. He held it open with his shoulders, waiting for the Minya to return. She took longer than usual to come back, but after what felt like forever, she zoomed in past him.
The tunnel opens in the middle of the forest, very close to the mountains,
she said.
I wasn't able to see much. I did find some honey, though.
Jacob moaned in frustration. Was that what had taken her so long? Were there any Lorcon?
Lorcon? Oh, yes, there were.
Early spun around a couple of times, doing some sort of dance. She held up 3 little fingers. Jacob realized Early was getting burned out and needed a break from running errands. "Please hang on just a little bit more," he begged her inwardly. "And where were they?" She pointed.
Farther south.
"What were they doing?" She tapped the side of her head.
They looked like they were searching for something.
Jacob rolled his eyes. Of course they were searching for something. He knew sarcasm would be lost on Early. Were there dusts or anything else?
I couldn't see anything. No.
Which side of the wall are we on?
I didn't check.
Jacob grimaced and decided he'd have to see for himself. He pushed the door open slowly, letting his eyes adjust, then poked his head out. Roots grew over the side of the hill above the exit, and in front of him were several trees. It looked as though the tunnel opened in a side of a small canyon, facing the mountain, since there was a slope going up on the other side of the trees. To the right was the forest, thicker here than anywhere else he'd seen so far. Judging by the light, he figured the tunnel had led them under the wall and to the other side, though it was hard to tell. Something about this bothered him, and he racked his brain, trying to figure out what. Then it occurred to him. A Lyrone. He backed up and let the door fall shut. She had no way to leave Myvril City without him. Jacob mentally kicked himself. He'd promised he'd help her get out of the city, that she would only have to be there for a couple of hours. Who knew what had happened to her after he and Akeno had run away? Who knew if Ekin had been successful in protecting her? Who knew if she was even still alive? He felt sick to his stomach when he thought he might never see her again. She'd trusted him, and he'd thought she could, that she'd be safe doing so. He took a deep breath, struggling to control his emotions. There was no way he'd be able to save Amberly, Lyrone, his dad, and Akeno. He knew it, and he hated it. Jacob forced himself to put her smile and sparkly brown eyes out of his mind, knowing there was nothing he could do but pray she'd be okay. He had to focus on getting Akeno to someone who could help him, and as soon as possible. He made sure Early and Amberly were ready to go, swung his knapsack over his shoulder alongside Lyrone's bag. Then he picked up Akeno and pushed open the heavy door. Jacob let his eyes adjust to the sunlight and stepped outside, feeling very exposed, even with the thick forest closing in on him. After Amberly came out, he lowered the door, then squeezed past a couple of large trees into a small, enclosed area to the left that would keep him hidden for a few minutes while he checked on Akeno. The Makalos' skin was cold to the touch. He had huge, dark rings circling his eyes that made them look sunken, and he was breathing rapidly. Lifting Akeno's pant leg again, Jacob drew back in horror at what he saw. The skin on his lower leg had broken,
and was blistering, oozing blood and pus. "Oh gosh, that's disgusting," Jacob whispered, pulling the fabric down to hide the sore, hoping Amberly hadn't seen too much of it. He tried to pour a little water into Akano's mouth, as he'd seen in the movies, but he couldn't get Akano to part his lips, so he offered some to his sister, then drank the rest of it. Akano was unresponsive to everything. Deciding it would be a good idea to find out where they were before moving Akano again, Jacob got up and squeezed through the small opening between the trees. He moved past the tunnel entrance, looking through the roots that hung over the door. At first, he didn't see anything, but then he was able to pick out a shape he hadn't noticed before. While he watched, the shape shifted, coming into better focus. It was a very tall figure, wearing a large black cloak. A Lorcon. Jacob watched as it bent over, digging through the brush. It was only 30 or so feet away from where they were. Why was it doing the dirty work? And where were the dusts? And what about Mogs? He hadn't seen any in the castle. Jacob crouched down and pushed through the underbrush to check the other side of the small canyon. He stayed still, trying to catch any movement through the thick trees, but didn't see anything. He crept back to the little hiding place, deciding Akano wouldn't last long enough for the Lorcon to leave. Chapter 43. Jacob crouched down next to Akano, putting himself closer to Early's level. She was sitting on Akano's chest. "I need you to do something that could be very dangerous. You care about Akano, right?"
Yes, of course.
Early said. "I know you have no tie to me to keep you here right now, but Akano needs you. Are you willing to help me get him back to Taga, where they'll take care of him?"
Yes.
Early said. "Oh, good. First, go find Kinji and ask if there's anything I can do for Akano." With a flash, Early disappeared. Upon returning, she reported that the only thing Jacob could do was get Akano to the village as quickly as possible. "Okay," Jacob said. "I'll need you to keep an eye on the Lorcon and let me know everything he and the others are doing. It's going to keep you very busy. There's one about 30 feet from here." The Minya disappeared and returned a second later.
The Lorcon have split up. The one that was closest to us is now moving towards Sonda Lake. Another Lorcon is moving farther south, closer to the dust mound. The last is heading up the mountain.
Jacob frowned. "Where is the lake compared to where we are now?"
That way.
Early said, pointing through the forest straight ahead of them.
The trail is there too.
"Okay. We'll go more to the left, then away from the Lorcon." Jacob grabbed the bags, swinging them over his shoulders, then picked up Akano. He waited for Amberly to follow, then squeezed between the trees, trying to make as little noise as possible. Looking around and seeing no one, he took Amberly's hand and stepped to the left, keeping his eyes open for anything dangerous. Every few minutes, Early flew to him, relaying a message. The Lorcon to the south kept moving in that direction, rummaging through the underbrush, probably looking for the tunnel entrance or them. The one that had moved up the mountain was now searching somewhere above them. Only the thick leaves and branches of the trees kept Jacob out of sight. The Lorcon moving toward the lake had raised his hands to the sky and yelled words into the wind. Jacob could think of only one reason for doing that. Lyrone. Jacob stayed as close to the trees as possible, noticing with panic when they began to thin, taking away their cover. "Oh no," he muttered, looking up constantly, checking if the Lorcon above could see him yet. A few yards away, the forest ended. Dang it, what now? Jacob struggled to stay in control and not give in to the fear. He paused before stepping from behind the last tree, trying to figure out what to do and where to go. He wished a Kano or a Lyrone were able to help him decide, and he didn't want to freak Amberly out by letting her know he didn't have a plan. The sky darkened with clouds, and the Lorcon near the lake was now closing in, as was the one on the mountain. Only the Lorcon to the south had maintained a large enough distance not to worry Jacob. He glanced around the tree, hoping to figure out where they were. What he saw caused relief to spread over him. There was the paddock, the clothesline, and, Jacob moved to the left, the cabin. Oh good, oh good, oh good. Jacob breathed. Only one problem remained. The cabin was a good 200 yards from where he stood, and between here and there was nothing but meadow, with no cover except for a few small apple and pear trees. He looked down at Akano. The Makalo appeared nearly lifeless. Only a slight movement of his chest showed he was still breathing, and he looked so sick. A pasty yellow color accentuated the rings around his eyes, and his hair was matted to his head. Amberly was staring up at Jacob, her eyes huge, but a determined expression on her face.
"We can do it,"
she whispered, seeming to know what he was thinking. "I don't know if you'll be able to keep up with me," he whispered back. Amberly looked offended.
"Jacob,"
she said, stomping her foot,
"I'm on 2 soccer teams. I run all the time. I score more goals than anyone on either team."
Okay, he said, realizing she was right. She might actually be able to go faster than him, since she wouldn't be carrying a Kano and hadn't been constantly traveling for the past several hours. Apart from looking freaked out and having very messy hair, she was in great condition. The Lorcon had obviously wanted to keep her healthy in case Jacob didn't show up and they had to work with her instead. Thinking about what they'd planned to do with her made his heart clench. He wasn't about to let her fall into their hands again. "Get ready to go," he said, adjusting his grip on her hand. If he had to, he'd swing her up on his back. He wondered if he should do that now, but decided against it. Akano's weight was already dragging him down. Early's next report was that the Lorcon to the south had turned around to head back their way. Jacob stopped her before she left. "Stick around. I need you here with me now. The fat lady's cabin is right over there. I'm going to make a run for it. But first, Early, fly ahead and let her know we're on our way." Early disappeared with a flash of light, returning only moments later.
"She said you need to have the key out, ready to use, and she'll tell you what to do."
Jacob shifted Akano to one arm and pulled his bag off his shoulder, grabbing the beautiful box that contained the key. He opened it, jumping when its sweet melody poured out. He removed the key, then peeked around the tree to see if the music had caught the attention of the Lorcon. It hadn't. Thank goodness. The clouds rolled, warning of Lyrone's appearance. A dark spot moved by the shore, and without having to ask Early, Jacob knew it was a Lorcon. "Okay, let's go," he said, putting the box and his bag away. He took a deep breath. "Early, change of plans. Keep me updated on those Lorcon as much as possible,
but don't go far in case I need you. I have to know exactly where they are the entire time. Be careful they don't see you." Taking another deep breath, Jacob stepped around the tree, taking Amberly's hand again and holding Akano securely with his other arm, the key in that fist. Then, putting all his energy into his already tired legs, he took off as fast as he could toward the fat lady's cabin. Amberly kept up with him very well. He was impressed. The girl could really run. Only a few seconds passed before Lyrone spotted him, making his presence known by taking away all sound. A sudden explosion to the right nearly knocked Jacob over, and he stumbled along, trying to stay on his feet, trying not to lose his grip on Akano or Amberly. An explosion behind him was followed by one in front. Jacob lurched to the side, avoiding the huge hole that was created, nearly dropping Akano in the process. Amberly's soccer skills really came in handy. She dodged the obstacles better than Jacob did. The remaining distance grew shorter. Early flitted to his side, yelling in his ear. Jacob was surprised she could still speak, then realized she was too small for Lyrone to see.
"The Lorcon by the lake just spotted you. He's on his way."
She then yelled at him that the Lorcon from the mountain was also in pursuit. The ground all around them was pelted by several smaller explosions, many of which missed him and Amberly by a few feet.
"Hurry, Jacob!"
Early yelled.
"Hurry!"
Jacob watched as a large blast of fire bounced off the fat lady's cabin and fell into the brush out of sight. Her house wasn't harmed in any way. Another huge blast went off in front of him, and he veered to avoid the hole. The explosions were much bigger now, and coming more rapidly, but something was odd. If Lyrone wanted, he could easily hit Jacob. So why didn't he? There were no trees providing cover this time, just the wide open meadow that Jacob and Amberly were running through. What was going on? Chapter 44.
"You must go faster,"
Early yelled. She paused.
"I have an idea. Can I use it?"
Jacob nodded, nearly dropping Akano when an explosion went off right behind him. Early disappeared, and seconds later Jacob felt warmth spread through his body, originating from a spot on his head. He felt as though his calves had been given an immense supply of energy. He put on a burst of speed, feeling he was about to lift off the ground. Realizing Amberly couldn't possibly keep up, he swung her up on his back, grunting when her little arms tightened around his neck. Once she was securely on his back, she gripped him by the shoulders instead. There were fewer than 100 yards to go when Lyrone's bombardment stopped. The fat lady stood on the step of her cabin, waving her arms and yelling. He could only pick out one word. Diamonds. He looked at the key still clenched in his fists, then back up at her, confused. "Diamonds!" she screamed.
"She said to slide the 2 diamonds,"
Amberly said near Jacob's ear. Jacob shook his head, not understanding.
"The diamonds move,"
Amberly yelled. Jacob adjusted Akano's position, taking care not to knock Amberly off, grateful when the spot on his head stayed hot as Early continued to loan power to him. He used both hands to hold the key up to his face as he ran. He located the different diamonds and fiddled around with his thumbs. The pinkish diamonds slid until they were aligned with each other. Jacob looked up at the fat lady, ready for her next instructions, running free without Lyrone's shockwaves ramming his body. The fat lady yelled again.
"Put the key in my door and turn it to the left. Go to Targa Village."
Jacob still had about 40 yards to go. The ground in front of him was level and hard, and he risked a quick glance over his shoulder barely able to see past Amberly. He wished almost immediately he hadn't done so. The nearest Lorcon was only a foot outside of grabbing distance. Nearly stumbling in fright, Jacob yelled, noticing he could hear his voice again. He willed his body to move even faster.
Early, do something! Lorcon!
He gasped, readjusting a Kano so he was easier to carry. The muscles in Jacob's arms and shoulders were burning. His skin, where Amberly held on, burned horribly.
Okay.
Early disappeared.
Ah!
Jacob looked back in time to see the Lorcon face-plant into the dirt. A second Lorcon ran only 10 or so feet behind the first, with the third almost having caught up as well. A Kano started to convulse in Jacob's arms, nearly causing Jacob to drop him. Early returned to Jacob's head, giving him more energy.
Are you ready?
The fat lady yelled.
Yes!
Jacob gasped. His lungs were burning so badly. He was afraid he'd pass out from lack of air. They were down to 15 yards.
Do you know what to do?
To the left, Taga village.
Close the door behind you, or they'll follow you.
The fat lady went into her cottage and shut the door. The third Lorcon caught up to him.
Early, stop the Lorcon!
Jacob shouted just as he took the last few leaps toward the door. Reaching out, he put the key in the hole.
Taga village!
He yelled, turning the key to the left. He swung the door open. Running through, he spun around, feeling as Amberly flew off his back, and tried to shut the door in the face of the Lorcon, but the door bounced open again. Jacob took an instinctive step back. The Lorcon had stopped the door from shutting with his foot. An evil, disgusting smile lifted the corners of his mouth. Something small flitted through the air, and the Lorcon flew across the open space, blasted away from the cabin. Before the other Lorcon got the chance to rush through the door, Jacob slammed it shut, making sure it clicked this time. Chapter 45. Jacob put a Kano on the floor and bent and gasped, hands on his knees. Where had he ended up? He turned around, noticing furniture and rounded wooden walls. Amberly was holding a hand to her head where a large bump was forming. "Sorry, sis," Jacob said, dropping to his knees beside her. "We can get that taken care of."
It's much better than being stuck with those horrible Lorcon.
Amberly lurched to her feet, throwing her arms around him.
Thank you so much for coming, Jake.
Jacob felt tears prick his eyes. There's no way I would have left you there.
What about Mom? Where is she?
She's at home. She's safe. He hoped. Jacob put the key in its box, picked up a Kano, then opened the door. They'd apparently ended up in the huge tree in the middle of the meadow in Taga village. The sun had almost set, casting long shadows all over the canyon. He was grateful it was almost night. His eyes ached from a headache that had built up behind them, and he looked forward to having as little light around him as possible. Forcing his legs to hold him up, he limped toward one of the crevices in the canyon. "Help! Is anyone there?"
"Jacob?"
A voice called from the ledge. It was Ebony.
"Oh, Jacob! You're back! You're back!"
She began crying, calling out for Kenji and Patriarch Brosian. Kenji rushed to her side, then saw Jacob. "Help him," he said to a few Makalo men who had gathered. Jacob raised a Kano as high as his arms would let him.
and one of the men climbed down a set of steps etched into the side of the stone wall and lifted him the rest of the way. Jacob helped Amberly up before him, then climbing as carefully as he could, pulled himself over the top. One of the Makalo men supported him, and another supported Amberly, as they rushed with Kinji and Ebony to what Jacob assumed was Akeno's house. Kinji laid Akeno on a table in the middle of the room, and he and Ebony went to work, acting as a team to cleanse Akeno's leg. Ebony soaked strips of cloth, then handed them to Kinji, who wiped the ooze from Akeno's leg. Pretty soon, the leg was as clean as they could get it. Kinji poured the rest of the liquid into the main part of the wound, which had expanded to cover Akeno's entire lower leg. An older Makalo with long, gray curly hair and a large beard burst into the room from outside.
"I came as quickly as I could,"
he said, joining Ebony and Kinji at the table.
"Thank you, Brosian," Ebony said. "One of the Lorcon touched Akeno."
Kinji glanced at Ebony with a worried expression on his face. "If the fever doesn't break—"
"Wait!"
Ebony gasped.
"I think we might have—"
She ran out of the room, still talking, her voice muffled by the wall.
"Potion, last time—"
She came back, carrying a very familiar vial.
"I saved this."
Kinji relaxed. "Oh, thank goodness. Here, let me." Using an extra cloth, he wiped up the liquid he'd poured in Akeno's sore, then put a couple of drops from the vial into the wound. He then forced Akeno's jaw open and poured the rest of the stuff into his mouth. Ebony wrapped the sore with strips of cloth, then hurried out of the room, returning with her arms full of sheets. Kinji took a couple and handed them to Jacob. "Wrap him as tightly as you can from head to foot." Jacob started at Akeno's head, leaving a space around his nose to breathe. Ebony started at his midsection, and Kinji at his feet. Brosian held the sheets in place until they were secured, and Amberly watched from the side of the room, a worried expression on her face. "These sheets hold in his body heat. The potion needs that heat in order to be activated." Kinji turned to Ebony once they'd finished. "How long did it take me to heal?"
2 minutes, maybe more. His situation is fairly similar to yours."
She put her arm around her husband.
"He'll be fine."
She smiled at Jacob.
"Last time, I was the one stressing about whether Kinji would live. But I didn't need to worry. The fat lady really knows her stuff."
After a few moments, Kinji pulled the sheet off Akeno's head. His face was pink again, the dark circles gone. "It's working!" Ebony gave Kinji another hug.
"Wonderful."
She glanced at Jacob.
"Oh, Jacob, I'll love you forever for what you've done for my son."
Her eyes welled up with tears, and Jacob stared at his feet. He was grateful Akeno would be all right, but felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. She turned her attention to Amberly, then back to Jacob.
"You both look exhausted."
She sniffed, and her nose wrinkled.
"And you definitely need a bath."
A wary smile crossed Jacob's face.
"Sorry."
He pulled out the box with the key of Kilenya inside and handed it to Ebony.
"Here, take it."
Ebony held the container in her hands, her expression one of gratitude.
"We knew you'd be able to do it."
"There was no doubt," Kinji said. He took the box and opened it. The familiar tune filled the room, and peaceful colors danced across the walls. "Wow," Kinji said. The Makalos all looked at Jacob. "What?" Jacob asked. "You know it's only doing this because you're near it, right?" Kinji asked.
Jacob shrugged. Okay. He was too tired to care. Where's my mom? Early said she'd been here. Ebony nodded. She's at your house, waiting for Matt to get back from running an errand. He still doesn't know much about the village. If that bit of news bothered Ebony, she didn't let on. Kenji cleared his throat, handing the box with the key in it to Brosian. Where is Dimitri? Jacob reached for Akano's knapsack, taking it from Amberly. In here. He pulled out the Minya container, setting it on the table next to Akano. He was in really, really bad shape. Akano shrank him, and he's healing now. He was grateful the container had kept his dad protected during all of the running and fighting they'd had. Oh, poor Jacob and Amberly, Ebony said. You're exhausted. I imagine you want to go home, but do you want to eat and sleep here? Start for home in the morning? Jacob shook his head. No, thank you. We really need to get to my mom. I understand. Would you like us to let her know you're on your way? Even though Jacob wanted to surprise her, he couldn't tolerate the thought of making her wait any longer than she had to. Yes, that would be good. What do I do about my dad? I can't enlarge him again when he wakes up. Neither can we, Ebony said. Not without Akano's help. She and Kenji glanced at each other, then turned to Brosian.
Dimitri will stay here,
Brosian said.
Jacob still has travels ahead of him, and the king will heal faster if he's not being moved.
Jacob nodded, seeing logic in the choice. Brosian stepped to him, extending a hand.
I'm the Makalo Patriarch. I look forward to getting to know you better.
We'll let you know the minute Akano and Dimitri awaken, Ebony said. Sounds good. Jacob had tons of questions. What had happened when the Lorcon touched him? What was going on with the fat lady, and was she safe? When could he go get a Loren? What would the Lorcon do now? How safe was he really? What other magical abilities would he have? Most of all, though, he wanted to see his mom. His body was still screaming at him, and he couldn't wait to get in his own bed. Brosian must have sensed his need to leave.
I'll take you and your sister to the edge of the meadow.
He motioned to the door.
There will be plenty of time for conversation later.
The older Makalo led the way out of the house. He looked at Jacob for a minute, then nodded.
Yes, you are exactly what we need.
Brosian was silent the rest of the way, and Jacob was fine with that. He'd had enough conversation lately to last him a lifetime. At least, it felt that way. And from how quiet Amberly was, Jacob knew she felt the same. He kept his hand tight around hers, unwilling to let go even for a minute. They reached the forest quickly. Brosian left after making sure that the siblings didn't need anything. And with the sun setting behind them, Jacob and his sister headed through the forest and on to their home, where an overjoyed mom and brother greeted them. Through the tears, hugs, and exclamations of happiness, and letting Mom know that Dad was safe and healing, Jacob couldn't get one thing out of his mind. Aloran was alone in Myvril City. He would not leave her there to rot. He would get her out, and as soon as possible. She was depending on him, and he wouldn't fail her. This has been Forsaken Prince, Kilenya Chronicles Book 1, written by Andrea Pearson, narrated by Stu Koba. Copyright 2017. Thank you for listening.